So, 2038, Poland just won the World Cup, against Mali, Poland #1 in the world and our first league game? Clubbing Motor Lubin 10, TEN, 1. Wow, 4 years of Matto and his special little cards. Wonder what the next 4 will bring.
Hello, chatto! It's Thursday, and coming up today on Building a Nation with Wisła Kraków. I'm delighted to sign for Tranmere. It's been my dream for a very long time, and I really hope that Wisła do well today in Europe and win the Champions League one day, and maybe sign loads of players on deadline day, and Glove Island goes really well. All that and more possibly coming up today on Building a Nation with Wisła Kraków. We're dancing. We'll call that a success. I thought we'd try something a little bit different today. Tranmere, famous. This is one of those things where if you don't know what I'm referring to, this would seem like, yeah, completely iridescent. But still, I assume some of you have not seen the thing. Have some of you at least seen the thing that I'm referring to? I hope you have. Basically, a guy, I don't even know the guy's name. The guy signed for Tranmere. I think this was yesterday. Tranmere fan, yes! And I've never seen a person look so miserable about signing for Tranmere, or anyone for that imagination. As then we've got a link to the Twitter clip. Like, it's unbelievable. Fell, thank you very much for the 45 months. I'm happy again now. Plus, I could actually hear the intro for once. It's a double whammy. Here we go. This is it. Let's go. Right. Off my big face. I should be able to play this. Hopefully this will let me play it. Oh, you fucker! Oh. Has anyone got a link that... Oh, hang on, I can... I won't be able to play with sound, though. Has anyone got a link to this where I can actually play it on stream? That's frustrating as hell. Goodness me. It's... I hope that... Here we go. Thank you, James. This is the one. Shield your ears for a moment, lads and lasses, because the advert's probably about to be quite loud. Luckily, I've muted it in advance. Well, let us go through that. Shout out. Get those ads, you guys. Get them. Skip that one, and here we go.
Welcome to Tranmere Rovers. How does it feel to join the club?
Yeah, I'm delighted to be here, to be fair. Been here for a few weeks, training, looking to get started and get the season.
Do you know what? That was actually me when Pog said yes, when I asked her to marry me. Now,
good group of lads, to be fair, made me feel
in fairness, I think sometimes people are giving it a bit of a hard time, because ultimately, yes, it has become a meme. How many views has this got now? Actually, that's not too many. But ultimately, it's more likely that he's a young fella that just isn't used to being on camera and doesn't have... He's not as well media trained as other kids. He's just a guy, right? This wasn't a sketch. As far as I know, this wasn't a sketch, no. Very deep voice as well. Yeah, poor lad. So, obviously, I have now referenced that in the intro, so I've joined in on that. But at the same time, I'd like to caveat that by saying, ultimately, he's not... You know, he's a footballer. That's... His job is football. Not to speak on camera. But... It's... Get the lad a little bit of media training, eh, Tranmere? Just a tiny little wee bit. But also, good for him for signing for Tranmere Rovers, ultimately. I don't know who this lad is. Hopefully he's a good footballer and is good for Tranmere and he has a really successful career, frankly. It's the, it's the opposite of a sound that only dogs can hear. Bro's just calling his pet and his pet's like, why is he mouthing words at me? Nothing's happening. Jack McEvil is a good one. 9.4 million views. Yeah, so this is, I saw it on TikTok and I was just like, yeah, that feels like, thing is, I hadn't even decided to do that thing until I realized that it came to me at the very last second and I figured, you know what? He speaks slowly and therefore, oh, imagine if he was there. How old is he? I know nothing about the guy, but hopefully, hey, it's improved his name recognition, if nothing else. Retired already. Yeah. Who did he play for, or who would he have played for in 26? Because obviously he's just signed for Tranmere. Not once, Matt, honestly. That's why it was a bit that was why it was a bit ropey at times, because I, as usual, made a very, very last-minute decision to do that. Literally, as I'd pressed the button for intro, I went, oh, I could do an homage of the Tranmere thing. Here from Burnley. He did, I was going to say he sounded like that, but then actually I don't know where he's from, so maybe he's not from that. Hello, Cameron. How are you, my friend? Also, I see you cry about here. I see you suspect. I was saying this to Pog because I was saying how heartwarming and nice it is that I loaded up stream. Obviously, my stream setup gets loaded like an hour before stream because I have to sort out all the other things. Temperature sensors back. And how the fact that there were people actually sat in chat like half an hour before I went live, either in the chat or actually typing in chat as well. And I just thought that was extremely... I don't know, it just made me feel it was very wholesome to see that, basically. It's not like a new thing, it's just that I feel like it doesn't get shouted out enough for how nice the fact that is, that people would even care enough to be waiting for me to go live rather than just... Then again, I know Twitch notifications are notoriously inconsistent, so perhaps that's part of the problem, right? Also, the points. It's technically the final race day of July today, and we technically still have several people that could take the target from Rob today, because Andrew's caught up massively. Adam is still in this as well. So's Chaser. I think Passpro technically could as well, regarding maybe even MD Games, who's been on a bit of a tear lately as well. Leafy bringing up the back there also, but there's about 15 people all tied on like 28 points for some reason. So, but Eddie Howe, no, what happened with Eddie Howe? I'm joking, of course. I do know what happened with Eddie Howe. Actually, I don't know what happened with him. I know that he's left. That is about as much as I know. Hello, Scordas. How are you, my friend? Welcome in this morning. Hello, Liberate Leprechaun. Oh, it's still quite warm today, and I feel a bit jittery, which is probably just because went out, did run, came back, took pill, went shower, now haven't drunk enough water, probably. So I'm just going to calm it. Now, that intro actually kind of helped me, by the way. Keeps my energy levels a little bit on the low side, so we can actually get through today properly. Cheese God! With the... with the choice of emoji. I feel like half of the emotes we now have are just things James has made because I've pulled a silly face. Like not being... I'm swear to God, if I just look through these, there's that one, there's the gifted subs one, the knuckle dust one, I think that was actually Flute back in the day that made that one for us when we had a bit of a Wemp influx. Oh, what the hell have I just pressed there? Jesus Christ. So... I guess you need to recognize, it's just an odd one, because the guy that seems to be lined up to be replacing him, I was talking to the guys in the FM show chat this morning about this, and my explanation for the guy is he looks like one of those blokes that injects unicorn blood to attempt to stay young forever. I don't know what his actual managerial history is. I believe he worked with Ralph Rangnick, maybe? Oh dear. However, anyhow, he's left the club, apparently. It's a weird one too, though, because it's like, why do that now and not say, I don't know, at the end of the season, perhaps? So what has changed in the interim that has caused that to happen? I mean, again, there must be things I don't know. You are currently on trial here.
Sick Matt Jam, sick Harold, sick Pass, sick Sign, sick Stonks, sick Phil, sick Shake, sick Dan, sick Josh Rave, Capel, HD 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 Capel, HD.
That took way longer than I thought it would do. Chaser, thank you for the 16 for the 19 months, my friend. How are you? How goes the save? Are you doing something different now? And slow it down, Matt. Christ. Right. Lost that average. Yeah, they have been kind of... This is one of these words that you seem to see in newspaper speak way more than you do anywhere other in life. Gazumped. They've been gazumped to many transfers this summer as well, I suppose. Most what's known. Is this going to be another one of these ones where I have to like watch a video, or is it actually some text? Oh, it is a text. Okay. Nothing to do with last night's friendly defeat. That would be weird. Full commit to the end of the season, but changed his mind, interestingly. What do they have a lice? Okay. It's interesting. It's I guess this is one of those things where I wonder what changed. But intro out, of course, and I'm calling that one a success. We saying it. I have one of your messages for the VOD comments as well, Sharik, because it was a really interesting one. Will you mess up the intro? Believers getting day points today, friends. Love to see it. Oh, goodness me. Hello, Matt. To VODland, hey, it's okay. We appreciate those of you that have to spend some time in VODland. Not that there's anything wrong with VODland, of course. VODland is the happiest place on earth, some would say. I must admit, actually, the VOD comments this whole season, whole year of cycle, really, have been incredibly wholesome. Like, there was a time in previous cycles where it would be a little bit of a mixed bag sometimes. There was some particularly heinous stuff on them on some of the older VODs. But I wonder if it's just that I deal with it better. But no, I genuinely think it has just been more wholesome. I actually think that in general, 26 has just been a more wholesome game cycle overall, to be fair. Oh, yeah, how did the live stream go, Rob? As my internet dropped off massive. Ah, man, that sucks. But that's okay. Like, shit happens. This is where you do the learning, right? You can then figure out what went wrong, how to stop it from happening again, and then go again. The early stages of anything like this is brilliant because you get free learning experience and there's less stakes, right? That's why I get so stressed when I have technical difficulties, because the stakes are just that tiny little bit. Whoa, okay. Is this still a Roy Hodgson Bristol City, or is he no longer in charge of the club? I feel like pre-season is such a tough thing to judge any kind of result. I don't really look at pre-season results as being useful in any way, because Fulham are shit in pre-season. That's the only reason. The only reason. We already lost to Norwich. We drew with, I think it was Al Ahly, actually, at the weekend as well. It's just, yeah. Oh, League up from League One. Oh, that sucks. That feels like a weird one. Because I actually have quite a soft spot for Bristol City and Lincoln City as it happens. It just seems, I guess they've got more clout, more money, but I don't know. I would have liked to have seen what he could have done with Lincoln City. So who's in charge of Lincoln these days then? You're plenty heinous here already, Jesse. That's the great thing about it. Maybe I'm just better at dealing with it. Who knows? Full of funny doing things. Well, you say that, but we were heavily linked with the guy from Leicester City. Technically, I think he was on loan at Leicester City, actually, wasn't he? Or was he? I can't remember the situation. I think he was on loan from a French club, and then he was on loan to Leicester City with a fee or something attached to that. But I don't know. Wait, they've got the joint managers, really? Are the Cowley brothers? Wait, was it the Cowley brothers that were back in charge there? Hello, J-Tux. So yeah, Inverted Defense, you are here on trial currently, I think. Or are you? Yeah, I'm pretty certain you are. But you are at least, all right. I keep feeling like you're not for some reason. No, you are a free agent. But you're wanted, which is good. I forgot about the Cowleys entirely. Oh, the Gonzalo Garcia deal. Yeah, I heard some weird shit about how it's like 5 million every year for 5 years. Fulham are actually playing it like an FM save. That's incredible. I feel like maybe this happens quite a lot and we just don't hear about it in quite such explicit details, but it's bizarre. That Animaniacs and everything. Oh god. If it is copyright stuff, I probably won't be able to play it on stream. But yeah, the Animaniacs thing. I think that was when I was talking about what was I reading out? I think I was just reading out like random members of our midfield. Oh. I like the fact that one of them has to be the assistant, one of them has to be the manager. Do you think they like get to play around with that way every time they switch jobs, the other one gets to do the other thing? FM Save IRL management. FM Save IRL management? Wait. I'm going to need some context on that one. Oh, right. Okay. Let's see. So yeah, it's deadline day today. I did play a couple of games off stream, which means we have had a few more spins of the wheel. In fact, technically, I think just one spin of the wheel, because I played these 3 games here. So we had Łukasz Wodge away from home. Daiki did really well in that game, so I kept him in charge. Then we had Katowice, which, Daiki did really poorly in, so I swapped him out for the last game before the end of the sort of section, and I put Mabanjwa in, and he did poorly as well, which means we've got to be spinning the wheel before that game today, the one against Brookbet. Now, as for European registration, this is where things get a little bit more squiffy. I've built us a view to analyse our goalkeeper analysis, this one here. So if I just hired this solely by keepers, all of them, and of the ones that we've played so far, I might add a column in here for average rating as well, if I can do. Where would that be? Is that a stat? I feel like that's a stat, isn't it? Average rating. There we go. So of the players that have played for us thus far, technically, Olikovsky has the best rating. He's played 3 games. Okimoto played 3. Rimkam Song also got 3. Hansen technically is a goalkeeper, but we could ignore him from this because he wasn't playing a goal. And Mabanjwa got 1 game as well in there. So as a result of that, I registered Okimoto, Kim Rum Song, and technically I think also Monga for Europe. And I think Mabanjwa might have been in there as well. Luckily, Olikovsky didn't have to be registered anyway, so he's allowed to play for it as well. Hansen wasn't playing in goal. I know. Crazy times. Which is why his PPG is actually not that good even. Spin off on YouTube. Well, it'll be featured heavily in the recap. I've got to make a thumbnail for it. Hello, Dazza. Ranieri. I mean, I think at this point it's very easy for any journo to basically link Fulham with any player from Arsenal that isn't getting a lot of football, because they just go, well, Fulham like these kind of players. I'm surprised we don't end up signing Reece Nelson again at this stage. Right. One of these non-goalies. He is... Well, oh, yeah, sorry, did you not know that? Yeah, Hansen is one of the non-goalie goalies, the guys that are a goalie, but they're not a goalie. They're a striker, hence why his name is Manuel Hansen, striker. So in terms of so far, this is what we're going to be using at the end of the season to sort of get an idea of who's actually performed well over the course of the year, once all of these guys have had a chance to actually play, or some of them at least. He's played... He hasn't scored a goal yet, but we have played him for 2 games up front as a striker to start with, and also off the bench as a sub too, so he's getting a bit of game time. Lake Poznan did. I did. I had the notifications on for all the Polish sides on my phone, and I saw Lech Poznan were 3-0 up from the first leg away from home. They lost 3-0 on the night. Then it went to extra time. They went in front in extra time. Then they ended up equalising and losing on penalties. I couldn't believe it. There is a chance, though, that Poland could have 5 teams in the Conference League this season, which would be wild, and also a potential huge points haul. I'm just saying. Potentially huge points haul. Reece Nelson. He's a good guy, is old Reece Nelson. I have no idea why I paused at that specific part of the sentence. I wish I could tell you. So, injuries for fantasy today. El Shankiti is still injured. I think he's got a new injury, doesn't he? Let me just check. Was it the same injury as before? Oh, it's a twisted knee. So he'll be back relatively soon. Kukonda won't be back for a while, but he's not really one you'd want to put in your team anyway, I wouldn't have thought. But yeah, El Shankiti is likely to miss our first game against Atletico, because, of course, we're playing Atletico. Trossard at... Oh, I would love someone like Trossard at Fulham. He's just a much better Anthony Knockhart. I don't know why. I think it's just the Brighton link there more than anything else. What is this? Well, indeed. I saw a brilliant one of... there's an account on Instagram and stuff called EFL Simpsons. It is brilliant. It's probably my favourite football meme account. As if, you know, a person needs a football meme account that they like. But it's mine. I personally think it's fantastically funny. And the one they had today, which was just the... It was really simple stuff, but it was the something like if I try to explain a meme out loud, it does not work. I'm not even going to attempt it because that's never going to work. Quick shout out as well to the best Yorkshire player we've got, Nozadze, and he's got 6 goals already this season. He is Policia reincarnate, and he's not even dead yet. It's actually insane how good he has been this season as an 18-year-old in our first team squad. He's already bagged 5 goals. Or technically 6 goals and an assist so far this season. He just scores. It is unreal what he's been up to so far. Overperforms his XG like nobody's business. Mompa's obviously on the usual sort of track, as always. But Naeem's also already got more goals this season than he did last year. Pre-incarnate. I like it. I do enjoy this particular meme format in general. No matter what it is, I'm usually good. It's going to get a laugh out of me pretty much every single time. I feel like we honestly need one of these for one of our players at some point. The mittens of disapproval. A guy called Willian. Never heard of him. Isn't that the guy from Black Eyed Peas and whatnot? So also, Policia has decided to hand in a transfer request, which kind of sucks, but yeah. He'll be sticking around for the meantime. Unfortunately, I think this has all happened on stream, but just in case I didn't let that happen on stream, I don't think I signed anybody specifically, or did I? No, that's oh, guy did join us though, even though I didn't sign him technically. Hector is now in. That Argentinian lad we like the look of, that we signed like ages ago, has now finally joined us. His value is actually a little bit lower than I was anticipating, considering how well he was rated, but there he is. He's a good player as well. Yeah, conference, if they actually got all 5 teams in there, that would be unreal. I don't think a country's ever had 5 teams in the Conference League, have they? Just because of how difficult it would actually be to have that happen. Let me just sort this by that, see if there was any new outs. I think the only big out was Alvisi, which I believe did happen on stream. But just to be sure, we'll recap that anyway. This happened, if it didn't, Alvisi, i.e. João Carlos, has gone to Porto for £53 million, which is good money for us at this stage for a 31-year-old. It allows us to bring the youngsters through a little bit more, and we get £53 million out of the deal. So the club is now in a much better situation financially, because it was looking proper touch and go at the start of the summer, whereas now we're 150 million. Look at this. We got all the way down to like 20 million in the bank, which might sound like a lot, but for us, it's, well, about the lowest the club's value has ever been in terms of balance. It's kind of shrinking off ever since that point there, but we really have done well this summer to bring that fund back up again. Got some good wages off the bill. Also, fun fact about sponsorship. We only just get more sponsorship than Motor do. Or is it Brookbet? I think it's Brookbet, actually. They only get like 700 grand a year less sponsorship than us, which is mental. Transfer value's dropping. We did once, but it wasn't anywhere near as big as it was in Malta. Malta was next level badness in that. We did have one summer when all of a sudden some of our transfer values dropped a little bit. So guys that were worth like close to 200 million were now down to being worth, I don't know, 70 million, which is definitely a drop. And it sort of affected everybody in a kind of in that same ratio, which was weird, but it seems to have recovered, and I don't know why that was. But yeah, Malta was ludicrous for that kind of thing. I think it was just because we never quite worked out exactly what it was down to, but it seems like every 10 years or so, the game would shed its connection to the pre-coded transfer values, basically, and it would just revert to not even its own dynamic version, but like the defaults for any league at that level, which is really, really annoying, basically. Hello, Michael. How are you, my friend? Poland teams are in which league phase? We absolutely can, because they all did get through. So currently, and I'll show you their results or their stuff as well. Actually, I'll show you us first, because obviously we're in. These are our fixtures. So Atletico at home. Sorry, Atletico away, not easy. Leipzig at home. Karabag away, which is fun. Club Brugge away, who are not a bad side by any means, but we could probably still clap them there. Man City again, because apparently we just hate love. Oh, and Brighton away again. Literally the same as last season. And then finishing off with Roma and Shakhtar. It's not as hard as last year, but it ain't that easy either. To have to travel to Atletico in there, Brugge won't be super easy, but I think we can deal with that. Man City and Brighton, and also a weird Roma side, although admittedly we are at home against them, so there's that, I guess. It's... nothing will be as hard as last year's fixtures, put it that way. As for the league phase ourselves, we of course have Brookbet in there with us, and we have... who else was the other team? Oh, and Wisła Kraków. Yeah. That's good, isn't it? That is definitely not going to go absolutely tits up for us. Also, shout out to Radec Kralova. Forgive my pronunciation of them. These guys here. In the Champions League group stage. I don't know if they may well have been in the Champions League group stage before. I don't know. Point being, they qualify for the group stage of the Champions League by... wait, is that the only league title in their history? That's kind of sick. I didn't realise that. Czech fans, I only fry for this, really. Wow. The best part is, they came out of nowhere. As far as I can see... they'd never even finished in the top 3 in this save, and then they just go and win the Czech League and immediately qualify for the Champions League phase as well in the same summer. That's incredible. Oh my God. Oh God, Anthony Gordon. That took me a minute. I'm assuming that is Anthony Gordon, right? And not just a random woman that looks a little bit like Anthony Gordon. I'm good, Mike. I'm good. I wish I was a little bit cooler today, but yesterday was absolutely insane. Tycoon, maybe, but they're a completely AI-controlled club. Surely they wouldn't even have Tycoon stuff, right? No. Like, they're not even in the league that we have switched on. Which is awesome. I wonder if this is just one of those random things that FM has done. Maybe they've got some good youth players or something. Wouldn't be the worst idea to add them to our team report scouting list, if nothing else. Just in case they have done it on the back of some crazy youth talent, perhaps. That's kind of sick, though. But... yeah, not only did they win the Czech League, they actually got into the Champions League group stage. Had some quite good results on the way there, if I recall. Knocked out some teams that you'd expect to maybe... God, they went straight into the playoff route. And they actually knocked out FCSB. Not bad at all. Oh. Shank will be out for like 2 days, so he'll pretty much miss the Atletico game today and maybe the midweek one against Brookbet because I want to rest him for Leipzig. So he'll probably miss these 2 matches here, generally speaking. Wow, so they've not been in Europe in nearly 50 years, even if you count the save time. That's incredible. Definitely one to keep an eye on. Now, as for the lower competitions, of course, where we've got teams as well, the Europa League is... it's very Europa League, isn't it? I want to build a net of affiliates to bring a bunch of titles. As in... probably not, just because you wouldn't be able to loan players to them. Or you would, but not enough players to make an impact, because with the foreign loan rules, I assume you mean to bring, like, a net of affiliates that would make titles in foreign leagues. Because you're only allowed 6 foreign loans at any given time over a certain age, you pretty much be limited to, like, even if you chose one club to try to baby, you'd still only be able to loan 6 players to them at a given time, which probably wouldn't be enough to make that kind of impact, unfortunately. So there's that. As for the Europa, Dilagori got in there. They nearly got into the Champions League as well. I think they lost to FC Copenhagen on the way through there. Who else have we got down here that's a little bit... Inter are in here. Now, obviously, we've got Jagiellonia and Lechia. That's going to be beautiful. I think our Europa League... Honestly, forget the Champions League this year. Truly. Like, forget it. For us, it's fine. The other two, I wouldn't even bother about. It's the Europa League where these guys are all very good sides. And the Conference League, let's not forget, have got one of my favourite teams in it. Oh. Play Europa League qualifier rallies. Really? Oh, that's sick. Do we collect anything? Honestly, no. I've always wanted to. I think I've just never found the thing that I wanted to collect. Like, I have Pokemon cards. Where have they gone? But that was from when I was a kid. It's not really the same thing. I came to realise recently that I don't think I really have a lot of hobbies beyond working, and I guess I like running, but now I've even turned that into work now. So I do need to find an outlet, basically, and I don't really know what. I mean, I'm not saying it would be collecting stuff, I guess, but I would like to find something that would be quite fun. Geese. Collecting geese. My hobbies is geese. If I could collect them, I would. I guess I collect seeing geese. Saw some geese today, actually, down by the river. Fell asleep preparing data export to assess my user date. Windows update, restarted my PC, and wound the clock back 4 days. I went to the top 3. Oh my god. Oh, that'll be interesting. So you'll have data from what it was supposed to be, but then you'll get actual data from what it is. Interesting. I mean, it'd be like one of Max's tests back in the day. Yeah, I can't collect... I mean, I do like the idea of one day having a house that could somehow get geese in the garden, but I think you kind of have to live near a body of water for that, really. They're not just going to largely rock up because you've got a bird table with some peas on it, right? Yeah, and as for the Europa Conference League, of course, it's the big boys, and by that I mean it's Radomiak. There's some fun-ass teams, though, in the Conference League this year. Like with Asteras in there. We've got... Who else is in here that's a bit fun? Cups, Lincoln Red Imps, Linfield, Malaga as well. Paphos, Radomiak, of course. Shamrock, Struga in there too. Tobo Costanzi, Torpedo, Weiler as well. Waterford, of course. Watford, no doubt. Gonzalo Garcia, fella. He is a Real Madrid player that is very highly rated, that I'm guessing Arbeloa has a lot of interest in because Real Madrid and whatnot. It worries me, that kind of money. I also wonder how much of that is actually the fees, or whether it's just the media doing media things, frankly, but we will see. Links to Mike's website. I don't know if it still works. BC FTP, does it still work? Was that not the link? I can't remember what the goddamn... I can't remember what my command for Mike's website is, actually. Full-time, that was the one, not FTP. It's a file transfer protocol, damn it. But yeah, that's Mike's website there. You can, I think that discount code does still work. We're probably going to do some more stuff later in the year. Also, it's deadline day. It's the reason I stopped here, so that we could see if there were any agents worth signing. Yeah, it'd have to be crazy amounts of add-ons. Can you check Telegram? I can. 1 second. Oh, good pog. An aquarium. It's interesting. I don't really have the space for... I know that you don't need a lot of space for an aquarium, but you do need a little bit of space. And the problem with me and a hobby is that I'd become hyper-focused on it and try to get, like, the best aquarium. And my fish is the best fish. And I don't know if I need that. Although I used to love fish in aquariums when I was younger. I had, for my... I think it was either my 5th or 6th birthday, my uncle bought me an aquarium. And it was the best. I would just stare at that damn thing for hours. I... loved it. I wanted to become a marine biologist pretty much just off of the back of that. Oh, is this the Iranian guy again? Yeah, that's a pretty good record. Oh, I like it because he's just like El Shankiti. He's got the assists in his game as well. I would be curious to see what his numbers look like at the end of the season, whether he can come close to those numbers that Shank put out during that 1 year of ridiculousness. So Molsky, technically, he is registered, but I can deregister him if I need to. The problem is, no one is now interested in Molsky. Or they weren't when I checked before, which is really annoying. Unless someone's changed their mind now, perhaps. That would be the one thing that could save our asses here, potentially. It was already lined up. They did... I think Newcastle already had him in place before they... Well, before Howard even left. In fact, I believe part of Howard leaving was actually that he insisted upon having a successor lined up as part of that. Need to step in, force clubs to actually advertise the jobs. Why? Why do FIFA get to decide who clubs appoint as manager? Surely the club can hire whoever they damn well please. because it'd be wild if FIFA were just like, actually, no, we've decided you're not allowed to appoint this person. We've decided that you need to appoint this guy over here for absolutely no reason. I just think that would be an absolutely terrifyingly bad precedent to set for anything, really. Hello, Fizzy. The purpose of the save. So, absolutely I can do. Basically, the purpose of the save, we're trying to take the Polish league, Poland in general, to the top of the European coefficient charts. I'll show you what that is in a minute once I've finished doing something which will become clear in a moment. And the way that you do that, obviously you try to win things yourself in Europe, but in order to make the league the best league in Europe, you can't just do that by yourself, because even if you won 5 Champions Leagues in a row, the amount of points that you'd get on the European stage would simply not be enough to even get you close to being sort of number 1. You'd maybe get to 5th, perhaps, if you're lucky. So one of the things you've got to do is you've got to try to improve the entire league overall. And the way that we do that, in general, is what I call the loan farm, which is what I'm kind of doing now, which is where we try and loan as many players to other Polish sides as we physically can, with the idea of improving their squads. They then sign better players, they get access to players a bit cheaper, and are then able to do better on a European stage. Now, as for how that manifests itself, what we're currently doing, where we're currently sat, the Polish league overall, i.e. the Polish coefficient, is currently 5th, although as things stand right now, we're actually going to go ahead of France next season and into 4th spot, which would get us, we have been there before, we had a little step back unfortunately, and this would then get us the guaranteed extra Champions League places and all that kind of jazz. But right now we have 7 teams that qualify for Europe every single season, so those teams are the ones that we try to prioritize with regards to loans and stuff. So we have currently 3 in the Champions League, 3 in the Europa League, and 1 in the Europa Conference League. And the success that they have will then get us points here, which helps us push it up. And the idea is to try to somehow overtake England one day. I've never managed to do it, but I have managed to get to 2nd once. That's the closest I've got. Didn't say if FIFA could dictate who got the job. Sorry, my apologies. I thought the implication was that you said that FIFA would force teams to not hire people, but instead put adverts out for candidates they don't want, and therefore waste people's time. I'm not sure I understand what the point was, I guess. I feel like FIFA have no business in deciding who clubs can and can't interview or appoint. They're a private company. They can do what they like. That's wild. But yeah, that's basically what we're trying to do. The main reason I like doing it is, one, it gives you a bit of... it gives you a sort of task and a goal beyond just, I want to win things myself. Because sometimes in FM, that can get a little tiny bit easy. And you think to yourself, well, maybe if I had a goal beyond that, like New Game Plus almost, it would keep saves interesting. And in addition, it keeps it interesting because it's not just us rooting for ourselves in Europe anymore. We're looking at all the other fixtures going on with other Polish sides and getting really invested in their teams as well, mostly because they've got a lot of our players. In the country rankings, they're probably quite high, actually. If only I could remember how to get to it. Is it in World? God, I was talking to Mike about this screen yesterday. I had a little look in FN24 about the way that the World screen worked in 24, and I was just baffled at how much better it was. I couldn't believe I'd forgotten how much better it is than in 26. What am I looking at? Rankings. Here we go, right? Is this the one that's broken? No, this one does work. Where are Poland? A shout to Japan in 5th place, by the way. Oh, that's women's. Poland, Poland, Poland. I thought like they'd be higher than this. Poland? 44th! They got to like the quarterfinals of the Euros. That's wild. Oh dear. Touchdown. Oh yeah, Jinjo. I saw... When is your guys' game against Olympiacos? Is that next week or is that the week after? I forget. Or is it this... No, it can't be this week. It would have already happened, right? Wasn't real life. Yeah, that makes no sense to me. I'm not convinced this is actually tracking things properly. 5th of August. Oh, okay, so next week. I'll be massively rooting for you guys. I've already got the notification set up for that game. Made sure I did it yesterday while I was on SofaScore. Did they even gain anything? Maybe they just did really poorly recently and that's why. They are actually up 133 points as a result of that Euros. They must have just been really bad for a while. In fairness, we did take a 0-0 draw with them while managing the Philippines. So actually... maybe them being 44th is not the... Wow, shout out to the Philippines up in 77th. They're ahead of Thailand. That's incredible. Shout out to them. Great fun left in 26. Let's spend some time setting our recruitment focuses, let it run a bit and return today. I realise our scouting range was set to none. Oh, no. We've all done it, and I mean that. I have done that. I was doing that literally yesterday in my other save because actually, I did the exact opposite of that. I turned my scouting range up too high and then forgot to turn it down again and wasted all of my money. So that's good. I got stuck in Wisła Road and just forgot that I was in non-league. And you can't get away with doing that in the 9th tier because it will cost you all of the money. Well, this is the thing. They're doing better with the Spanish Girls guys now, but remember, most of the other teams also have it as well. Up to 14th. Hell yeah. That's good. I mean, with Ireland, hang on, let me think about this. I got Tromsø to 4th, so Norway was 4th, Ireland was 3rd, MTK was... No, wait. Malta we got 2nd, didn't we? And MTK, I think, was 3rd as well? Scouting budget non-league. Ironically, I had £20,000 for a year's worth of scouting budget, but I only had a wage budget of £200 a week. So what I had to do was dump as much of my scouting budget into transfers as I could, and then move that over into wage budget. In fact, no, that was what gave me £200 a week in wage budget. I only had £100 a week in wage budget before that. It is a minefield down there as well. I also had one of the worst defeats I've ever had in FM yesterday, which caused me to be going out for a run this morning, and I was not pleased about it. Hadley United. Screw you. I'm just saying. You can find players, but you can't sign them. Yes. Stop after a couple of years. I haven't run them for long enough to know that, but maybe. Like, the ones we've got going have only been running for a little, maybe about, I don't know, 6 months now. So maybe if they do after a little while, I'll have to check in on that. But I've only just gone back to using recruitment focuses, to be honest. Want to win everything itself. Yeah, so we still want to try to win the league if we can do, mostly just because if we were to potentially lose the league title, we might get sacked. But that said, if I somehow found myself in like a Champions League final against another Polish side, I'm 100% throwing it to them because the benefits for them would be way outweighing what we could do. And the closer the league title is, the better, because it kind of shows that they're able to catch up to a certain extent, right? If someone does run us pretty close for the title, it shows that they have the quality to do so, which is kind of sick. Did that not progress us anywhere? Come on, Asian offers, lads. Let's go. Should be something. No, unfortunately, last season KPMD was an absolute disaster. We finally broke the curse after 9 years. We thought it was all going swimmingly after we knocked out Liverpool in the round of 16. And you know the rule, if we get past the round of 16, we get to the final. It's just how it goes. And then we had two of the most disgusting games against Manchester City, where we battered them over both legs and failed to score where we should have done. They scored some irritating as hell goals, and that's when I decided to bring... that's when I decided to start the reality show, which is what we're currently a part of, otherwise known as Glove Island, to try to find a new goalkeeper, because I'm now convinced that goalkeepers are, well, they're the bane of my existence, of course, but now I'm convinced that they're just worthless. They're not adding anything to us currently. This is the current league standings for the season so far. We're only 2 points clear. At one point last year, we were actually, I think, not even winning the league at this stage, which is crazy. So I was aiming for a friendly. Hell yeah. That's cool, though. I guess there must be a lot of like hype and stuff about the potential of getting to the Champions League. Like, where do you actually see NEC's chances against Olympiacos? Because is it the playoff round? Do you see you have a good chance, or is this one of these things where it's like a free hit, and if we end up in the Europa League, then so be it, right? Oh yeah, the rep boost they'd get if they won the Champions League was wild. Oh, if I could pull the goalie. Maybe Manuel Hansen would serve more of a purpose if I could pull the damn goalie. I'm just saying. Right, let me just check the agent offers, even though they're going to be useless ones because of our giant transfer budget, unfortunately. Southampton player, Konyaspor player. Yeah, I think this is going to be about next to useless today, but I thought I'd look at it anyway, because unfortunately, with the giant budget we have, it's only going to be recommending me players that we simply won't want to realistically be spending that money on. Also, someone could want Molsky now. That would be the perfect time.
My favourite part of any building a nation save is the part where Card realises it isn't possible to complete it. English clubs are simply too powerful and too reputable. Have you considered building a nation with Barcelona, for example? Just saying. Much love.
I agree to a certain extent. It does make me wonder if 28 I might do something different. And we'll see what happens with HB Kyrgyz next year in Denmark. Because Denmark, I think, is in an even better position to do it. Because I would like to go back and revisit Upcast to Icons again, because I really did enjoy that save an awful lot. And just the problem with it is that it's really hard as a save to start that at the beginning of a game cycle because of the database stuff that's required in order to make it work. That's the problem with it. 30%. Okay. Oh, it's Tadic there. That's cool. I actually didn't realise that. I feel like Tadic is one of those players that never ages, or he just sort of left the Premier League when he was younger than everyone thought he was, perhaps. How attacking can you make a sweeper keeper? It's less about how much you can do and whether you should. Take this from someone who tried something like this, and it ended up costing us dearly when our goalkeeper was tackled nearly in our opposition's half with the ball, and we conceded a goal in the Champions League that cost us our success because of it. So there's that. Oh, he's 37. Okay, fair enough. Most top leagues, Europe, like industries, minimum qualifications required. Pointless clubs are sacking managers on a whim sometimes. Are they? Yeah, the York City thing is wild. because I do feel for the dude. I don't know what's really gone on there potentially, but with the whole Newcastle thing, I do not understand what the complaint is here. Newcastle, surely that's good planning to have a guy that they want to replace Hal with before Hal leaves, and then have everything in place for the successor straight away. To me, that's a sign of a good and stable organisation that's actually forward-thinking and isn't just flapping around the second someone leaves them, right? Circa Fulham, for example. I'd much rather if, as soon as Marco Silva announces leaving, the next day Fulham went, and Arbeloa's in the door, ladies and gentlemen. That would be much, much more comfortable for me as a fan to see my club do than what we've essentially ended up doing. Could be worse, but still ain't great. Haney Mohammed. He comes up every single one of these. Emery Moore? No way. I remember the last time we brought up Emery Moore because I was talking about his FIFA card back in the day when he was a bronze card and he was worth a fortune. Confirm a transfer. What is this? Oh, it's just the loans. Couple new ones. I did do the Pushania Poor Meets loans. Oh, the mad Icelandic dude's kicking off. Hilarious. What are we up to now? So we're only up to 243. That's a good number. It's a little bit less, but in a good way. Yeah, I forced an advert would not really make any difference. It would just mean that a lot of people would apply and they wouldn't get interviews because Newcastle had already chosen who they were going to appoint in the job anyway. It's sort of busy work for to benefit nobody, I guess. He really does just want out of there, doesn't he? Every single time we get an agent offer thing, it's always him. He's always in there. Napoli Rangers? Okay, I'm going to come back to the Rangers guy, not because I think he's good, but because his name is good. Where was his? Brock Crerond. He's Scottish. Is that a common? He could not sound more French if he tried. I'd actually go as far as to call it Broque Crerond. I guess it'd be Brock Crerond. If you say it with a thick enough Scottish accent, I guess it would work. Where was he born? I must find out which part of Scotland. Oh, he's from Glasgow. Okay. I don't do a Glasgow accent, but I'm trying to imagine what this name would sound like spoken in a Glasgow accent, I suppose. Yeah, Marco Rosa with that one too. It's to me, it's a sign of a well-run club. Kelvin. I recognise that name. There was another guy who had a name very similar to that about 15 years ago, I think, that was playing in the English leagues. Or I just recognise him from FM. Yeah, it's strange. I wonder what changed with Hal that actually made him decide to leave ultimately. Finale! Thank you very much for the 6 months, my friend. That's very kind of you. Oh. Hadley are decent. Not in this save, they're not. Not in this save. They were in the relegation zone. Which is why I thought, hey, easy 3 points, no problem. Get a bit of progress done. Won't have to go for a crazy distance run tomorrow morning. Turns out neither of those things were true. In fairness, it actually benefited me because my office got up to 37 degrees yesterday and my brain was cooking inside. So I was actually weirdly glad of a random defeat, even if it did make the league title a little bit squiffy now. Have they put out a statement or anything? This is FM. Oh yeah, I mean, of course it is, but ultimately that's what I'm playing. Like, their successes or failures in real life are unfortunately not particularly pertinent to how they do in the save. Particularly at the lower levels, the game is really bad at measuring things like that because half the time all their players leave anyway. Because at that level, the squads aren't complete and so much changes on that because everyone's already on non-contracts. I feel like by the end of the season, if you're lucky if you've got any of the players that you started with, basically. Although I've tried my best to hang on to them because I think that's part of the fun. Can I check Telegram again? Goodness me. Pog, it's all good. Honestly, I was just messing around. It's all good. Goodness me, indeed. Oh. Okay. I was rejected. Cool. Oh, yeah, someone asked about the second tier. So, good news. I'd like to think this is good news anyway. Is that it's being absolutely dominated by two teams, and neither of them are Cracovia, crucially. They are still third, but they're 6 points off the top. Nowhere near as good as Lech Poznan or Pogon, which is exactly what I was anticipating. Even though apparently they have the best squad in the league, which is weird. By a considerable margin too, which worries me. We do not need them getting re-promoted again. They need to stay down here and think about what they've done. Pretty much. That's what they need to think about at this stage. Just stay where you are, let some other teams have a go, and slowly fade away into obscurity. There's two teams in Krakow, and it's us and Wichester, those teams that are in the Champions League and whatnot. I wouldn't even care about the local rivalry if they were willing to take our loans, but since they're not, I'm going to be a spiteful bastard. That's a deep cut one. Right, we'll do that as well. Oh, Anarith, no, don't stop. Keep her on the hook, you know. Got to keep Pog jealous, you know. I need to remain at least the illusion of desirable. God, Granelli. Granelli was the oh my god, I thought it was him. Granelli was the name of that ridiculous striker in the last save, right? The one that Liverpool had that was one of those elite, almost look like they couldn't possibly. The 300 PA players, I think I used to call them, because they had basically Montparnasse. I realise now that I've got my own, I care a little bit less. Regan Booty found a new job. Booty's been, as far as I know, he's still in the previous job. I don't believe he has left that club, although maybe he has now that they're 18th in the league. He's still in charge. Regan, what are we doing, bud? This is not going to last very long, is it? He's got the bottom of the league. They can't be that bad. Oh, no, they're really not that bad. Regan, you've got to turn this around, buddy. I don't know how many more times we can give you a second chance in Polish football, but you've got these guys into the playoffs, lost the final, and now you're bottom. That's a bit oofy. Oh. Hello, Mushroom Man. Despite living next to a reservoir, we don't get geese for visiting. Pheasants? I'm not really a big fan of pheasants, but I think I'd have to have a house on the river in order to get any chance of true goosery in the garden, you know? I'll have to stick to collecting the visions of geese. That sounds really strange. Collecting the sightings of them. That's why I'm very excited about later in the year when we get all the ones flying over, which will be dope. Particularly as they don't fly too far from here, up in like Norfolk and stuff. Boca Guy, Man City, Zamalek again. Feels like there's a limited number of agent offers. Feels like there's usually a larger quantity. Well, at a second hit, see, that's the dream. It's rare that I actually, in one of these saves, don't want another club to succeed, but I feel like, you know, they've had their chance. They always disappoint us in Europe. I really don't think we're going to get any more loans out. It's a real... I'm going to just try and offer Molsky out, just in case. Because if someone does want him, there might not be time to get a loan through, actually, but if someone does want Molsky, now would be the time to come in for the loan. There was interest earlier in the window, in fairness. Miss Jason Tyndall, maybe he stays on, potentially. I doubt it somehow, but you never know. Rodrigo Granillo. Really? Oh, you mean Granillo? Yes, he was one of those two players we had. We had the two Argentinian lads, didn't we? Was it Meza and Granillo? One was a centre-back and one was a striker. I think it was Carlos. No, was it Carlos? It wasn't Carlos Meza or Rodrigo. The two guys that absolutely saved our asses during those first couple of seasons at Sirens when we had them both on loan. They were so good. Was there an agent offer with a Brazilian in it? He's at Ajax. Was he a goalie? Oh, a different guy. £30 million. I'll definitely check him out. There's a lot of Ajax players all of a sudden here too. David Nascimento. Good player. Very good player. 19, which is annoying. But I know I spent £30 million on a player last time as well, but I don't know. I think I would need something... I need him to be 18 as well for a start, just because it allows us... Like, the money we spent on Eon just felt right, although I'm still a little bit unsure if I should have done that, to be honest. Any more in here? A couple of Ajax lads. It feels like it goes in like... Now all of a sudden it's Dutch-based players. Maybe we'll get some Spanish guys later on. Hopefully not. Oh, dear. With Poland's Bergy Buja. Was it Marlon Hill was their manager? Oh. Yeah. Actually, technically it wasn't Vidazini that would have brought him in. It would have been... Who was the manager of the last... Was it Lyuben Mihov that was the manager of the Sirens save? Or was... No, of course not. It wasn't. It was Roy Fleming, wasn't it? No. Now I'm confused. Who was the Sirens manager? Because Mihov was... It might have been Mihov, actually. I keep forgetting that the Sosho save was in between the two. Janosch, of course it was Janosch, yes. So who was Mihov the manager of then? Was Mihov the guy that managed... Actually, don't know. Did he ever get to be a manager in a save? Oh, he was the MTK manager. Oh, of course, Mihov wasn't from... I thought Mihov was from the MTK save. He wasn't, was he? He was the guy from Treaty that then took over Treaty after we left and then did really well. Jagiellonia want Molsky. Sensational. Could I don't want to mess this up, but could I ask you to maybe do regular starter? Yes! Just in case. Yeah, Roy Fleming was OTI, of course he was, because he was, yeah, and now he's in this save as well. Speaking of, Roy, the big traitor that he is, still coach of Manchester City. I will not forget this indulgence, Roy. That'd be as bad as me finding that Sven Smates is no longer managing Wisła Ladies. Of course he's not. He's a good team player, bless him. If Molsky's loan goes through, that'd be quite helpful. It's because there's a lot of it. We've been doing this a while now, and I appreciate the fact that you guys remember these things, because I have the memory... Well, actually, the memory's all right. Just got to say the right passwords, right? Molsky's going along to be Jagiellonia. That's great. He's going to play in the Champions League, although he's not, because he won't be registered in time. Slavy Danchev. Good lord. That's not even stream, is it? Slavy Danchev was... Was he stream? I can't remember. I feel like Slavy Danchev might be in Wimbledon, maybe even. It was a while ago, right? Molsky's gone through, which is interesting, actually, that Molsky got the loan there. I do wonder if maybe it'd be worth an offer out for the second team, guys, just in case. Because I feel like I actually haven't done that in this entire window yet. Just in case there's any last-ditch loan bid that could come through for someone, maybe. Maybe it'll actually let me do this. Ah, it won't. That's fine. I expected that to be the case. Now I've just got to figure out who is the reason why that's the case. Oh, I'll tell you what. It's because of people I've offered out through that other thing, isn't it? Now I've got to figure out who and what. So I'll just do little chunks of them. That'll help us. If we're doing small chunks, then I can figure out who exactly is the reason for this. But if I could, just find a cheeky loan for some of these guys on deadline day. Ah, it's one of these guys, isn't it? The question is who? Is it you? No, not you. Might be the injured guy, I suppose, potentially. Is it those guys? These two here, maybe? Is it that? Is it Eduardo? It might be Eduardo. Ah, it's Eduardo that's causing the problem. Nice. Okay, next little chat. And we're back to more of them. God's sake. Take me a minute, but I don't know if there's enough time to get them through, but you never know, right? Slavia was Wimbledon. Christ. Yeah, so Slavia Danchev, if he was Wimbledon manager, my God. He would have been from Red Star. Yeah, that does make sense. There was him. Oh, I'm trying to remember. There was Florentin Toshka. I remember from Wimbledon as well, I think. He was a good player, for goodness sake. Just trying to find the right combination of these. Oh my God. I don't want to click one at a time though, because if I do, maybe they all can't be loaned out. I already did those two, didn't I? Fuck it. You miss out. For God's sake. This is why it's always a good idea to do this part before you go and do the other part where you go through transfer room in, but I just completely forgot to do it. Please tell me I can do this out. Yes, nice. Okay. These guys down here should be okay. I don't know if we'll even have any time to get any loans through, but we have more ticks on the final day, so maybe there's a chance. Never seen a guy in this country with the name. Let's go. Ingelu... Fair. Yeah, I suppose it's partly just because of when you joined. Like, some of you in chat that might have been watching from the Portsmouth days actually is crazy. The days of Norman Millington and... Was it Kieran Griffiths? I'm just trying to think of players I had at Pompey. And obviously Sir Norman is the one that stands out. But Kieran Griffith, I think, was the Welsh central midfielder I had as well that had a really... He looked like a really... Like, probably the best looking region I've ever had. Like, in terms of his actual facial features. He looked like the most realistic. It was strange. Brazilian style forward. There was a guy called Fabio at Wimbledon. He's the name of one of the bots that we have in the Discord server. Was from that. Oh yeah, the first ever Regan Booty signing I think was Stockport, right? That does ring a bell, I think. Or was it Notts County? There's barely been a save gone by where I haven't signed him since then. Although I think this is the first one where he's actually become a manager in the save, which is cool. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get a chance to get these loan offers through because unfortunately they've, despite all the extra ticks. Oh, maybe. Maybe. I don't know if there's going to be I mean, if some of these do go through, then this would be brilliant. John Garcia. They want to pay us... Oh, that's a different one. He rejected it? Oh, they rejected it. Or he did? I don't know. Either way, get him out. Gerasimov. That's a load of Polish teams. Yes, please. I hope this is enough time to go through. It's annoying that... Oh, that's not actually a proper one, is it? There'll be a lot of failed push to Neopol Meets loans in here. Reject those offers. And that one as well. So if I can filter out rejected ones here. No. Okay, cool. They're just going to sit there at the top of the screen. African Adventure was Eric Sambo. Treaty was Richard Nangombe, of course, the Snow Leopard. MTK, therefore, was Luba Mihov. Sirens, Janusz Toth, Roy Fleming, and Paolo Vidazini. Right, yeah, that makes sense. I completely forgot about African Adventure as well, actually. So what was the first? Yeah, so it went... oh, God. Wimbledon? Wimbledon? No, not Wimbledon. Portsmouth, Wimbledon, Stockport, Notts County, Bolton, I think. I think that was the 5 rebuilding saves from the original batch, if you like, I believe. I don't think there was another one in there that I'm missing, unless I'm forgetting one, which sometimes I do. But I think that was the order. And with various other things in there, like, you know, the Whitport one, which obviously wasn't a rebuilding save, but it was in there still. Stockport was definitely the first booty one. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Okay, actually wasn't that many bids in here, but some is better than none, particularly if Gornik Jabja are involved. Well done, lads. I like how they're willing to pay, but the others aren't. McKeesey? No, that's not actually a proper one. And Perez, at least there's mostly Polish sides in here, I guess because the window's now shut for pretty much everybody else. That would make sense. And no, okay, so we got a couple by the looks of it. Whether they go through in the next hour is a very different matter. but I hope they do. It would give us a tiny bit more... Oh, it looks like we're going to get them through with 15 minutes to spare. I guess loans go through a little bit faster, don't they? Oh, it's an Arsenal player. God damn it. Just a couple of extra loans through the door at the last second. They might get a chance to play, they might not, but I've got to start doing that more on deadline day, I think. Right, Portal. Not that we'd have time to sign anyone from it, potentially, but I guess we could. Besiktas dude. Oh, another Norwich guy. And he's a wing-back. Oh, and there's actually a guy from that team in the Czech Republic. Let's have a look. Karol Vrashtil. Oh, yeah, I don't know about that. Do you know what? You stay. You do well there, buddy. You keep doing things in the Czech League. And also the Champions League. Pumas, Norwich dude. £46 million. Wait a minute. This is just Nathan Allen again. Wait. He's from Treaty United. Okay, there's so many things I like about this guy already. Obviously, it's too late to do anything with him right now. He's basically just Nathan Allen. But potentially better than Nathan Allen. Also, he came from Treaty United. This Matthew Murphy. Why is he considered so bad? I will scout him further to make sure we get this locked in, but he's a player I could see myself dropping good money on, given that he's only 20. He's surely got Irish international written all over him. Came through, well, didn't come through at Notch, came through at Treaty, obviously. Getting championship games relatively consistently. Yeah, I think that implies they've been part. I love this addition to the Saz skin. The thing that actually tells you if they were poached. It's fantastic. Okay, definitely adding Murphy Boy to the shortlist. Get him scouted a bit further because his physicals are really good. Pace might be a little on the low side. Tackling, God, if his tackling is even... If he's got 9 tackling, that would be fantastic. Yeah, the -1 thing means he's poached. Slight problem with Murphy Boy, though. He has no left foot, which is a bit of an issue when he's playing left wing back. And it might cause him to cut inside a little too often. I'm not opposed to signing him anyway because it would bring Nathan Allen a friendly boy. But that would be a potential sticking point. And it's not like he has any left foot. His left foot is basically there solely to support himself while the right foot swings at things, it seems. Right. Did other Polish sides do anything major on the deadline day? Is the big question. I'm guessing probably not. Mostly just us, some freebies, Motor doing some business. Oh, hello. Blanco's joined Motor for, what, nearly 6 million quid? A few little I like that they're building their own loan farms on top as well. Loads of free signings going to GKS Katowice, which is interesting. Wonder what they're cooking up there. £6 million from Motor to Górnik Zabrze, which is very strange. I think it's because the reputations are all over the place. Like, you've got teams that are being newly promoted that have got really high rep, and then taking players off of teams that are nearly in Europe and stuff. Okay, 1.7 million there. 1.6 million there. There's money being spent, which is something. I don't know what the biggest fees were. The biggest fee that wasn't us was obviously Legia selling their striker to Bayer Leverkusen, and Arca selling their centre-back, who used to be one of ours, to Nice for 15 million quid. Whoa, hello. Górnik spent £14.5 million on an Andorran lad. That's good. Didn't sign him when we got that news article about it. Yeah, so the news article... Because just to remember, the story with Emmett Doran, right, was... He was, if I remember correctly, from one of those... You know when the transfer window opened, you get that thing that links you with players sometimes, if I remember. Wasn't he from, like, Rochdale or something? Or was it Hearts? Or both? Either way, it was an inspired decision in the end that very much led to many things, most likely Emmett Doran mode. And obviously him scoring, what was it, 7 goals in one game? Not quite Bobby Tree numbers, but they're up there. Right. Is there anyone I need to take out? Can't take you out, can't take you out. You don't need to be registered. You aren't in any way. You do need to be registered. You don't. You're part of Glove Island. You do need to be... You don't need to be. You're part of Glove Island. You're unfortunately not registered, which is a real shame, actually. Jude also has got a contract extension, which is good. Nathan Allen is in there. Robot. Janishitz. Janishitz could have done with a loan, maybe. How many goalkeepers have I got in there, actually? All of them. Do you know what? I think for the purposes of the league, it might actually make more sense just to make sure that we've got an extra outfield player in the form of Paulo Henrique, since he didn't leave. He might kick off anyway. Bobby Trees. Oh, Bobby Trees. It's because I can't actually remember Bobby's proper name. We used to refer to him as Bobby Tree, but he was Polish. And that's all I can remember. It was something like Treasure... I bet if I saw it now, I'd be able to say it, but back then I sure as shit couldn't, basically. Where's the cue ball going? Good question. Find out later. Thank you very much for the 6 months.
Thank you,
Hope
Mr.
you're well today, friend.
Bezos.
How do you put views in the game? So what you do is, presumably you've got the view, right? So the view will be in your views folder. What you do is you go into here and go to import view, and then it'll show up eventually in here, and then you just basically click it and then load it, and then it should come in, and it will then be found up here as well, I believe. Ignore all of my copy of ones in there. It just happens, unfortunately, like that. But that's basically how you do it. Importing them is a lot easier than exporting them, because when you do the export, there's all sorts of things you've got to do to make sure the name's correct, otherwise it gets all messy. Ooh. Brilliant that we get a scout report update through the day after the window shuts. That is very... I think chat and I would all agree that this is possibly one of the worst transfer businesses I've ever done in my entire existence as a YouTuber or streamer. He's not even that bad. He's just not good either. It's the fact that he's not even playing here anymore and hasn't had a club for the last 3 months. 21 million. If you missed it, I paid 21 million pounds for him. 21 million pounds. Now, Bartos I'm not having. He was good in the end. It turned out that he was a good player. This guy, I think I properly whiffed on. Buy him again. I mean, he's wanted by Al Ittihad. No more keepers. No, not yet. But to be fair, at the end of the season, they may well have an absolute plethora of them with which to go and look at, in fairness. Let me just have a look at the older players. Make sure there's no crazy old guys in there. Maxime Fort. Good name. Ooh, a couple of keepers in there too. They're all like 20 though. Naldo. I'm still hoping today is the day that we finally see my Indonesian friend or my Togolese dude again. I'm starting to lose hope in never seeing them in a scouting report at all, which makes me wonder if I accidentally cleared them. I remember this guy for some reason. Settled injuries. He's okay, but I think he just lacks potential. Good reflexes and one-on-ones. For 17, he's not bad, but I think his physicals are the biggest issue with him, honestly. £40 million for 70% of... Wait, what? Is that even allowed? I thought multi-club ownership. I thought that sort of shared ownership thing with players was not able to be done anymore. Are we about to get sued by Sheffield United for doing this? And with Richard Gere seeing Julia Roberts in the corner again, literally. I would say I had the last laugh, but I didn't, obviously, because he's taken a lot of money from us over the years. Dedi Fathani, that's that. Yeah, when I first saw him and he was really highly rated in terms of PA, I was quite excited. He's still on the Santa Baby shortlist, but I think unless suddenly he has a massive glow up before he turns 18, he'll probably just get cast away with the rest of them. Anyone else in here? Oh, Wim Vonk is a good name. Unfortunately, he doesn't look to be the best goalkeeper. No, he's not a goalkeeper at all, so he's definitely not the best goalkeeper. Not looking great. Mauritanian? Not Mauritanian. Oh, wait, hang on. Is that an Indonesian guy? Is that him? That might be. I think that was... Was this the guy that I showed last time? The Indonesian guy, Dedi Fatoni. He's kept it... Also, Fatoni. I like that, but I don't know if I want to find out a bit more about him, at least, before I dismiss him, I suppose. But... he's not giving the sort of energy that dude, the M4, did, for example. He looked like the game was misjudging him. This guy, I don't think the game was misjudging him at all. I think I just liked him because he was in the Indonesian under-20s at the age of like 15 or some bollocks. Still no sign of Togo Man, though, unfortunately. Right, rest of you are all made the cut. So how many of you have actually got good knowledge of? Basically none of you. Awesome. See you next time, friends, when we finally come back with some knowledge. It looks like we're mostly just losing data on these guys anyway. Right, who's actually on here now? That's a really expensive fella. Actually, not that expensive. He's at Nice. Wait. Good name. Olivier Lefebvre is a solid name. Send him to a Saudi Arabian team for profit. I wouldn't be able to do that because I'd have to pay too much of his wages first. He'd probably want quite high wages. In addition, there's no guarantee that he'll actually go to a Saudi Arabian side. That's the problem. And he certainly wouldn't do it immediately. So we'd sort of just be stuck paying his wages and making a secondary mistake. Made a custom XML file to change Yugoslavia to view only to visible and selecting. Ooh, isn't that the way that people create like new nations, by like summoning extinct nations essentially? Olivier Lefebvre. It's a good name. He's resilient. He's only 16. But he is at Nice. I might shortlist him too. But I think the price is likely to only go up on him. Medina of Paraguay. That really expensive. None of these are really cooking the way I was hoping. Got Spurs.
I quit.
Real Madrid guy, but he's £18 million. Eric Bayer. Oh, we're going to play against him potentially in Europe this season. Wait, this guy's an American. Oh, he's at Real Madrid. Did he come through at Real Madrid? No, can't have done, right? Oh, he did. Fair enough. He's actually not a bad... He's not very quick, unfortunately. God, that's such a disappointment. Maybe we just signed all the good goalkeepers. Max FM, thank you very much for the follow. Oh, the booty look up. We did already look at it about 15 minutes ago, but I'll show him again. Why not? Oh, right, there he is. Wait, did I see another guy called Booty in there? Guillermo Morris. Which club was he at? Because bear in mind, cheap doesn't always mean... Well, usually doesn't. He's got very good motivating, does Mr. Booty, to be fair to him. It's just... He hasn't motivated his team to win many games this season has been the problem, I suspect. He has a tendency to play out of defence and use intense pressing. Tends not to have a large senior squad. He and I would not get on. Not even a little bit. What was it? Guillermo Morris. Or Guillermo Morris. Was it this guy at Newcastle? I don't know if this was the guy. It might not have been him. He's fine, I guess. Thing is, he's 16. Very good tackling, at least. But it'd be tough to get after because if you try to sign him, you end up with the compensation side of things, and then Newcastle want way more money. I think I've been signing weirdly more out of England lately. I don't really know why. I just keep finding players like that guy O'Loughlin who... Oh dear, fractured ankle. God, I remember Ryuga Noda. He was meant to be like the next big thing for us at one stage. Has he ever played for us? No. He's just done 4 seasons out loan at Volta Poznan. I actually spent decent cash on him. I guess we've just had so many wing backs that it makes it difficult to get those guys in the team. Oh dear. Academies like Real Madrid that don't produce great players, but versatile army players for selling. Yeah, I think it would be tough for them to... I wonder what mechanics they would need to implement to make something like that work. John or Jane Doe? Closest I could... Oh, I'll tell you what. We've got Jean Jo or Jean Dao. That's the French version. If they find an unidentified person in France, it's actually Jean Dao. That's this guy here. And then just Juan Cobb. And then as for Jane Doe... No, we do have Yang Dan, though, who's an assistant manager to nobody. And he's retiring at 39. Poor Yang. Has he... Oh, he was actually... Hey, he would have been the assistant when Andrews... When he was there. He is still there currently. Right. Okay. So, the first quest becomes, though, goalkeepers. Because we've got a Champions League game here against Atletico. Obviously, I'll switch to the other tactic. We're not crazy about this. Wood chipper it is. Let me just set out the rest of the team and then we'll swing back around to the goalkeeper situation in a minute. Al Shankiti can't start, which means Gomi gets to start this one as well. I'll just move Shank back to there and then replace him with one of my many centre-back options, otherwise known as... Oh, my days. Ooh, you're a bit light there. It's either Gareth. It might have to be Gareth. Gareth Arnold. In he comes. All right with that, actually. Naeem on right. Alan on left. Kowalski there. Morobot. Ooh, Nozadze. Get rid of you for a moment. Unfortunately, Volkanovski couldn't get registered for the Champions League squad. He's not been here long enough to count as automatic registration, sadly. Right, on the bench, it's going to have to be more goalies, isn't it? Oh, actually, maybe not. Santelli's available. Janishitz. Pal Enrique, let's be honest. Probably are going to want... Is there anyone else I'd rather put in midfield today? I mean, Nozadze and Morobot, maybe not have them both in there, particularly not in this system where they do stay as CMs. Someone like Apollo Enrique for the purposes of this game might make sense, but I want to keep Nozadze in the team. John, yeah, maybe. I mean, Alan's done well this season. John actually hasn't done all that much, but he maybe gives us a little bit more defensive stability in a game against Atletico away from home, I guess. But I want to make sure that Nozadze gets his chance, because he has been our top scorer this season, really, and so he deserves an opportunity to start. And the rest of the team's actually pretty good. Right. Which begs the question of goalkeeper. This is important, because we obviously have a smaller choice for the Champions League, because we've got less players in it. Traumatized Booty with the squad size. He's doing I would not want to go over the sins of my father. If I had an idea for a tattoo, and not another one? Getting managers with adventurous playing mentality as coaches. That isn't really something that we've been trying to do in 26, just because, as far as I know, that information isn't as easy to see. So, because I can only take a certain number of keepers into Europe, we've got less of them to pick from today. So we're picking from, obviously, Kim is number 11. We've got Okimoto, who's number 1. We've got Patrick, who's number 6. And I think that's all of them. Oh, no, wait. Tomomonga. Beloy doesn't actually count. Don't know how he's eligible for this either. Don't know how he snuck in there at all, in fact. But he is there, weirdly. I don't think he is actually allowed. Either way, that's fine. So basically, it's between... Who was this? Kim, Daiki, and... Fuck it. And Patrick. Those were the three that made the cut for it. So, their numbers... Let's see if I can remember them. 1, 11. It was 1 and 11, wasn't it? Where the hell are they? So 11 for Kim, 1 for Okimoto, and 6 was other fella, right? Who I've already lost. Bloody hell, where's he gone? Patrick, where you at? There he is. And 6. Okay, cool. So let me get the wheel. He's back. Oh. The wheel was hidden so rudely. I'll move him this side. Rather than I'll just spin it again if it doesn't land on one of those numbers. Now, a couple of crucial things here. We'll have the red one. What was it? Someone in chat, I forget who it was, had 3 brilliant ideas for the other 3 boxes on the wheel, and I can't remember what it was. It was something like chat choose, I choose, and there was another one as well. But I can't remember. There's a chance that Rim could come back here. I mean, it's a 1 in 3 at this stage. It's a little bit too high of a chance if you ask me, but so such is life. This was the rules I set out for myself. Oh, dear. 1, 2, 3. I can't do 1, 2, 3. Oh, and we know the numbers. So we'll have that one be manager's choice because it's red and it's nasty. The green one for free can be chat's choice. And then the other one here was... I don't know. Well, chat would choose by a poll. Well, hopefully it won't land on it. Right, let's spin. If it lands on one of the numbers, I'll just spin it again. Rather than trying to spin again. I guess you could do that. Spin again. It was going to be spinning again quite a lot anyway. I mean... Selfishly, I would quite like the good goalkeeper in for a game, but... Oh my god, that was pretty close, actually. Oh, wait. 6. Is 6 Patrick? 6 is Patrick. It actually landed on one of the 3 goalies. Wow. Shout out wheel. Well done, lad. Good egg. Move him out of the way. Patrick it is. In you come, sonny boy. Lovely old job. He's going to get another chance. Mr. Nepo Baby himself. Oh. Okay, good. Fulham one where it's just off and on. That's every Fulham transfer. Hey, I'd be amazed if we sign any players until... I reckon we make 1 signing before the window opens. Sorry, before the season starts in 3 weeks. Before our first game against Chelsea. That is how much we are bad for this. Right, Patrick's in. He's done okay. He's the second best of the goalies we've tried so far in terms of average rating and stuff. So there's that. Don't give keepers a second chance too quickly. Make sure they have to wait 2 spins before they get another chance. The problem is they're going to have to keep track of all the different spins, and it does become a little bit difficult on that one. I'm trying to keep it as simple as we can. Argue PSG over extortion player. Well, we're kind of just doing that with every club at this stage. We're just arguing. Fulham like to think that they're getting a great deal by just holding on as long as possible, and then they just don't. Right, let me just move that out of the way again so we can get who's actually available. There we go. That's what we're looking for now. So, no goal is on the bench, of course. Oh, wrong screen. My apologies. I wonder why I can see my big face out of the corner of my eye. Let's go. Patrick, it's all on you, baby. You can't be worse than other fella. And now remember, of course, the Champions League and League stuff is now sort of running in separate parallel timelines, if you like, in the sense that they'll be judged on their Champions League performances versus the League ones, unless they somehow end up in both at the same time. Because currently, before our next League game, we're going to have to spin again anyway, because Kyle Mabanjwa buggered things up in a 4-2 victory over Gornik, where he was just kind of average as fuck. We do have a goalie on the bench. No, we don't have a goalie on the bench. No goalies here, sir. Bench one was worth 120 million. I guess there is... a player is worth what someone's willing to pay for them, ultimately. But if you're not willing to pay it, then they don't have that value, right? God, I'm excited to see what Nozadze is like in big-time games. Because I think of the 3, as much as I like Diabate, and I think he's going to be a great player one day, the one that's really stood out to me so far as being like the guy is Nozadze. Now, any other Polish sides playing today? No, we are clear. Only 6% through their transfer business. I mean, hey, they've been making moves. To be fair to him and them, they have been making moves. Oh dear. Okay. I have to get back into the mindset of what this system plays like and not expect too much. Although there's a lot of possession so far for Atleti. Nozadze casually just doing okay in terms of rating so far. It's nice having Nathan Allen to come off the bench potentially if we do need him in the second half, because he does offer a slightly different dimension to things. I feel a bit sorry for Paolo Enrique. I've spent the entire summer trying to force him out the door, and at the last second I went, actually, yeah, could you start this Champions League game for us? It's really important. They do have Lucinho. Not only do they have Lucinho, they also have this guy here. This is Farhad Vafai. He was the guy that we nearly spent £27 million on during that summer where I was desperate to find a first-choice goal centre-back for us. And instead of trying to develop players, I was trying to sign first-team lads. He was the one that we had a deal agreed for, and then he chose to go to Atletico ever since then. His only contribution so far to this save since then was him scoring an own goal against us for Atletico. It was... Okay, so that is, in a way, somewhat karmic. The player that I've tried to move out all summer, couldn't find a move for him, eventually had to put him in the Champions League squad, and now he's injured after 30 minutes. I'm not even sure he's really injured. I'm going to say, faking it. Potential groin injury. Show me your groin! It's fine. It's normal behaviour. How dare you? Okay, we're going to take him off, which means... I mean, to be fair, we have options, and one of them is Roberto Pulisic, so we can have both the clutches in there. Well, I mean... So far, that isn't the rating of the game, or is it actually? I think he's actually getting an okay rating in this game, which means he's probably completing a lot of passes and keeping things tight, or something, because he's only made one save so far. But, I mean, if he does the business, then he gets to keep his job for another week, in the Champions League at the very least. This has been a dreadful game, though. He's just sat on the sidelines, casually stretching it out. Ooh, wow, that defence got a little bit squiffy there. Could you maybe get across to him there, bud? Any chance of maybe moving across to defend that? Oh, no. This is giving first proper chance of the game, first goal, isn't it? Hopefully it's just a long ranger. Oh, what a save! Go on, Patrick! Or it's man getting hit in groin with football type beat. That's a good save from old Paddy boy there. Like, I feel like sometimes Ayapong would let those ones through his body. Best player on the pitch for us right now is Patrick Orlikowski. The Nepo baby! Get in! Oh, new Dortmund kit. Oh, did we see this before? Oh my god. Is it possible to like and hate a kit so much at the same time? It almost looks like a cricket... I think it might be the Vodafone bit that's throwing it for me. It feels like a cricket jersey somehow. I don't hate it though. But I think it's the one thing it would maybe be missing to make this a little bit better is if the Vodafone logo was colour matched to either the... Probably it'd have to be the yellow. Then I think it would look better. Because at the moment, it's the thing that's really dragging it down for me, is if they'd colour match the Vodafone kit to make it yellow or something. But, to be honest, I respect them for trying something, even if it does look a bit gopping. It's... I don't mind... I think yellow and purple can actually go quite well together, but you have to kind of commit to those two colours. Right. Literally, they did nothing in the entire half. I will just check there. They are playing a very similar system to us, in fairness. So I can't... Whoa, look at that! Giovanelli is basically just standing out on the far right-hand side here. Well, let's go and... Jesus, we're just tackling hard on it. Does our assist... Does oh, of course Pepe's telling everyone to tackle hard. Silly me. He's their right back. That's wild. Their right wing back is basically just up here the entire time. That's quite a fun little setup, actually. Wait, have they moved Lucinio to midfield? They have moved Lucinio into midfield. Interesting. Try and shut them down a little bit more. I don't think I've ever seen, like, a... It's just how far advanced he is compared to everybody else. What about us? Are we looking at any kind of whack nonsense? Actually, ours is... Oh, kind of like that too, in fairness. Type of kit an independent women's team would have. Yeah, like a non-affiliated side, possibly. Maybe it's just the purple that's thrown there. It's if Sky Sports Halo did a kit. There you go. We'll just chase that man around for the entire second half. Even though actually Blanco on the other side is doing better than him. I think the extinct value of hardcore... Oh, really? Oh, maybe. That feels like... Unfortunately, with it being a Thursday, that is a very Hadrian-coded question. But Hadrian's almost never in stream on Thursday because he is always like super busy with work on Thursdays. I hope to be around on Sunday. We can check up on that. Or I can just message him later. Because I've always wanted to do something like that. Hello, Fry. I have a question for you. It's about Czech football. Because we've got a fun Czech side in the Champions League with us this season. Where have they gone? Oh, hang on. I'll just move a face cam. Shout out to the guys at Radec. Actually, how do I say their team name for a start? I've been saying Radec Kralova, but I'm guessing it's not pronounced like that. They won the Czech League out of nowhere and then got to the Champions League group stage. So that's fun. Yeah, the transfer rights thing, I don't understand that either because I didn't think that was allowed anymore. I think Fulham are basically just setting themselves up for a massive L. And we do that a lot, but like, don't do it willingly, right? Like to have a go. Absolutely. Actually, I'll tell you what. I was sent a preview of a potential really cool English database on Instagram yesterday, which basically involves changing the rules of the English league system to do with homegrown players in a way that basically forces every team into a youth academy challenge in the same league. So the entire of England is basically just a youth academy challenge for every single club, and you're part of it. That was definitely a penalty, by the way. There is zero chance that Steinbergen didn't just cut that guy down like it was nobody's business. Steinbergen gets away with a lot of bullshit like that. I'm starting to think that he might be a little bit of a nasty character. The amount of times I've seen him cut players down in those positions and not get given penalties. Maybe he's just got a cheeky smile, although very long highlight does make me think that we're about to get our just desserts out of this. Oh, actually, maybe not. He's just gone right across him there. But we'll take it. This highlight is going on longer and longer, which does, now that we've won it back again, make me think there is a goal coming. And hopefully now that we've got the ball, it means for us. Go on, Johnny boy. I'm feeling no Zadze. Or just Johnny himself, actually. Oh, my guy. John, 1 goal in 1 game. We lead away at Atletico Madrid. This is beautiful. I did feel a goal was very likely to come off the end of that. Radets Kralov. Oh, Kralov. Fair enough. I'll take that. Fair play to see that. That looked like it was a little Trivela shot as well. The second he cuts back inside, I knew that there was no pass coming off the end of this here. But sometimes you got to be selfish. I think this is definitely outside of the foot, right? Oh, I mean, the keeper's got to stop that. But, hey, we take it. Whatever needs to get the lead, we want that. Banning him while he's doing Youth Academy Challenge. Yeah, I just think it's a cool idea. I did try to do something like that in a video I did a couple of years ago, but this is like a way more detailed version of the database. It's a really cool idea. So yeah, sometimes people do get in contact with databases like that, and I'm always, most of them, they don't sound amazing, but this one I was like, okay, that actually sounds sort of interesting. Might be worth a video if I can finally get some space to make some now, which I do have, which is nice. We just need to kind of keep this game going. Now, Montparnasse is shitting the bed here, and he has no excuses really, because he's not playing as a striker out of possession or anything. This feels like a Da Costa type moment. Gomez has done okay. No, Zadze's been fine. Kowalski's been kind of poor, actually. Time for the robot. Steinbergen's a bit tired. Man has just been kind of holding it down, hasn't he? Who else have we got in here? Cabezas. We'll get Cabby on. And leave that last sub just in case an injury comes in there. I feel like Nathan Allen doesn't score goals like that. He's a bit too classy at times. He scores like your really normal looking goals, which is fine because he scores them in good quantity. But John just gives you that little extra, little zhuzh, you know? Spend time leaving feces on your desk. Yeah. Uh-oh. I mean, I would say I'd settle for a 1-1 here, but I wouldn't, given how well we've played in this game. Sharpek. Sharpek is definitely an option, but I don't want to use all 5 subs just in case we get an injury. Another injury, that is. What on my short list? Sure. I mean, it's actually relatively... Oh. I basically just have pretty much 2. I have default, which is the one I don't really use. That's just the one that players get added to by virtue of being scouted, or when you approach their agent, it automatically adds them to it. And as far as I know, you can't stop it doing that, which is really annoying. Look at me, by the way, going into game management mode here. It's very unlike me. And... you can tell I've been playing the non-league save. The second I start doing this, you know that I'm trying to shut matches down. Slow the tempo down, time waste, play for set pieces, just try and see out the last 4 minutes of this one, get our man the clean sheet, and kind of go from there. And crucially, get one of our first big games of the Champions League done and dusted, and with a 1-0 win away from home. John was fantastic. A 7.6 score for Orlikovsky. Like, yeah, he only made 2 saves, but he made them. And one of them was kind of a decent shot, to be honest. Shout out to you, my man. Big up Paddy. Great from Johnny Boy. Basically, this whole game was just the front line do very little and just leave it to the others. That's good. Hard to see. Honestly, I mean, I basically, when I'm reading chat, I'm not reading it off the chat box above my head. I'm reading it off of the one I have on the side panel, so I can always read everyone's name because I have a black background. People's chat names will differ in terms of how easy they are to see based on what's behind me, generally speaking. But I can read it pretty well. But that could just be to do with, like... yeah, I don't know. It's tough to say. No, so Patrick doesn't stay in for the league now. The league has its own separate thing. So we get to put someone else in the league because Mabanjwa did badly there. Scale of 1 to 10. I mean, I can see it. Like, it doesn't stand out as one of those colours that are hard to read on there, personally. Like an 8, probably. Right, so we've got that in there. Get those players in there. Clean sheet. Man of the match award, which will go to Johnny Boy, of course, my guy. Nice. a solid start for us there. It takes Kima top of the league as well. Right. Get rid of that for a moment. So we'll have to spin the wheel before the next game, but Patrick is staying in for the next Champions League match, crucially, because he did do well in that one, which is nice. We like that. That was a good, solid win. These are the kind of wins you need in like the knockouts of the Champions League, and we just simply didn't get them last year. Do a custom nation ban. Custom nation ban, I think, would automatically just not work, unfortunately. Whenever you do custom nation, custom club type stuff, I just think it doesn't work very well because you don't have that lore and history of the nation or club themselves, and you sort of, even though you think, oh, it's a blank slate, I can build it myself, it just doesn't seem to get the audience capture that it could do with a normal nation, I guess, right? His attributes are okay. Like, there's a reason I put him in there, was because he actually isn't too bad. But yeah, sorry, I'll come back to that in a second. I just wanted to do the shortlist thing that you asked about. So basically, I have pretty much, there's the Patreon shortlist, but that isn't really anyone would need outside of me, just because it's to keep track of the patrons. Joshua Hambusher, I'm recording the recap tomorrow for that as well. Things got a little bit weird yesterday because of the heat. He refuses to talk to us anyway. But the only one I really use is Santa Baby, which is just one single shortlist that I use to put any player on that I'm either interested or we like the look of but can't afford now, or other players like some of these ones that are sort of 16, 17, even 15 here, that we know we can't sign them yet, but one day I would very much like to. So pretty much all of the, like this guy, maybe that guy, this guy. Look at some of the talent we found on here that we're just waiting for them to come to a certain point where we can actually try to get involved, pretty much. They are quality players. And then some of them, over time, you kind of forget about and end up sort of falling down the league a little bit. I mean, this guy's literally, who was on the shortlist before we signed him, and now he's back again on the shortlist again because we sold it. Oh, wait, was that the... Oh, he's Ivorian. No, he is from Togo. This was the guy. This was the Togolese dude. Ridwane Sibabi. I thought maybe the entire time the reason I've been ignoring him was because he was actually Ivorian. No, he is Togolese. Where is he? No, he is Ivorian. That might be why I've missed him every single time. I think he was Togolese when I found him, but now he's Ivorian. Point being, I thought he looked okay for what at the time I thought was the Togolese player, but no, sadly not.
A whole half year since I joined Chateau and this brilliant community for this brilliant okayest streamer ever.
Oh dear. He's a shapeshifter. That is probably why I struggled to see him. He doesn't look bad though. For 17, he's got okay, maybe the one-on-ones. Probably not got the PA, but it's another one that's worth keeping an eye on for the time being. Hopefully he'll declare for Togo again, because that was much more fun. I suddenly feel a lot less stupid about why I was struggling to find the guy. Anyone else further down here? Some proper absolute... There is no chance in hell that he, with these attributes, is as bad as that is saying. There's just no chance. I'm sorry. Reflex is 12. One-on-one's 11, handling 12, kicking 13, error reach 11, command of area 11, communication 12, eccentricity 13 as well, agile, slow as hell, determined, he's driven. I just fail to believe, I mean, he might have 0 PA, like none whatsoever, but I still want to sign him when I can because we can call him the M4. He'll create a traffic jam in the goal, it's perfect. Discovered there's a team from Latvia called Ogre United. I think I've heard of them. Do they play in a swamp by any chance? Injury worry. What was the injury? Oh, oh my god! I guess with goalkeepers and stuff, I'm not so... I mean, I'd like him to be faster, obviously, but if he's super slow and good in every other thing, I'm not care so much. That's actually really bad. That's him done, basically, until Christmas. Oh, something not selling him now, are we? Shit. But now we're still paying for him. Well, it very much looks like the youngsters are going to get even more of an opportunity in Europe this season on account of that. I mean, I would have given them a chance in the other games anyway. I just wanted to play him against some of the slightly larger sides to give us a bit more quality there, but apparently he wasn't interested in doing that. Brilliant. Okay, other Polish sides. Now is your turn. Do it. Do the thing. Yeah, I don't think M4 is going to be like a world beater, but I would be willing to bet that he's the kind of guy that gets reassessed as like a C- or something when you actually do sign him, rather than where he is right now, which is just utterly bizarre. Okay. It turns out that groin was actually a hip injury, and you don't want those. What I do wonder, though, is how on earth he managed to find a jet ski in the middle of a game. I rarely ever see jet ski injuries in matches. That's not the groin. It said groin injury. I guess it's just because the game doesn't have an area assigned for the hip, so it counts as groin. Or he was just holding his groin and they assumed that. I don't know. I guess it's his outside groin, maybe. Felipe Frada. Thank you very much for the follow. Or Felipe Ifrada. Forgive me. Nevertheless, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate that, friend. Hope you're well today. Who do you support? Let us know. That was good from us. Harbour View, we'd like a bit of that. While we're there. Yeah, he's just there, relocating his hip. Santelli's... Oh, that's kind of good. This is unfortunate, but he'll probably get some game time at some point. For all I know, I spin the wheel and he gets his chance next. Hopefully not. I'm starting to dislike the man. Not as much as I dislike the Icelandic Viking guy. He is annoying me as hell. Just because he complains about not being registered constantly, even though... I mean, it's my fault for giving him a squad status like that, in fairness. Okay, that did go through. Good stuff. And that also hopefully went through as well. Nice. Right, show me Thursday. Cosina. Raymond's unhappy. Unfortunate for you there, bud. Okay. Vichy. Oh, wow, they're playing each other. Vichy. This is the Champions League matchup that you never thought you knew or needed. It's Wisła Kraków versus Radec Królova in the league phase of the Champions League. The big one. Some say the biggest. Oh, lost part of his leg is still in his hospital visit to get treatment. Really? I heard a thing the other day about how people that ride jet skis quite frequently are actually quite prone to CTE because of the sort of the bouncing or something. Alexis and his number. I don't actually know what Alexis's number is, to be fair. I'm assuming he's probably got one of the like 80s or 90s because he might not even have a registered number at this stage, actually. I'm guessing he does because he's in the league squad in theory. Oh, the 2 after his name. Sorry, yeah. The 2 after his name is because of Glove Island. That's how we are designating who is going in goal, basically. Bruising of the balls. I've got encephalopathy in my testicles. Bad signs. They're both at home. I expect results here, lads. You guys, you know, actually, no, I expect you to win this. I expect you to... I'm not even... I know I said I didn't care about what they did in the Champions League this year, but we do kind of need them to do something, and they bloody well kind of have. Brookbet have just beaten Roma. Get in! That's much more like it. Points on the board. Vichester, that's probably the easiest game they're ever going to have, and they did rely on a 90th minute equaliser, but it's points on the board. And that's what we care about. Because that is already 7 points there. And G-Force, yeah, it's not something I'm likely to encounter a lot. Don't get a lot of G-Force, other than from whipping my head around whenever Pog enters the room. Potential issue with Lopez. Oh, that's a... Oh, local area one. How much did I pay for you? And is it worth me just doing the whole... Wait, did you fail your language course by any chance? Maybe I should never send him on one. Let's see what he says. Concerns. Okay. Help you feel more settled. Okay, what do you want to do? Leave of absence, maybe. Sure, I don't realise how much I want to leave. Whoa. Praying to help you settle? Cool, now we get to do the fun part. Hadrian! Just the man we were talking about a while ago. Mushroom Man, I think it was, has a question for you. If you're still here, Mushroom Man. I'm now going to have to find a random Paraguayan man, aren't I? I mean, how much do I care about whether he wants to stay or not? I guess I should care. But I'm not... I do kind of want to prove that that does still work, though. That's the thing. So I think I will. I think I'll just do that solely to prove that that hopefully still works in 26, because I haven't had a chance to test this yet. Let's see. So I want to sign anybody. Not transfer status. Contract status is unattached. And nationality is not Europe, Paraguayan. Who's the least good of you? Oh, not that guy. Although we'll have Celso Jara. That's the fella. Basically, it was a theory we concocted back on, I think it was the treaty save, where if players would kick off about wanting to bring in a friend, basically, all you needed to do was to... Wow, Dave, thank you very much for the massive raid, my friend. That's very kind of you, sir. Hope you're well this morning. Hope your stream went well. His last club, General Diaz. They were quite a big side, though, aren't they, General Diaz? Maybe not. I've definitely signed a player from them before. Either way... So the theory was, and we have tested this on previous FMs, if a player says, oh, I need you to bring in my mate to help me sell, all you need to do is sign a player from the same country as them, put them on a high squad status, and then that's it. that is it. And then when they join, you just release them. As soon as the promise is fulfilled, you just release the player, and then they're happy. We did this before with an Azeri dude once, and it did actually work. I haven't tried it in 26 yet, because the situation hasn't presented itself. Kick the stool away from under me. Ah! It's gone well then. You need to... It's fine. This is a safe space. Please tell us what happened. Show us on the doll what the game did to you. I can only imagine it's not good things. Eddie Edward Howe. Yes. Well, we had a little discussion on it, but I would like your thoughts on it, just because, as one of our many Newcastle coded chatters, so to speak. Right. That's fine. That's Champions League. Oh, it's Thursday though. We do want to check in on that. Let me just check on the Verdi boys. The men's national team. Probably loads of Spanish Scourge players, to be honest, isn't it? Or at least Portuguese Scourge players. That would make more sense. Wait, don't they already get like Portuguese second nationality anyway? Wow, they have got 3 players in their squad that aren't even attached to clubs anymore. Or at all, in fact. Still have a few real players in there. Obviously the rest are regens. A few youngsters too. Who's the highest valued player? Guy at Sporting. That kind of tracks. Josimar Costa. They exist. Almost all of their squad literally plays in Portugal, with the exception of a guy in not Denmark, in the Netherlands. A French guy there. Maybe a couple of cheeky lower league. Oh, there's a guy, Gornik Wenchner. How did he sneak through? Shout out to Mileno Tavares, who plays for Gornik Wenchner and just happens to be in the Cape Verde national team squad. Never played for them yet, though, unfortunately. Started to pass with his right foot straight into touch from 4 yards away. Oh, wow. 1-on-1 shot right for a throw-in is a new one. I do like the highlights that they just passed the ball out of play for absolutely no reason. So am I correct in thinking that the new guy is like a Rangnick disciple? He's pretty quick, his old Tavares. So there's that, I guess. I think there's going to be quite a lot of like fun. It feels like teams are taking a bit more risks on managers this year. I think that's kind of good. And I'm also kind of glad that Fulham aren't the only ones doing that, because it means that there's a little bit less pressure on us, I suppose, at the same time. See, in Slough Town the month. Well, I often end up playing at left back, so there's a very strong chance of that. Yes. There is an immensely strong chance that will happen. I'm hoping that I'll be able to... I actually don't know what I could do any differently, really. I'll try for longer, rather than just after about 15 minutes being like, yeah, I'm sick of being kicked, I'm just going to run about for a bit. Okay. Oh, wait, we want to see... God, this is where ScreenFlow, if it came back for 27, would be goated, because the amount of times I've just forgotten to check on the Europa League, for example. Obviously, Conference League doesn't start this week, but I want big things in the Europa. We need big things. And we've gotten not big things there, because only one of them has won. Legia have drawn, Piasklevica have won, and okay, they didn't lose, but that is not what I was hoping for. Could really have done with better. Hopefully these were good results, perhaps. They're good draws, away from home at good sites. A 2-2 draw at Hajduk Split. I mean, yeah, sure, I guess. Istra. Wait, were the games on the Wednesday? Oh, there was. Jagiellonia draw at home to Hammarby. Need more out of you there. Piasklevica beat Villarreal. That's more like it. Those are the kind of results. Technically, unbeaten in Europe so far are all 6 Polish sides. Now, obviously, the others don't play till next week for the Europa Conference League. Yeah, no games for them just yet. But that's not a bad start. Wish there was a few more wins in there, but it's points on the board. And more importantly, it keeps us ahead of France. Nice. And technically, we've got one of the best records of the other guys, too. We are technically unbeaten. That's the best kind of unbeaten. 14th or 20th. Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on the recruitment, but from what I've heard, it just seems like the recruitment has basically been trying to sign a player and then immediately losing that player to another Premier League side, and it's not great luck, is it? Right, okay, good. And we've already got, in theory, I think our hardest Champions League game of this stream at least, out the way. Or do we? What's the third one? Is it Man City? No, I've said that. No, it's Karabakh. Yeah, we should be... That's going to be the one we lose now, of course. 11 managers in the Premier this season that were reported since the start of the year. Really? Is that like the most ever, or do we not have the data on that? I'm sure we do, but like... I can't imagine you have it to hand, I guess. Oh, here we goes. Right, so Paraguayan man will join us in January, of course. But, I mean, to be fair, when Fulham lost Marco Silva originally, and Kieran McKenna was like heavily linked, and then he left the club and took a break as well, there seems to be more of that happening now than there was before, at least. Only 3 Premier League teams have now had the same manager for at least 1 year. Really? Okay, well, Arteta is one of them. Lampard? Arteta? Maybe Lampard and... Oh, I'm not looking at chat for a minute. I'm just trying to think. Moyes? Maybe Moyes? No, where did Moyes join, actually? I'm just trying to think. I feel like that... I thought Labrie... Did he come in that? I feel like we must have more than that, surely. Oh yeah, Emery as well, yeah. Hursley, yeah, Hursley's been at Brighton for a while too. Not that long, but enough. Okay, let me just sort this team out for... It's midweek and I forgot to do the... Oh, we have to rotate for this one anyway, unfortunately, because I forgot to rest the players after the game. Although I could rotate them after this one. That would probably be okay to keep the freshness going. So let's go back to this one here. Probably should have next matched only it, which is what I'm going to do now, in fact. To make it a little bit easier for us. Okay, so Gomi will start, of course, alongside... Is Shank finally fit again? Nice, he is. Right, good. Momper. We want no Gareth Arnold in there, of course. I'll bring back in... Where are they? Diabate for there. And obviously, my guy needs to come out. I'll bring him out as well. Which means probably a start for Policia, perhaps? I guess it's... Oh, no, I'll start the robot, actually. Makes sense. Arteta, Emery, and Farker. Nah, that can't be right, because... Surely, Hurtzler's been there longer than Farker anyway. Oh, no, maybe not. Hurtzler's been there long enough, though, surely? Bulgarian. Could be, actually. Who do I drop? Do I drop Naughty Steinbergen for a game? Bring in Dimitar? Maybe. Yeah, 3 years. Ah, the internet wouldn't be wrong, to be fair. So, you never know. Johnny. I do like trivia like that. Get Alan in as well. In fact, while we're doing this, I might as well just give Momper a rest, since I can, and bring in Da Costa. Or I could bring in the Energy Man. That'll do. So Patrick obviously won't start in goal for us today, because it's the League one, so we've got to change things a little bit and spin the wheel again. Get that out. And now go back to who's available. Put someone else on the bench for this one. Like Steinbergen for a start. Okay, so... It's going okay, Lord Justinian. Currently, the leading candidate is actually a Polish Nepo baby, but that could all change right now. So, because the League and the Champions League want to run slightly differently, Patrick will not start today. Well, actually, he technically could start today, because he is not technically the incumbent. So actually, if it does land on a 6, then he does get to start. Spin the wheel! It's a satisfying noise. It's very slippy. Oh, it's grinding against the curtain. What are we saying? It's number... Oh. That didn't half come back a hell of a lot there. We got all the way around to here and the wheel went, no, I don't think I will. Is that because of the curtain? Either way, it's number 7. Who is number 7? This feels like a new one. Who have we got? 7. Ah, it's the mad Icelandic dude. It's the mad guy. In he comes. For his first attempt at being a goalkeeper in this league. He's probably going to find a way to get sent off. It's the only right decision. Right, here we go. First opportunity view, my friend. I was very impressed with Olakovsky in the Champions League, though. Like, the fact that he actually made a couple of saves against Atletico, kept a clean sheet, did the business, got his chance. Who's the unlucky number 9? I don't know, actually. We'll check in a sec. Okay. How mad is he? He's very eccentric, and... We did win, and Diabate scored a brace, but we did concede a goal in the 91st minute. Now, this could be fine if he's done okay. I need to be seeing like a 7 or something from this game that allows him to keep his jobby. Ooh, very much no. A 6.5. And... Sorry, 6.4. One hell... Yeah, he only faced 2 shots on target and he let one of them in. It's not great. It's been fun having you, buddy, but try again next time. He's here for a mad... True, but then the on-target... We don't know how much of that was off-target. Probably a lot of off-target XG on that one. Like, he had 2 shots to save, and he only saved 1 of them. And it's more the rating that he had attached, which sort of indicates that he perhaps wasn't the best. Did I just see that El Shankiti's got injured again? I think that might actually be the bigger story here. Bad enough that he's lost rating.
I nominate
My
to be
big
a
forehead,
goalkeeper.
thank you very much for the 26 months. I'm a bit worried that El Shankiti might genuinely have somehow bitten the dust yet again. Great from diabetes. From Stefane Diabetes. What a guy. This better be serious. When was it? 37 minutes in. God, that... What should be another hip injury? Because that's exactly how my guy got hurt last time. Are you joking? 8 to 9 weeks. It's another 2 months out for Mohamed El Shankiti. He cannot stay fit. He's not injury prone either. I mean, he is in the sense that he is effectively injury prone, but he's not. That's like the second... We're now entering the second season of him just being impossible to stay fit. He just doesn't do it. He missed so many matches last season through injury, and on Vida's birthday, no less. I mean, on the plus side, it's giving... Maybe he just really validates the success of Sharpek and wants to give him as much time as possible. Yeah, he's playing like he's injury prone. He just, like, technically isn't injury prone. I've had injury prone players that get injured way less than he does. I feel like I've kind of brought this on myself, because at the very start of last season, I specifically said, you know, Sharpek's going to get his start eventually, because we've had 2 seasons of El Shankiti and Gomez with basically 0 injuries. One of them is going to get injured and Sharpek will get his chance. Well, turns out he's been getting a lot of chances, it would seem. He wins a Ballon d'Or and has not been the same since, basically. Very much. Isn't he like quite a young player where it's almost difficult to rate him by anything meaningful, to the point where it's essentially Fulham are just speculating, right? He's a selfless man. He just wants other people to step in. It's like, maybe though, but if he wasn't, like, he's only 22 himself. Like, he's technically still a young player. But we're definitely worse without him, for sure. He's clearly one of the best strikers in the world, and the fact that he can't stay fit now is a real problem. But hey, we make do, I suppose. Frustrating though. Most 3 weeks of the season with their entire career. Yeah. I mean, ultimately, it isn't saying that they're going to get injured loads. It just means that they've got a higher likelihood of getting injured, and any player can get injured. It's just, he's just rolling natural, like, ones every single time he goes on the pitch, basically, it seems, which is unfortunate. Kota Arbe doing bits again, casually dropping another hat-trick there. Elkin Blanco, God, if he ever came back, what a player he is. Like, Corona, newly promoted, 9th best in the league, so probably overperforming a touch. Actually, they are a bit. They've been in Europe relatively recently. They just had a bit of a weird one. I would rather them not get into Europe, but they do have some good players, so it's okay. I think both of the newly promoted sides are doing okay, aren't they? Gornica 15th, in fairness. And I don't know who the playoff winners actually were in the end. Ruk Herzog doing a good start. Despite losing their main striker as well, Legia are doing a decent jobby. Yeah, this is looking at another absolutely mental Polish season. Yeah, Ranelody, Shlonskov, they've not even whiffed the playoffs for a while now, unfortunately. They are completely donezos. It's a real shame. It could be good, it could be bad. Yeah, literally, it's a hell of a lot of money to speculate. Man United said to splash the cash on El Shankiti. Do they own a hospital? Like, sure. Do they understand what's going on? Staff numbers. We'll do Uche. 42. No, what am I doing? There's no way he's getting sold, basically. Do that. Sharpek showing pleasing progress. I bet he bloody is. Right. He's very good, isn't he? Let's be honest. Like, but yeah, there's no way that, what was the talent ID? Wait, on Elkin, what was his ID? Did he have like a fun name? Wait, where's he gone? Not a fun name. His, that's Eklund, Matt, not Elkin. There we go, do that. He's draining his life force. I don't know why I did that. We don't even have the ID switched on. He's a hell of a player, though. He's 3 seasons on loan, 2 seasons on loan. He had 5 goals last year. Oh, sorry, my apologies. I thought you meant like the player ID or something. Blanco was one that we saw when he was about 16, I think, back in Colombia. And the only big issue with him was he was a little bit slow. No! Kim! Oh my god! Rim Cum Song out for 3 months with a torn hamstring. Too many RDLs. You want to be doing some RKSs. Oh. Top 10 muscle betrayals right there. Yeah, Sharpex, at one point, Sharpex was actually 3.5 star. He's actually dropped a little bit. Oh. That's a difficult wank. That's not what you want to see. He couldn't handle the workload, yeah. I hadn't even considered that. Oh. That sucks. Oh well. It means a chance will at 53 million now. Absolutely not. Do you reckon that the goalies are secretly sabotaging each other as a way of trying to get chosen? Like, we hadn't considered the fact that in a lot of these reality shows, people do be doing some shady shit in there. A vigorous toe curling. What? His toes curled so hard that his hamstring tore. That's a hell of a night out in Krakow, let's be honest. What a vision. Oh, dearie me. Not an image I thought I'd get today, but there we are. Oh, hello. Oh, Marseille. Nathan Castagnier. All right, son. Let's go. Jens. He's listed. Still knocking about. I'd be tempted to bring Yenzi back at some point, honestly. If they're not going to play him, I will. Ah, this was that goalie that we... Wait, no. Was it? Yeah, it was. I remember the name. I'm going to keep scouting him. There's a reason I liked him in the first place, although he's a bit expensive now. I think he might have signed a new contract. Oliver J... Oh, that was the guy from Man United, wasn't it? Europe, Bolivia. You're a kid. Ah, not quite. Matty Murphy. Do we know more about Mr. Murphy now? No. Oh, a little bit more. God, I'll tell you what. I know he can't have any use of his left foot, but whoa, he's an interesting player, that's for sure. Right, anyone else up here that we know more about? Oh, we really are just trying to get these guys scouted now, is what it is. It's the last vestiges of people that refuse to be scouted, it would seem. Marseille dude, he's actually quite good, but he's also quite expensive. And I must have put this guy on the list for a reason. Still unsure as to what that is. But nevertheless, we move. Oh. Newly built fireplace. Maybe. I mean, we've got to spend the money on something, right? Alan, I like the fact that we've managed to sign some of these sort of English and Irish players. English, Irish and Welsh, actually, because we've got Alan, who's Welsh. We've got Murphy, that would be the Irish contingent sorted. We've got Ion O'Loughlin, who, despite sounding extremely Irish, I'm pretty certain he's just English as well. Gareth's doing bits. I mean, actually, I say that. He hasn't started as many games as I would like because we've obviously dropped Johnny Boy in for a few times, but he's done okay. Like, numbers-wise, this season. Wrong one. What are we up to for him? What's he? I mean, I'm guessing he's underperforming his XG again. Actually, he's only just underperforming it now, which is decent. He's more on the pace than he was before, I would say. Assist-wise, he needs a few more, but that's not really his fault. Naeem is just having one of those seasons so far. Yeah, I know. I couldn't believe that this guy never showed up when we were scouting Norwich originally. It's strange. His last name means... whose last name? But probably not. Yeah, we got the English guy from City as well, Gareth Arnold. The 17-year-old. Which 17-year-old? The guy... Was it Yarak? Ooh. But then, no, I don't. Wait, why is it not showing up? Oh, extra letters. That'll be why. It's Dick. Does it actually? Good to know. Wait. Oh, you're there. You've got a Continental C license. Now, I don't know if we were able to see your, like, progression of that, or whether you had that prior. I'm just hoping when you want to be a manager. I do occasionally check in to see if the other patron regions have been, like, appointed as managers, but nothing happened yet other than the two that already are in a job. I think I had that. Hopefully you'll get some more. I could just... Or can I? Yeah, I could just send you on a coaching course. We've got the cash. Be rude not to at this stage, wouldn't it? Yay. Hang on. Oh. Am I spelling that correctly? Matthias? He's actually not there. Find a suitable keeper. Well, we found some keepers. We have 11 of them at the moment. Oh. Sorry, my apologies. I was copying straight out of the... Oh, my screen has got a little bit of mud on it. Not mud, but... Nicely. I still don't think he's in my... Unfortunately, I still don't actually think he's in here. Unless I'm now spelling it wrong for a different way. No, he appears to just not be. Which is odd. I guess if he's managing at Saudi at the start of the save, it probably, yeah, might have caused that. But yeah, so we've got, we signed like 15 goalkeepers, narrowed it down to 11 of them, and now they're competing over the course of the season to win the starting spot. For the Champions League, we had to prune it even further, so 3 of them that had done the best up to that point, they got to be in the Champions League squad, and now, although, no decisions to be made here for the Champions League, because of course, wait, okay, well, fine. Because Patrick gets to keep his starting spot as a result of his performance in the first game. So shout out to you, my man. Right, who comes in? It's probably Polizia, isn't it? He is Mr. Clutch, even though he is asking to leave and he's being a bit of a whopper. Gomez to start because El Shankiti is back in the physio's truck. At this point, I'm actually going to have to get a doctor to just follow bro around. Okay, so Zions will come in at back there. Santelli as well. Santelli's a very good player. I do like him a lot. And now Rim's injured as well, yeah. It's a dangerous time to be a goalkeeper around these lads, let's be honest. Transfer in and outs, which was this? Or is this just all of them? I don't even look at the Fulham one because it would just be... And Fulham are here too. Actually, Fulham's one will just be... And all these players have left. It's the same every summer. We get worse before we get better, and then sometimes we just don't get better either, which is a fantastic turn of affairs. Okay, Champions League. Let's go. Yeah, Gareth is starting to chef a little bit now. The biggest issue with Gareth is his defensive technical ability is not quite up to code yet. Though his aerial stuff appears to be... I don't think that's really doing much. I might swap him out for defensive positioning for the time being. Because I don't really think that he's getting many gains on his aerial ability at all. It's not one of those ones that I see a lot of progress with. And he's already got good physical ability and we can't change his tackling ability. So I think I might just try to max out his marking and positioning side of things because we can work on that really easily and just mean that he's going to be an incredible marker. Worth a shitload of money is old Gareth. Who's he wanted by? Okay, Dortmund and Narca. Strange bedfellows, but here we are. Always under 6 foot. I mean, to be fair, one of our star centre-backs, Tobias Steenbergen, is 5'11". And, I mean, look at his defensive technical ability. It is unreal at 21 years old. He has 30 caps for the Dutch national team at 21. And Mana he's 6'1", to be fair to him, but he's got 16 jumping reach. The reason we wanted Gareth Arnold is because he does add a little bit of extra height, although he's only 6'4" and has the same jumping reach. That's not the real quiz though. The real quiz is the 16-year-old guy we signed out of Bulgaria, who is 6'7" and has 20 jumping reach, and he was 15 when he had 20 jumping reach. There's a chance we could get him to 6'8". There's a slim chance, admittedly. Wait, do I want to go full... I might be tempted to go full beans against Leipzig in the second half if things are struggling a little bit. I think that just that in FN26 in general, there's just more smaller centre-backs. It seems like it's harder to find an absolute beanpole of a man. And then occasionally you find a guy called Dimitar Volkanov who... He couldn't sound more 6'7" if he tried, could he? The El Shankiti Centre for Magical Mishappen... Magical? For magical mishappenings. Maybe that's what it is. He's been cursed. A team stretching rack. What, like one of those medieval torture devices? I'm here for it. Decompress the back a little bit. Just hang from a pull-up bar or something. Oh, God. I'm really sore today. Like, that kind of had gone away for a little bit, but yesterday... To be fair, I did hit some new PRs yesterday, so maybe that's part of the reason. But even so, it didn't feel that difficult at the time. But now this morning I woke up and I was like, ah, good, my skeleton's collapsed. Ouchie. Hello, Van. This is November last year. How's it going these days? Honestly, my opinion of it was that it wasn't as bad as people were saying it was, but it wasn't good. I think it's now in a lot better of a position now, and a lot of things that have been added to it, both from the studio side of things, and also from the modding community especially, have made it a much, much more playable game. And I think in terms of what they need to do to really win people back for 27 is to focus on redesigning a few things and bringing the immersion back. That is the key thing. That I think is actually what people are missing. Like, if people are still going to kick off about UI stuff, I understand about that, but I think they'll probably make some good decisions with that for 27 as well, hopefully. But if it's going to be a case of they just don't like the look of UI things, and I feel like at that point, they're never going to be happy about anything, because, oh God, please not a second phase of set piece goal. Oh, off the bar, keeper, get up. Did he just try to back heel that from... Okay, sure, you do you. Put him on height training. I mean... We just give him that leg lengthening surgery or something. Dead hangs. Yeah, I don't really have anywhere to do that. I don't trust the walls in this house to put one of those like pull-up bar things in there on a rented property, just in case I pull the ceiling down on top of me, you know. Off the bar! Liam, thank you very much for the follow, friend. Hope you're well. It definitely, yeah, I think before all I had to do was go to a Serbian side and I would just find a giant guy at Partizan or Red Star and always sign him because they're always good. But this save, I haven't really had that guy until this season, really. And even then, we're still unsure. Looking at but evil mode. Oh. That would be cool. Kind of like what Red Card Soccer was for football, basically. Nice. 1 in 15 out. Who's the in? Or is it just like a random youth player signing a contract that technically was here but is now officially here? Because I did see a few contracts being signed by people like Samuel Amissa and stuff like that. Helping them. Yeah, I think they kind of... The more moddable and customizable things become, the better they generally are, usually speaking. Go on, Kowalski. Oh, it's deflected wide. God's sake. Free loans. I mean, yeah. They're waiting for Wisła Kraków to loan them some players. Oh, Kusiasari, of course, yeah. I forgot. It's because he was here last year. I completely forgot about that. Hello, Rob. How are you, man? I used to love Red Card Soccer. We need something like that again. Just things are doing a little bit different. Amount of a man in another position. I mean, yeah, if they've actually got defensive attributes. The problem is if they don't have tackling, there's nothing you're going to be able to do about it, really. And as a centre-back, I do at least want them to be able to tackle. Sometimes you could find a really tall DM and kind of retrain them. Go on, Christian. He's got 5 guys on him here. Go on. Oh, dearie me. We are literally creating a shooting gallery here and are not able to break it through. There's a very strong chance I might swift things up to the second tactic in the second half. Oh, maybe not. No! Come on, bro. What you doing? Has the same haircut as Jersey. How dare he steal his stylist tips? Any other Polish sides in action today? No. They always seem to split us up. Hello, Pass Pro. Batch crazy advice and genuinely considered it. I always consider everything. I feel like most things have merit. Or you can find some merit in there somewhere. It's part of basically yes-anding everything that's put in chat. It's part of my ethos on things, basically. It's just a yes-and everything. That was a very long highlight and should have led to a goal. Based on prior goals and history and whatnot. We really are just camped on the edge of their box, taking shots. This is why this tactic used to annoy me against worse teams that we'd expect to beat. Because you'd have situations like this and we would just never seem to score against them. And that is the problem. And I think in the second half, I may switch it up about like 60 minutes, push to the other system, just if we don't take the lead. I mean, they just get so close to scoring and just don't do the part where the ball goes in the net, right? 80 million. Goodness me. Has that still gone through, or are they still just arguing about that? I love how the number goes up every single time. Wait, Montperuska. Oh, penalty! It's a penalty! We're getting one of those dodgy penalty ones. The ones where the player punches it out of play. We got one of these in the Champions League a few years ago. 50 for both. I mean, that's still a lot of money. Hello, Kempy. Oh, we got a yellow card for it. This is brilliant. I love these so much. They're really dumb. Like, he's fully swung a hand at that. He must have done. But Montperus, we've missed a few penalties in this season. And we haven't missed that one. Get in, Momper. Right, now we can kind of just chill. Gomez has been poor today. $70 million. That's so much money. I mean, I'm suddenly playing some big money. I tend to avoid doing it for the most part. This is just the group stage at the moment. This is our second match day, but we had quite a tough little run of games because we had Atletico away, which we managed to win 1-0. And now it's Leipzig away. Oh, no, sorry, not away, at home again. But we're just getting little scrappy wins at the moment. And I would really like it if we could just put a game to bed rather than dominating a team and then inevitably conceding their first chance of the match. Ah, here it comes. Round Q, no, maybe not. Half time, we're fine. Whew. But yeah, I mean, I tend to find that I'm happy to hold on to players until they age out entirely a lot of the time. Like Montperus, I'll never sell. Naeem is the same story. He'll play until he can't play anymore. But with guys like João Carlos and Paulo Henrique and those midfielders I was trying to get rid of, it was mostly just that I saw the crop of insane 18-year-old talent that we had in our central midfield and I wanted them to play. So I figured with our current central midfielders being like 30, 31, this was the summer to try and move them on. Now, admittedly, we only got like one big sale from those guys, which was João Carlos. But we did manage to sell a centre-back as well for £50 million to Man United and our goalkeeper to Man United for £45 million. So it's a bit of a clear-out. We've had 3 XG in the first half and have only scored 1 goal. That is exactly why we switched away from using this tactic against worse teams. But it's okay. Red card in the Oldham Stockport match. I didn't know. No reason to undervalue. I guess so. But not using it more. I just accidentally kept I forgot that we were going to use... I forgot that we weren't going to use it for this game, and then I set the team up and went, I just can't be asked to move everybody around again, so we just decided to keep it in to see what would happen, basically. Oh, this isn't even our nuts formation. This is the more conservative approach, where we're trying to sort of grind teams into dust. The other system, which I usually play in games like this, actually, is a bit more... Shall I just send it? At half-time. Just completely go for it. Get Nozadze on. And then bring on... Say on. Keep him on. Because Gareth's looking a bit aggressive there, and give Sharpie a run out and then swap those two over. So this is the more aggressive system, as you can see, from the in possession being that, and the out of possession being that. It's essentially just, we're going to win the ball as soon as we lose it. Gegenpress sweats when it sees this. This is, yeah.
Here's a fun fact. Voltaire
I mean,
contracted
if we can't
syphilis
score,
just 2 blocks
because the reason we designed this system in the first place is that we'd have this sort of stats in a game and then literally be winning 1-0 from a penalty or not winning at all. The idea with this one is just that we are going to grind you into dust, basically. Magus, thank you very much for the follow, my friend. I hope you're well this afternoon. Is the afternoon now? Is it 1 o'clock already? Bro. I don't understand how this happens. I mean, I do, because like time is a linear thing, generally speaking, right? But... Oh, I don't know if I'll actually be able to show this, but I might still be able to watch this. Hope there's no... Oh, no, I can't because it's Twitter. Oh, I can still watch it. I just won't be able to blow up to the full screen. Showing a red card in the preseason friendly against Stockport. What is he doing? Oh, that's brilliant. Like, why? Did you guys see that there was a game where 2 players were sent off from either side? Like, a player was sent off from either side in friendly. And... it was like an off-the-ball incident, but neither one really knew what was going on. And then the teams basically tried to appeal to the referee to just let them keep playing with 11 players and just take those 2 off. But they said no, obviously. Oh, Gomez is in. Oh! Within 90 seconds of switching the system, we go and grab the second goal. And that's why I prefer this system when we're taking on teams that we should be beating. Must admit, though, the goalkeeping there was a little bit suspect. It's a great pass from Montperouche. Look at that. Takes him out of it. Keeper comes out for nobody. What a vision from Christian Gomez to actually slide that across for Sharpie. Oh, he's done that one in permanent ink. Love to see it. But yeah, that's why I prefer this system in games that you expect to win. When you're going to dominate, I love this. But in games where we're up against like really good opponents, I find that the back 3 does work a bit better because it's a bit stronger defensively. And it kind of just... it murders games, basically. And just keeps them very, very tight. We could easily go in and win this one 4 or 5-0 now, I think. We will probably concede. It's going to put a lot more pressure on our young Glove Island contestant for the day, though. He actually might have to make a save or 2 in the second half here. In fact, I think the first one's about to come up now. Never mind. We don't do saves around these parts. Less than 11 players. Yes, apparently that thing with the Portsmouth-Bristol... that was Portsmouth-Bristol City, wasn't it? Apparently that was from like 5 years ago or something. And it just like randomly resurfaced recently because someone found the clip. Because I thought it was a recent thing. But then I looked into it a bit more and it was from like 2021, I think. So this is... oh, hang on. Go on. Have a shot. Oh. This is season 16. So we are at the start of season 16. The biggest recent success would be the season 14 Champions League win. We don't talk about what happened in season 15, but it is the reason why the Goalkeeper reality show is here. And frankly, I'm glad we're doing it. Now, admittedly, Orlikowski, if this game finished with this exact score, I wouldn't like fault him because we kept a clean sheet and he had nothing to do in the entire game. So I couldn't say he'd done badly, although he's nervous. Come on, Paddy. It's okay. Right. What changes do I want to make? This does feel like an opportunity for Jude Bellingham. I feel like he's a young lad at 37 and he needs a chance. Alan is in. Who else is on the bench that actually could do something fun here? Oh, I could bring on Owen. Sorry, Eon. Literally. In there. And one more change. Who could it be? Who could it be? Who could it be? We've got Diabate, Santelli. I might even try Santelli instead of Naeem for a bit because he can finish. Oh. Most interested. I mean, the one that I consider the best in terms of attributes is Daiki Okamoto, the Japanese fella. But the one that's probably impressed the most so far is a Patrick Orlikowski, I would say. It's like he's been good. Like he kept a clean sheet against Atletico in the Champions League. He's 20 minutes away from doing it again here against Leipzig. Admittedly, he's had no saves to make in this game, but he did against Atletico. Well, if we could get a third goal here. Go on, Sharpie. Take him on. That guy's very large. Who cares? Nobody gets in the way. Oh, he's going all the way. Oh, it should have been in. Goodness me. I could have brought Manuel Hansen, actually. Wait, have I got another sub? Oh, I don't. I forgot I made the half-time ones. Weighted average points for the last 5 years in Slovenia and will do the same for other leagues. So in top 5 each. Oh, is this trying to be... I'm so curious to see what this is going to look like when you're done with it. That does sound like a fascinating project. Most players retire from international football age 29. Yes, both Naeem and John retired this January after AFCON, and both of them were 29 years old. So it does seem like they are retiring a touch earlier. Did he save a shot? That's good. I think it's going to allow him to definitely go... Do you know what? He could actually end up playing... Well, he will, at this rate at least. Oh, what a save. Can I have that guy? Actually, I don't want that guy after what he did in the second goal. The fact that we're only 2-0 up in this game is actually bizarre. We've had nearly 5 XG against them. 24, not hitting the target enough, I think has been our biggest problem in this game. But keeper's done what keepers needed to do. I think he's going to actually end up playing all 3 Champions League games today. Because if he keeps a clean sheet here, it's going okay, well. So we've ended up currently for our first 2 Champions League games today with a 21-year-old Polish Nepo baby who literally is only in the team because I looked at our youth squad and noticed him and think, hey, he's all right. Oh, wait, this could be his moment. Oh, that could be what kills it. That could do it. I mean, not much he can do there, but that might be enough to tank his rating, enough to give someone else a chance against Karabag. The Bahrain... You mean... Oh, wait, yeah, I was going to say. You mean, yeah, the Bahrain GP featuring Malaysia. That would be kind of cool, actually. That's going to be a tough one. So I go, we have, yes. Wait, no one's mentioned that yet. Quick! But has that actually happened, though? Because, again, all I've heard so far is like, a fee has been agreed, maybe, kind of, perhaps, possibly. If we draw this 2-all, it would kind of suck. So could we not do that at least? Rating boundary. It's more of just... But I couldn't give a shit what he says. Like, that man reports 1,000 things a day in the hope of being correct. And eventually does get one right. He's the most blind squirrel journalist I think that exists. So would you even call him a journalist at this point? Oh. I guess at least he would have some connection there. Maybe. I don't know. I feel like he just... Doesn't he just steal other people's stories and stuff? And just... Yeah. I don't have a particularly big liking for the man, personally. Yeah, Parasite, indeed, yes. Professional Parasite. Love randomly pushing through an academy kid. That's the best part. Pushing through a random academy kid, which is kind of like what we're doing with Volkanov, to be honest, right? Yeah, we probably could have done... I like that both our goals were just like, in a really tiny little spell. 6.5 is not enough, my friend. He wasn't asked to do a lot of goalkeeping today. And the one time he had to chance... Like, if he saves that, it increases his legacy, right? Those are the things that we need keepers to be able to pull out one occasionally. This is the problem. It's because he doesn't. And someone else may have done, right? So this is a... He was going to keep his spot for Karabag, but instead it will go to one of the other 2, which is not a lot of people. And it can't land on him again, so it's going to be even smaller numbers this time around. Like with transfer, you know, I don't really care what transfer... The way I look at it with regards to transfers is I just wait until a club announces a player is signed for us, and then that's how I know they're signing for us, right? Like... Because most of the time it's just guff anyway. Like, I'll wait until they actually... Until they're wearing a Fulham shirt, holding a scarf, and saying that they're delighted to be here at Tranmere Rovers, then I'm not that bothered about it, I guess. Ornstein seems to have a pretty good record, yeah. Didn't get the clean sheet, unfortunately, but it is a man of the match award for someone, isn't it? Okay. How are we doing on that one now? Oh, Rob. Oh, doing well. Right, okay. It could be... I mean, we won the game, which is the most important thing. That's 2 relatively tough, but we actually created less in the second half when I switched to the other tactic, but it wasn't the penalty in there, so it's probably a bit of both, really. Less volume. But that's the thing. I'd much rather trust someone who takes those things seriously and doesn't just, like, spaff out nonsense and then just get rid of things that don't come true. Like, it's... You just get a bot to do that. Just link every single person with every single one, then go back through and delete all the tweets where it doesn't happen. Problem solved. 100% record, friends. Yeah, good win for us. We take that. Want to get some more win, like, more point goals, perhaps, though. Hopefully Karabakh will be our opportunity to do that, in fairness, because, well, they're Karabakh. That'll still be the one we lose. We've got through 2 of the tough. We still have Man City and Brighton to play, though, in next stream. Whoa, Liverpool just put in 6 past Nice. Actually, that helps us. So does that. Thank you, England, I guess. I hate saying it, but that does kind of help us out at the moment, anyway. I think a lot of people sometimes... It's one of those things where sometimes people don't crave that, and then they get pushed into that position, and then it kind of corrupts them, and there's some people who do just crave it in the first place. It's just... I just can't think of anything worse than being too noteworthy. Not that that's likely to happen to me. I'm not in any danger of becoming noteworthy, thankfully. But just in case I was, I would hate that. My perfect situation would be noteworthy just enough that I'm able to do this as a living and have a nice time and make things that I like, but also not be so noteworthy that it actually is disruptive. That would be the perfect little sort of boundary, I suppose. I'm certainly not there yet. Let's go. Oh, weird wrestling players that aren't even actually playing, but hey, enjoy your day off, lads. You won the game. More money for us, which is nice. Right, Thursday. Nope, Thursday. Wednesday. Show me the goodies. Oh, rumours. But then anyone can let you know there's rumours, right? Because also, the idea of letting me know there's a rumour, surely that is just promoting the rumour that you could start a rumour like that, and that's... I don't know if I need someone to let me know that there's a rumour. It's just like... I guess it's just because they have to... Wait, is this... Oh, this isn't a team report. They have to fill the pages of newspapers and websites with something, right? It's... And as a result of that, it feels like football journalism just gets worse and worse. But then that's fine, because I don't really like it, so I just don't engage in it in the first place. Right. They're away at Galatasaray, and Brookbet are away at Trabzonspor. They're getting some very winnable games to start off the Champions League. If they could keep Poland unbeaten, you know what, I actually think we're going to get 4 points again from these. Get him in there. Oh, do you know what? I'd take him at this point. Hell yes, get him in. He's a great player. They won 1-0 to... Come on, if Vichester have won as well... that was always going to be tough because it is Galatasaray and their ass. Brookbet Nichechta, already 6 points on the board in the Champions League. This is more like it. I mean, they're going to be tough to pull up the other lads, but if we just get a team through with us again, at least somebody's doing something. Now, I'm assuming that the rest of their fixtures are going to be biblically difficult. Bayern at home, Newcastle away, Real Betis away, Benfica at home, Atletico away, Marseille at home. Okay, so maybe just get like 3 points from draws in there, lads, because I don't know if they're going to get more than 6, but they've won the winnable games. That's all I could ask of them at this stage. Jeez, that is really tough. I guess it's because they're in a lower pot. We always seem to get our high pot teams in the last 2 matches. Yeah, they've been weird in this save. So Brookbet did really well because they appointed the former Brazilian international striker Marta as their coach, and she just did bits with them. They were like the second best team in our league for a while. Got into the Champions League, actually did some stuff in Europe and looked really good, and then she left to go take Marseille's job, and then they fell through the earth, and I think they actually got relegated at one point, maybe. Did they get down? Maybe they didn't go down, but they nearly did. No, they didn't. They just had this little... This was when they were good, and then they went into this little lull period, and now they're back. Back-to-back second places. They're cooking under Anis Mravats, although admittedly he's their new manager, so he's picked up where they left off. But yeah, they've kind of been weird. The Marta dynasty continues. Actually, we've got some great... How many female managers have we got in the extra class of this season? I think it's like 4? I think, maybe? So there's obviously Harry Kane. Bunny Shaw is now in at Jagiellonia. Noel Hunt, I always forget, is in charge of Motor Lublin. Sam Kerr in charge of Zagłębie Lubin. Then we've got... Wait. Oh, Manuela Zinsberger. Which means that... Does that mean that Hilden's... Is it Hilden Nissen? You know who I mean. I swear... Or maybe she was in the second tier. So Harry Kane is killing it, in fairness. Like, he saved Arca from relegation last season and has got them doing pretty good stuff so far. Oh, I saw Lex, but yeah, I have all the Polish team's notifications turned on for European stuff, and yeah. Sort of a built-in thumbnail generator or something. Oh, yeah, it's just basically ChatGPT. That is definitionally ChatGPT. The font there specifically, the way that it's structured and all this sort of stuff, it's just a ChatGPT thumbnail, basically. So if you're seeing that ever on YouTube, that's the reason. Or it's YouTube's built-in one that probably uses the ChatGPT backend for like LLM stuff. I'm guessing. Or a model like GPT, at least. But yeah, that font specifically at the bottom is really, really common. When I was down in Devon at the weekend, obviously there's lots of pubs down there and stuff, and it seems that all pubs seem to use the same exact like prompt when they're making these like posters and stuff for various events, and it's just like, it's weird. There's so much... You could do so much with that, and you're just not. And yeah. I think it's right. It sounds kind of dumb, but if I was going to do something like that with thumbnails like that, if I actually found one that I thought looked genuinely good, I would just... My next point would just be like, right, cool, teach me to make that myself. Because at least then I'd learn skills out of it, right? But, I guess it's just easier, isn't it? Use Gem. Yeah, it probably does use Gem. I mean, Nano Banana... No, that is that... I forget what Google's AI image one. I think it's Nano Banana, isn't it? But yeah, so if it's because it's YouTube, if they are using that, then it's almost certainly that. Just be better. Well, that's the thing. I'm sure they could make some stuff that wouldn't actually look like that, but I think people are just lazy as well, right? They just see things that go, oh, that looks kind of fine. Oh, it's great. I guess, but it's like there's an opportunity there that you could actually use it for something that could help you get better at a thing that would then help, because then you can come away with actual skills for it too, right? You could go, right, teach me to make, because I bet it could teach me to make that. Emery lives at Polizia. Wait, oh, I mean, he hasn't played as much this season. Use it as a base. But the problem is they can't use it as a base, could they? Because they're just getting an image generator. It's not like they've got a Photoshop PSD file that they can change stuff on. They'd have to like. The thing is that in order to change the font, they'd have to know how to make the thumbnail in the first place. Hunt has a plan for Naeem. Speaking of Mr. Noel Hunt, apparently bro has a plan for Naeem. I can't wait to see how that's going to work out for you, lad. All at the same time. Yeah, and the weird thing about that is it's because they don't need to either. Like, I don't know why. But, hey, homogeny is here for us all. Yeah, I mean, I guess they wouldn't be using it if it didn't work from a YouTube standpoint, because ultimately they're probably being modelled on actual thumbnails that are good and have done decent CTR in the past. But I think that it's one of those things where, like ultimately with YouTube and trends and stuff, it just goes in cycles. So people will then start to see that and go, ah, and then they'll look for a thumbnail that's a lot less built up and go, actually, that just looks like a thumbnail that's normal. Because you see that, I feel like I've seen this a few times now, where it's literally just a thumbnail. It's just literally almost a screenshot from the video now, and it's just person doing the thing. Ed Chapman does it quite a lot. I really like Ed Chapman's videos. Polony just beat Legia. Shout out to them. Lovely graphics and stuff. Kit Losh was taking it out of his hands. Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah, it's... I think a lot of people just put their ire in the wrong places with stuff like that. There was also, I think Newport County, because they had a sponsor or something, and then... Wow, that's a... I suppose it's the Central Under-19 League. Says Palacios for a combined fee of 50 million from Real Madrid. The proposals value Garcia at 40 and Palacios at 10. That's interesting, actually. 30% sell-on fee for each player. To be fair, if they sold for a lot, that wouldn't even be too much of an issue. As long as it's a sell-on fee... that's intriguing. It's weird seeing like a double one. Hot Top... Oh, Rob. Exclamation mark glove. And it will tell you all about why there is a giant wheel behind me. Although, actually, we're about to try it. We're about to try the wheel in a moment. Because we've got to use him. Right, why is he... Too much distance. No, there... That might be why he struggles, actually, when we play that system, in fairness. I kind of give him that. Right, back we go. Oh. Right, I'm trying to figure this out. I want to make sure I don't make any changes on this screen, though. That would be disastrous. So, Gomez is in. Obviously, Sharpie will come back in. Swap those two over because Sharpie plays better on the right, even though he's left-footed. Arnold will drop out again, bless him. I want to give him some more game time this year, but that's fine. No, Zadze is the one I want. He's actually cooked this year. Polizia, Kowalski. Do I give... This feels like a Diabate moment. What the hell has he got? God, I wish I could make this a bit bigger. I want to actually be able to see the damn names. Oh, he's all the way back there. Right. Get Diabate in, because he did score those goals before. Kowalski will keep his spot. Steinberger manner. John... Maybe a Nathan Allen run out. Don't want to leave him completely out in the cold. That'll do nicely. Matt Hansen time. Don't maybe put Matt Hansen songs on. I do like a bit of Matt Hansen. I could... Thing is, I always want to take this opportunity to let Sharpak have some game time. I'll start Hansen in the next game instead of this one. Anyone else that come on? Oh, Volkanov is on the bench too. Wait, is he not? Oh no, he is. Oh no, he's there. Right, in you come. Probably in place of... Ooh. Oh, there's a load of guys that don't... Hang on. Just realised there's two guys that are on the bench that aren't registered for the league squad. They are in the Champions League squad though, so they'll have that to take with them. Right, there we go. We've got a little gap before the next Champions League game as well, though, so it gives us a bit more time to add these guys in. Janishis as well. Good. Right, so that takes that up to there. Nice. Hello, Jerry. How are you, friend? That's Jude Bellingham. Oh, yeah, that is actually Jude Bellingham. I realise. That's not like a... You know, I have a habit, I realise, of nicknaming players quite a lot and stuff. But no, that is Jude Bellingham in all his glory. His 37-year-old glory. You might notice that he's got a contract extension. I forgot that when I signed him, I put a, if you play X number of league games, then you will get a contract extension clause in. So 38-year-old Jude Bellingham will be next season's one. He hasn't lasted very long, is he? No idea. He hasn't managed a game for us yet. It's impossible to say. It's a risk on a manager, but if it works out, then great. If not, we move on, right? I'd rather us be doing that than appointing the same old managers that every team goes through, and I'm kind of glad that we didn't this time. It's kind of fun. Hello, Mike. Processing panel, thoughts. Oh, God, I wish I could show it. I just feel like it doesn't show enough information, and what it does is usually irrelevant. I wish I could get the processing panel up, but obviously because we're about to go to a match, there will be no processing panel yet. But I miss when, for example, when you had the processing panel when you were holidaying and stuff, it showed like, or the skins allowed it to show fixtures that actually, because the problem with the processing panel now is, as soon as the game's happened, half the time you then can't see what the fucking result was, because it switches to the next week straight away. I almost feel like the current week should be in the middle of the processing panel, and it should show the weeks either side at least, so you can see what's coming up and what's happened. Because if you're holidaying, you can't even see half the time what the result was from the game, if you're going through something. And I think it's all just about the choices of what to show. The game will tell you about irrelevant bollocks that no one would care about, but then hide really cool stuff that you do. One of the things I always liked about the previous setup with the processing panel was when it would say things like, hypothetically, it'd be like, Sharpegg hasn't scored a goal in his last 300 minutes of football. Little stats that it digs out of the database and just presents to you in there. It's just cool stuff, right? Neon, thank you very much for the follow, my friend. Hope you're well and brave. 1.5k pure profit. Only if another Polish side beats him, to be fair. I feel like with Fulham and Arbeloa, it's just more interesting for me as a fan this year. Even if it goes wrong, it's something that's exciting. Fulham have just been so muddy, mushy middle for the last couple of years. They're always like, oh, we could maybe get into Europe, but we're not going to. Oh, we could. No, we're not. It's just frustrating. Yeah. 2 weeks of the calendar. Or just, I just think it needs to show you something. Because at the moment, it shows you quite a lot of stuff, but all you're seeing is things that are coming up. And it's like, why would I care about that when I know what's coming up? I want to see what's happened. Like, I love the one before where it would actually show you the results of games. It showed you where you were in the league. It even gave you league table stuff like that. Things like that would be just cool to see. Anything that gives me more context for the world I am in the game. That's the thing. Right, time to spinny spin. Much more readable and digestible. Yeah. It's... ironically, the speeding up of the processing actually means that it's become less useful anyway because there's not as much processing happening. Which is a good thing. But I think that needs to be made up elsewhere, I guess. What's missing from that? Right, okay, wheel time. The only person that can't be in for this game is the Viking, technically. So, I'm going to move the wheel asunder. That way the curtain doesn't get involved this time. And let's go. Okay there, buddy. Bit of ASMR for the bodies. And just fan noises probably from the desk fan I have down there. Ooh. Oh. Oh. That was the spin again one, wasn't it? Ah, dear. I think that was the spin again one. Some goose tags. I could read some articles in the local newspaper. Yeah, Rim's injured, of course. Manager's choice! Let's go. Well, no, that's your choice, isn't it, chat? Shit. Okay. Right. Story behind the Tromsø scarf. Basically, I bought it in Tromsø when I went there in 2020 for the Polar Night Half Marathon, basically. So I was desperate to pick up a scarf while I was there. Did a save there as well. Okay. Oh, is it Hansen? Or was it just chat choose? Just chat, yeah. Who do you want in goal for this game? It's up to you. Spam it and I will just pick out the one I see the most, basically. Obviously, it can't be an injured player. I will just take your thoughts on board. I mean, like 6 Tromsø saves. I did 2. Hansen. Okay, well, I mean, Hansen wasn't even part of this, but he's going to get a go anyway. See what he's like as an actual goalkeeper. Yeah, maybe this was his calling all along. Maybe. Is this going to be like that bit in Big Brother where they bring in extra contestants later on? I could have set up a phone. Sorry, up a poll, but with there being 10 of them, it would have just taken me so long to do. Okay, here we go. I think Hansen might have just taken it. I mean, he's not a goalkeeper, but that's okay. Maybe this is where we find that he actually can do the job. Watch him drop an absolute clanger now. And he was never picked again. But technically, since he's registrable for the squad, he might as well have a little go at it, right? He's essentially just filling in for Rim comes so. Oh my god. The question then becomes, did he actually do well in this game, or did we just batter someone? I mean, Momper's just got a hattie, which is nice, and another goal for Georgie. Hang on, I thought they had a plan for Naeem. A new bombshell. And he's a big bombshell too. 6'5", you see. Okay. Winning quite a lot of games lately now, actually. 7.0.
Oh,
He did get a 7.
Park my car.
He snuck in there with a 7. How many saves did he make? 5. He actually did make 5 saves in this game. They had 5 shots on target. He saved 4 of them. Hansen stays in. Just about. Anders Limpar. Good name. Thank you very much for the follow, friend. Welcome aboard. Who do you support by any chance? That's fine. Naeem was... Momper got... Wow. God, that was a fun one. Hansen keeps his job for the next league game, at least. Which I think is straight after anyway, so that'll be fine. Hopefully the bench didn't do anything. No, it didn't. Nice. We take those guys. Smash them into there. I mean, we know he's got good physical stats. He just has no goalkeeping ability. But apparently you don't need goalkeeping ability. I guess what he does have is being tall and fast. And you can't teach tall that easily anyway. The Borden fans... I should just call them all Trialist A through B. What is his build? His build is Mage, interestingly. Let's go. No clean sheet. Man of the match for Montparus, of course. With his cheeky little hat-trick. Getting is my favourite British slang. Is it? I guess, yeah, people don't really... I haven't really thought about that. I suppose it's not something people would say out of, like... We have a lot of very weird phrases like that. I was seeing someone the other day on TikTok talking about how British people will say things like, oh yeah, I'm easy. Meaning, like, they don't really care that much. But I feel like, certainly if you're not used to people saying that, it would sound really strange. The first game ever watched live in person. There you go. A little Anders Limpard fact. Harv, how's it going, friend? That was a good result from us as well. Like a massive win. No Hunt is probably making some new plans for Anwar Naeem, I'm guessing now. Who is now our top scorer? Is it Momper? Yep, Momper is top scorer for us currently with 8 goals. No, Zadze has 7. My guy. Momper, well, could the strikers maybe chip in with a goal or two occasionally? 6 assists for Gomez is great, but he does only have 2 goals so far this season. Oh well, we take it. Who's next? Oh, it's international break. A little bit of a chance for them to go away and have a rest for a little while. Momper's doing the business. We love to see that. Locomotiva, love to see that as well. I didn't even get a chance to read anything from the local newspaper. It's not as interesting as last week with the massage parlour that got raided for prostitution. This time it's anger over building site dust clouds. Now we're back in local media. That's the kind of stuff I'm on about. Storm of complaints over homes development. Oh, yeah, I know where that is. I haven't noticed the clouds yet. But maybe I just... Ooh. I think I might actually say to Coffee Boy, if he wants to leave, are we willing to let him? Wait, am I not allowed to say that? I'm sure it's in here somewhere, but we've got a foul. I also think that this shouldn't be a scroll. Why? What? Just have them across the screen. Come to sell you. Only option. That's okay. I tried to sell him in the summer anyway. But we've got Santelli now, and I think that Coffee has been the perfect understudy to Naeem for the longest time, but it is probably someone else's turn to get involved with there. Tore ACL on the first day of pre-season. Jesus Christ. It's a bit like when John tore his ACL in March, came back basically in December, just in time for AFCON, went to AFCON with Nigeria, then didn't play because he was technically still injured, then decided to retire for international football. Bro was literally just there as a mascot. I kind of respect it. Polizzi's happy to stay now, which is better. I probably will whack a friendly in there. Yeah, I mean, Coffee won't just leaving. He won't leave just yet, but I think if we can find a move for him in January, that'd behoove him, right? Is this the really long international break? Yeah, it is, isn't it? It's gonna be a double weeker. I will sneak in a cheeky. We want a Saturday one there. God, bring back the multiple friendlies. Hey, Mike, please bring back multiple friendly options. Let me schedule more than one of them at once. It does seem like such a strange thing to remove. Wait, is it really that far away? We're on the 6th there. Is it a 3-week? Oh, it is, isn't it? I always go away from home because it feels like you get more teams that want to play against you. No, 12th. Yeah, that's fine. Sick. Cool. Wait to win. Oh, yeah. How is it with, like, I take it the loan mechanics for the women's game are basically the same. Or have you noticed any differences between the two? That's something I've not had a chance to really dig into much in 26 yet. Which makes me think, I still don't know what I want to do for the beta save for 27. It'll be some dumb shit that will occur to me within the next few months, and then that'll be the thing that then sticks in my brain. But I'm trying to think if I've actually mentioned anything I'd like to do for it before and I've just forgotten. But I think if I had said something like that, I probably would have remembered it. Maybe. Because usually once it's in there, it sticks around. Maybe. Oh. The B team are through in the first round of the Cup, just barely. This was the team that that beat them in real life, wasn't it? In the Cup this season. Because we had a guy from this team in chat at the time. Scotland. We already did Scotland. That was done and dusted. MLS, lol. Probably not. We did, and I did do the United States national team as well. Real Madrid Fem would be, I guess, yeah. I don't know. As always with beta saves, it's usually either a meme or just something that I get bullied into doing. Keep asking it. You do, and you got what you wanted and you keep asking, and I respect it. And that's a commitment to the cause. Can't argue with that. Let me just get rid of... I shall keep those guys on the shortlist because I'm curious about them. That's the Togolese dude again, isn't it? The guy that is, in fact, Ivorian. Wow, that guy fell off hard. People to me every time they see me. Oh, hang on. Has that completed scout report on Matthew Murphy now? Oh, not quite. Nearly. I still really like him, but now that the fee has gone up so much. Mefta. Here's another goal. Oh, no, he's a centre-back. Hafid Mefta. He's okay. I mean, it's the pace, but he's got a decent jumping reach. Hang on, he's 5'8" and has 15 jumping reach. Older builds. The problem with that is that it gives you a really short time scale with which to do anything, and that's why I tend to choose saves that I can have fun with for like 2 seasons at the very most, particularly when learning a new game. I don't know how many seasons we got through with Slavia, but it was probably, what, 2 at the very most before we picked off. 5'8" and has 15 jumping reach. He's immediately intrigued me enough to want to bid on him just for that alone. He's the exact opposite of that other dude we had that was 6'4" and had 5 jumping reach. 200 grand. Exactly. I am the player that the game was made for, specifically during the beta period. Then I do the mad stuff. I respect that as well. But you know what? I just respect it. The processing is still actually pretty good considering. Probably now would probably be a good time to do VOD comments as well before I go grab myself another beverage. Because I am completely run dry on these things. Which shows that I'm drinking enough, but also need to drink more because I've obviously run out. I'm very dehydrated today. It's actually got very warm in this room, but yesterday was just unbearable in here. I just could not... By about 1 o'clock, I just lost all ability to focus once I started seeing that the temperature was climbing more and more. What I did do, though, is I went and made an addendum to the temperature thing that you see on the screen so that it now shows me on my taskbar as well, and a little pop-up thingy so I can see how much... So I don't have to have the stream set up running, basically, to know how hot it is in the damn room. 42... Fucking hell. I mean, I keep all the curtains and everything shut downstairs on days like that to try and keep it as low as I can. Celebrini's contract. Was it 18.8 million? I don't know if that was the exact amount. It was 18.8 AAV for 5 years. I mean, obviously, it's a huge contract, but San Jose have got the cap space, and Celebrini is looking like the generational talent that people expected him to be, and perhaps even better than that. And with the way the salary cap's going, it probably won't look like a bad deal in 5 years' time or even 4 years' time. If he has another couple of seasons like last year, or continues to improve even more so to get into the sort of realms of, you know, McKinnon, Kucherov, McDavid, he was that one player that was sort of in between those guys, and he's still only, what, 19? He's insane. It is a lot of money, though. I mean, what's that? Highest paid player in the league? Just barely. I wonder how much he would have got were it not for the Leo Carlson thing. Maybe that he would have got that anyway, but I do wonder if maybe that deal did allow them to be like, hey, listen, Leo Carlson's earning $18 million a year. All right, can we... Surely there's something we can do here. Probably makes for drinks to the pub quiz. Oh, that sounds... I haven't done a pub quiz in a bloody long time. I would like to do one at some point. Straight to UFA. I don't know. I feel like the Sharks are actually building something really fun there, and I'll be curious to see where they are at that point. Or they could just sign Patrick Kane. You know, it's working out nicely for Chicago. Saw someone the other day that Patrick Kane will be the best player that Connor Bedard's ever played with, and I'm like, I mean, I can't really say that's wrong. Oh, they had to use the Carlson. They had to. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I think it could have been more. I just hope that the cap continues to go up and they've got space for, and hopefully Misa develops, and you guys got Stenberg, right? So Mefta's coming. I like to just randomly signed a player there because sometimes you just see a guy and you're like, yes, he'll do nicely. Oh, great, DeCosta's hurt. I need to change his name back again now, really, don't I? He's first goals for Georgia. How many did he get? Oh, 2. So he's getting caps for Georgia, he's getting goals for Georgia, and he's already got 7 for us. He's going to be the breakout star of this year, I think. Right, DeCosta, we'll give you your name back. You've earned it, buddy. Remove nickname. You are now officially João Carlos again. Nice. Could be a fair deal. I know. It's just... But I think it just shows you how crazy the salary cap is going. And then you look compared to that to other sports, particularly like the big American sports, and the hockey contracts are just like, oh, that's cute. Like, just average dude in the NBA is earning way more than that, like, easily. And you're like, ah... Yeah, it really is a different economy over there, isn't it? Can't afford to pay. You just gotta hope that one of them... Danny Briere is just gonna keep bidding on every single one of them. Offer sheets every single summer. Who? Sylvester Keane. Just got a cap for... Okay, thankfully I didn't have a cap clause on him. So congratulations, I'm now happier for you now that I'm not paying more money because of it. It's never a bad thing. Patrick has been... Like, if you're talking about Patrick Golikovsky and not Patrick Kane... He's... Oh, wait, we took him out because of the result. So someone else will get a chance against Karabag. I think everyone wants Montparnasse until I say no. And then he's usually chill with it at that point. But he does seem to kick off most of the time. Hello, Oxide. 8-1. Okay, Gomez. Right, good. Now do that in league games. Who the hell is that? Kevin Borneman. And still a man. We move. Millonarios. Jeez, these breaks just go on forever. TNS with Guild. I don't even know who that team is. I'm assuming you started fairly low down the Welsh pyramid, right? Because that's not a team I recognise from when I was managing in Wales on 24. Admittedly, we only had the top 2 divisions in Wales loaded, so I'm guessing they were further down. Or maybe they're newly promoted to the 2nd tier. I don't know. Tell me about it. I'm curious now. Alan, speaking of Wales, perfect timing. Nathan Allen scores his first goal for Wales. I wonder where Wales are actually playing him. I can't imagine it's as a wing-back, but 9 seasons to win the Premier League. 6. What division do you start in? Who do we get? Oh, no, we don't go into the 3rd round, right? Motor Lublin. Oh, cool. Yeah, no, just top flight side in the 3rd direct. Yeah, no problem there. I can't see any issues with that whatsoever. I need to start paying more attention, I think, to how our players are actually getting on international breaks. It's just there's so many of them. They've paid us 5... Okay, sure, you do that, lads. We're also hemorrhaging a bit of cash. Mangthong United... They might actually have a dude or two. Blanco's got player of the month again. Wait. Oh, yeah, he's got 11 goals in 12 matches this year. In all comps. I don't want him to come back because of how good he's been for them. But I also wouldn't be mad if he did. That's the thing. But I think right now, honestly, we don't even have a slot for him in the squad, so I guess it's not the end of the world if he doesn't. He could actually be the Haris Zhivkovic of this save. I think if there's any player out there, and El Shankiti nearly could have been that guy as well if he'd stayed at Rakov, although, now I think about it, would they have done anything with him anyway? But Elkin looks like he could do it. Panathinaikos save. I've never done a save in Greece, no. It's one of those countries that I've always wanted to play in, but I've never had the right thing just pop up for me to do. The moment where I'd end up managing in Greece would probably be something like an Outcast to Icons type save, because there were some really fun teams there that could end up in that type of save. So I think that's probably the most likely formula for it. Is this... that's the Indonesian dude. Maybe I'll just shortlist him so I can keep an eye on him later, but I don't know if I might actually be barking up the wrong tree with him, to be honest. Stanley, yeah, we do need Blanco, because I think if they're going to do anything, it's going to be because of guys like Blanco. Or is there's another Indonesian dude there? And I think if anyone's going to overtake Zhivkovic for being like the greatest ever lone player in one of these saves, he might have the chops to make it happen, potentially. Right, there's a few players we've got some knowledge of here. Ah, right. We still can't sign yet because you're 16. You are at Liverpool. A couple of guys at Eintracht Frankfurt, Hertha. These are obviously recruitment-focused players. Oh, we need to check in on those, actually. Espada. Yeah, he's a ridiculously good player. He's probably earning about £1 billion a week. Oh, maybe not. Matthew Murphy, though. We know all your attributes now. Yeah, he's a bit good, isn't he? Oh, 38 million. I'll tell you what. I am very tempted. mostly because he's basically just Nathan Allen again, but Irish this time. And it's called Matthew Murphy. It's like if I took Pog's name when we got married. Where was he born? Passage West. Wow. I don't know whereabouts in Ireland that is. It sounds great. 8 tackling is not bad, and I think Nathan Allen has like the same amount. But he's got weirdly quite low pace, but he's very good stamina. The big issue with him is he hasn't got a left foot. But I think he might be quite fun. It's that PA that worries me a tiny bit. Oh. Wait. Oh, he literally signed a new contract last month, which put in that release clause. Which expired. Okay, it's fine. We'll go back in for him in January, maybe. In fairness, that actually might save us some money, because I'm pretty certain that we were looking at like over 40 million before. So that release clause might actually come to our rescue for once instead of the other way around. He's just a very fun player. And particularly as he's basically a complete doppelganger of the other guy that we've got. Return to the right. Thing is, there'd be no point in returning to the right. I mean, we could. But once we return to the right, is he going to get ahead of Naeem? Probably not. But having them both former Norwich City players on the wings, we could retrain him on the right-hand side, but that would be annoying because of Santelli. I think what I'd do is I'd start him off on the left-hand side, see how he gets on. He'd have to cut in a lot, which they kind of do to an extent anyway. John does it quite frequently, as you saw from the goal he scored earlier. And if I was noticing he was struggling, then I'd try to retrain him to the right-hand side, I think. And Olakovsky's picked up an injury, not that it matters currently, because I don't think he's currently the incumbent for either of the goalkeeping slots yet. Yeah, the Mega International break is going to be a proper stinger, isn't it? Joao Kamara, is he on loan somewhere? Yes, he is. In that case, he will be staying there. Don't like to sell players that are out on loan unless it's to another side in Poland. Oh. Yeah, it's a minor injury. He'll be all right. He'll get his chance again. I've been impressed with him. What he's done for us so far is reasonably good. Got some more trials finished for the remaining of the Patreon players that are still needing trials. 8-3. Wait. That's insane. We just played a game in the UEFA Youth League against Brookbet. Because they're obviously also in the Champions League and they've just put 8 past us. So I think what we can decide now is whoever was in goal for this game, that guy's never playing a game for us. I mean, they did have a lot of XG. Jesus Christ. They were, what, 6-0 up at half time? What the hell went wrong? Also, who is this goalie? So I can make sure we avoid putting him in the team. He's a greyed out goalkeeper, isn't he? That's fine. Do they really not have a single goalie? That makes a lot more sense. We can now rule out the, what if we put a greyed out goalkeeper in? Now the Mad Viking's broken his finger. Oh. Wait, there was a guy called Krizuki. Dish. I have to go check in. Where is bro? Which one am I looking at specifically? Hello, Andy. Oh, this guy, Krizuki. Adam Krizuki. Was it 38? Oh, he's number 38, but he scored in the 39th minute. Well, at least they've got a guy. If nothing else. Yeah, I think we might have actually pulled out all the goalkeepers to the main squad, so that might be why there's just no one in there at all. Maybe at Christmas I'll, like, send one of them down or something. That's like them being evicted from the house. Clever team of Leicester. A little for Cabo Verde in Australia. Beckham Baker. Oh, I recognise the name Beckham Baker. I don't know why I recognise it, but I think I might have actually signed him on a previous save before. Rumour swirls. Chelsea mount with checkbook. Oh, really? What's the fee this time? 193 million. Actually, in fairness, I think they came in with 230 at one point. Nah, he wasn't going to be that good. Also, even if he was, we wouldn't be able to sign him because he plays for Brookbet. Well, he doesn't yet, but he probably will play for Brookbet. Policia is happy to stay, which is good. Wait, why did I need to accept that? I don't recall ever... Okay, sure. Wait, you just got caps for Zambia? Nice. Is he... he's not playing for Pushta, though, which is annoying. Daiki Okamoto. Oh, my God. He just got a cap for Japan. He's on 43 grand a week now. He is actually quite a good goalkeeper. To be fair, he just needs to win Glove Island. And he might well keep the spot. Because I think he might be the best of the bunch so far. 10... Wait. Oh, it was 10 caps for Japan. He already had caps before. He's worth 70 million quid. Professional? It would be weird if we just did the whole Glove Island thing for all this time. And in the end, it just turns out that the best goalkeeper was just the best goalkeeper. But that's part of the fun. Garcia deal. 70 million. The 70 million number just seems to be out of nowhere, right? Because the number I've heard was 50 something? 53 maybe? I don't know what happens with Muniz. I mean, they're not both strikers. So Muniz, we're not going to be able to do the whole season with one striker. But it will certainly get Muniz to get his act together for sure. Muniz is a very streaky player, and he had an injury last season. Like, he scored on the opening day of last season. I think that was his only goal of the whole of last season, was that one he got against Brighton, and didn't score again because he got injuries and he just couldn't seem to get anything going. He's very much a confidence guy, pretty much, and 50 for both makes sense. So yeah, 70, I think it's just basically whatever we can do to manipulate it to make it sound like a bigger number. It's just like, you know, that summer when Fulham spent £900 billion and when Forest signed 8,000 players. Exaggerating things when the number is already big and it doesn't feel like it needs to be exaggerated as well. But the best goalkeeper is the one who has the funniest name, and currently that's my man Kim. Oh, sorry, not Kim, Rim. But sadly, he's done himself a mischief, which with a name like that, how could you not? So he'll get his chance after Christmas, probably, when he comes back. Oh God! Just as I was celebrating Mwanga getting a cap for Zambia, that would be wrong. He goes and breaks his leg. Amazing. Cheers, lads. Well done. Less of that, please. So the winner. Yes, sorry, I have. So basically what I did was I built a goalie matrix. And by that I mean it's a scouting view. Which analyzes their actual attributes. Not attributes, sorry. They are their stats over the season. Let me just hide unavailable. Skip those back in. And this will allow us to see all the information that we could really get stats-wise on the goalkeepers that we've got as part of the competition. And the one who's made the most appearances so far is Olakovsky, and he does have the best average rating, but it's also things like, you know, clean sheets per 90 minutes over a period there, number of clean sheets, RPPG, which is relevant, but also things like above expected. Expected goals prevented, I think, is a really useful one here because it shows who's actually doing the job, right? And his expected per 90 is around about the same. He obviously has more game time to do that as well, so that does matter. So you could argue that Okamoto is actually slightly better in that one too. Has 100% pass completion too. And we could look at things like their expected save percentage down the end if the game will let me scroll this bar across. So like expected save percentage, his is pretty much bang on. Olakovsky's is a little bit below. So these sort of information over the course of the full season, when we've got lots of data, will give us a much better idea of who's doing well. Oh, pie charts for days, boys. Yes. No doubt. We'll be able to do a lot with this data. I might even reinstall Bepinex just so I can yank it out properly. That sounds horrendous. Alexis, he is a bell end, so there is that side of things too. Oh, that's the M4 again. He's on the shortlist. He'll just keep going around anyway. Ashraf, what was he? He was a centre back that can't really head a football very well, but he is cheap for an Egyptian player in Egypt. Bepinex, it's the sort of Unity injector thing that you can use to get loads of like weird plugins for FM, like the one that allows you to suck the data out. Does kind of what the old print screen thing used to do back in the day. You can export things from data screens in FM, but you have to use Bepinex to do it. What's he done? Oh, he constantly kicks off about playing time and all this sort of jazz, and wanted to leave, and then wanted to stay, and then wanted to leave, and such. So he's sort of annoyed me to an extent. But he's still in the competition, and we'll get his chance. Will it come along? He's great, but he's still only 17. I could try and see if he'd join us. Oh, yes. Go on, then. Love that from Kevin Chalar. A data sucker is what you need, right? It's what hackers use. 1.3 mil. Get rid of that. Love a friendly. Not that you'll cash it in anyway. We'll take that. He's a fun player. And he's Ecuadorian. And he's technically from the Catholic Daddies, but a different one. Dominguez. Cardiff. Oh, no, it's the Newcastle guy, isn't it? That's him again. I think he's on the trial. The rest of these guys we already know about. Okay, that's fine. Another number 10. Wait. Montperusi's going to retire one day. I just scouted them again, didn't I? That was not what I meant to do there. But yeah, exploiting data in 26 is not easy. And the problem with having Bepinex installed at all is that it does cause, for me at least, a decent amount of things just being a bit slower. Menus feel slower. Everything just kind of feels a bit slower, which is why I don't have it installed, generally speaking. I mean, it's simple to put back in. I just dump the files back in, but it's a little annoying how much it slows the game down. On what is a very fast PC. Manzambi that push however... Really? What, because they didn't get him? I can kind of see that. Up to the wheel. It's up to the wheel. The wheel will decide. And in theory, with the sheer number of matches we're likely to play this season, so like 50, John Lennon's got a hip injury. He was hurt in training by Mark David Chapman. Interesting. I think that statistically the wheel will give everybody a chance. Like, they've got a 1 in 11 /... And also, there's a couple of things on the wheel that will mean if I do notice a guy that's not got any games yet, if it lands on the one for me, or even for Chat might choose to put that goalkeeper in. Because basically there's 14 slots on the wheel and only 11 numbers, obviously. Pushcats Academy. You want to come from loan? I will not let that happen. Olympiakos. Had a dead injury. No, he's back and in pog form, it would seem. Charlotte, that was quick. Oscar Ota. Oh, I forgot about him. Nice. A Puerto Rican player. That's cool. I don't think I've ever seen a good one. I would like to find the first good Guamanian player in one of my saves that's actually, like, usable good. Or just a good usable player from a nation that I've never had a good usable player from before. I guess that would be a nice little treat for later in the save. It's nice to have a good Iranian striker, but I have had good Iranian players before. Perhaps not as good as El Shankiti is, but decent. I think that's why I'm really enjoying Nozadze, because I don't think I've ever had a Georgian player on my saves that's as good as he is, and he looks like he could go through the roof. Good March, born in 1994, so only assuming his parents hate the Beatles. Maybe. I mean, I've never really been a huge fan myself. Not to the levels of Murder, of course, but I've just never... They're one of those bands that I appreciate what they've done for music, and I appreciate that people like them, but they're not a band I would ever choose to listen to, like, willingly. If I'm going in the car and I'm putting some music on, I'm not choosing the Beatles, you know? They're not... Just not really my vibe. Now, if the Beatles did metalcore, suddenly I'd be much more interested. That was my second nationality. But then I wouldn't be able to sign you. The witness protection guy, I think... Oh... We probably should do with a new name, actually. He needs a Y name. Xavi Xylophone. He's stayed under the radar. 24 caps for Poland now. What is it going to be? It needs to be a Y name featuring a musical instrument. Gotta let it be. So he's an XG on the beach. Oh, that's exceptional, Danny. We weren't, but now we are. Make a note. XG on the beach. Well, I have to sign former strikers, do I? That's incredible. I'm trying to think of any kind of musical instrument that begins with a Y. Yeah, this is tough now. I don't know how we ended up down the musical instrument lane, but I genuinely can't think of one. Jeremy Yamaha. Amazing. That's a good shout. That'll do. Jeremy Yamaha. It technically counts. Pulisic. Never heard of him. Is he good? If only there was someone that could spam it in chat repeatedly and then we could tell us. Admittedly, when that person was in the chat during that draft game, if I remember correctly, we did take Pulisic in the end, and then I brought him off the bench and he scored twice or something. Well, I'm glad we did that, actually. It's a song request. Get that sorted as well. So, who? Did Bro keep his spot from that game? He did. Hansen actually does keep his spot here. I think he came off the bench and actually scored. Oh, because I've got filled by goalkeepers. That would be weird. Right. We don't have a Champions League game straight after, if I remember. We've got... so we've got Polonia, then Corona, and then Karabakh. That's the process. We did do ukulele. We could... Yeah, ukulele with a Y could still work. All but from February. Really? It's one of those things where I feel like an athletic long read is in the works. Well, he did do okay in that game. He let in a goal, but as per the rules of the competition, he does get to stay in the job for another week. Anyone back from injury, maybe? Like El Shankiti, perhaps? No? Just me being a little bit overly ambitious there, perhaps. Anyone else that needs to come in? Lopez? No. Shanky's not back anytime soon. Don't want to start anybody else for this game. Oh, Manner's a bit tired, actually, from international duty, so we'll probably start not Steinbergen. And we are going to start Steinbergen, just not in his place. And the same with Kowalski, who's actually very tired. So we'll get in the robot. And Alan's also very tired too. So in comes Johnny Boy. That'll probably do nicely, actually. Is there anyone else I want to bring in? Nah, that will do for the time being. Non-English alphabet numbers. Oh, we start doing hexadecimals. Tough to spell with them, I realise. But all sorts of colours. Can't sell a selling clause for a player that I sold. Originally had 3 years with his new club, now 1. Never had the opportunity to sell the 40% of next sale clause. That will be quite simple. If it's a clause like that, where it's a percentage clause, think of it less like you're selling it to them, but they're offering it to buy it from you. So if the club don't want to buy it from you or offer to buy it from you at any stage, then you can't sell it to them. They're essentially cutting you a deal usually by doing that because they think that they're going to be able to sell the player for more than that clause is worth. And so they're essentially, think of it less like you're selling a thing that you have access to, more that that's an offer for them to sell it. There to buy it off you, I guess. It is annoying sometimes when you got one sat there and it's like, oh, I wish I could sell this. Right. I'm going to have a quick wee break now because it's nearly 2 o'clock and I haven't actually pissed yet. And I need to grab myself some beverages. No tech problems. No, not today. It's not actually as hot outside. It's just really hot in this room, unfortunately. It's gone a bit grey out there. Right, I shall be back in a moment. Enjoy your quiz, friend. I like the fact that someone just requested Partway Drive. Big fan, and we move. Do you know what? That was not a bad effort there, friends. I mean, Andrew still absolutely ruined you all, of course, because he is, of course, a bot. But nevertheless, it wasn't as far as it could have been, potentially. So we take that. As for the overall leaderboard, of course, he has still got quite the lead on top of that, sadly. But hey, your chance is still there. Other people can catch it up. Extra class for edition. I do need to do one of those, actually, but I just need to switch it back so that we can actually get something that wasn't the World Cup one for a bit. And I'm back. Oh, dear. Not remembering Silas. I know, wasn't he the baddie in the Da Vinci Code? That's him, right? I make myself a beverage. Again, still not a sponsor again, right? But they still sent me a load of more stuff out. Like, legitimately, including... They sent me the capybara shaker. It just arrived yesterday, and I was like... Fair enough. The player, not the character? Well, yeah. Maybe the character was a cool dude as well, though. Apart from the bit where he was, like, murdering people. But, you know, what's a little murder between friends? Do you know what he might do? Just like I always say, getting game time is more important. So maybe even playing him as a goalkeeper will help him develop into the world's best striker that we needed. Vestiges of Music is a banger in it. I remember seeing these live in 2008 at the Brixton Academy. It was a fucking great gig. Absolutely unbelievable show. Right, we've got VOD comments too, which I'll do now while we're here, and I'm actually thinking about it because I am a man of few thoughts and even less actions occasionally. So, oh, fucking hell. Weird. Ah, dear. This was interesting. Jared brought this up earlier, and I mentioned it again. Linguist jobs. I am also surprised that we don't have something like that. I guess it would just be another staff role. The thing is, if you did, I guess if you had good linguist, it would enable you to have more players learn the language faster when they join the league or something, right? Released on DVD. I believe it was. Yeah, it was a great show. It was them that Skindred supported them, along with one of my other favourite bands at the time, Still Remains. It was such a good show. Went to school the next day. Our friend, we just lost track of him, comes into school the next day and he's got a footprint on his face. It was like, yes, that's how you know it was like, good evening there. No, it was great. Honestly, one of the best gigs I've ever been to. Alterbridge there too was really good as well. Stockport kit. Has anyone got a link to the Stockport kit as well? Because apparently this is really good and I would like to see it. I think we may have seen this before actually, but you never know. And this is an interesting one. A save and 26 with Roma, trying to win the most Champions Leagues of any club. I can only sign players in the areas of the Roman Empire as peak territory. I think it's quite a bit. That's a fun idea. I like when people take the weird boundary stuff for saves. The only other thing you say about the lower division sides, there could be an option there. I remember looking into a side based in Rome that aren't Roma or Lazio, obviously. I think they were maybe called Europa, although maybe I'm thinking of Spain now. There definitely are some sides in Rome that will be lower league. The reason I was looking into it, because at one point I tried to, if you recall, I did the From the Shadows save with Paris FC in the shadow of Paris Saint-Germain. The other contender, potentially at the time, was going to be doing it in Rome, but I cannot for the life of me remember who the team was that was the team I was looking at, basically. Oh. Favourite course of weeks. Yeah, I guess. Maybe it's overcomplicating things, but... Oh, is this it? Also, when did they change their badge? That's kind of sick as well. It feels very... almost Nordic, but I mean, no, maybe not Nordic. There'd be too many... No, there'd be way more sponsors if it was Nordic, wouldn't it? Austrian. It feels like... No, Austria have loads of fucking sponsors. Who do I feel like... I don't... It doesn't feel like an English club is the best way to describe it, I suppose. Nordic Runes, maybe. Or like... I don't know. Ooh. I mean, you know, I'm a sucker for an Adidas one. It's fun times. That Kamara doesn't work at the moment, Wills, but I did check the other day, and genuinely, there was more people using my code for Holy Stuff in July, when I'm not even sponsored by them anymore, than there was in June, which is actually wild, to be fair, and I'll be sure to use that whenever I'm negotiating with brands in the future, frankly, so thank you for that, friends. That's very kind of you. Oh, dear. Bit Portuguese, yes. No, that's sort of where I go. The codes do still work, yeah. They all still work, as far as I know. I mean, people have been using them, so I'm guessing they do. Hopefully you have been getting discounts. On top of that. Is this the... Ooh. Yeah, they've kind of just knocked it out of the park with both, haven't they? It's a nice one from Puma. It is giving a little bit bus seat. There is a touch of the number 52 bus. Top deck, of course. Had a nice pickup. There you go. Yeah, that pickup one was so strange. I mean... happy to have done it. It was the first sort of big brand thing I'd ever done on Twitch. It was so cool. Well, they were a great company to work with as well. Oh, that is delicious. The other thing they sent me yesterday, the Holy Stuff, along with this capybara shaker, was just a giant box with sachets of like basically every flavour they've ever made. This one here is called Baked Apple Boar Energy. These are ones I'd never even heard of. It's so... I had one yesterday called Energy Eel. It wasn't even a flavour. It was just... And it was kind of nice, honestly, and it had an eel on it, so naturally I liked it more. Still no goose flavour, though. Holy, sorted out. Now then, did he do well enough to stay in? There was a goal conceded. No. One shot on target, one goal. We can't have that out of our goalkeepers. They've got to not be doing that. Strasbourg, Newcastle. I do not like that. There's just so much about this that I don't really enjoy as a kit. It's a bad Adidas. It's rare that I see an Adidas kit I don't like, but that... Oh, my God. Oh, it's certainly something. I don't hate it, though. What was the XG of the shot? Well, to be fair... weirdly, we can't see the XG graph story. I guess we have to load it. But ultimately, he faced one shot and it went in. That's your job as a keeper, is to not let one shot in. And he failed to do so. It would be cool to see that kind of information, though, a little bit more easier. It would be nice if the game was better at letting you see that kind of stuff, but I guess that would all fall under the chalkboard stats that that everybody hated so much. Of course, no one hated them. Other goalkeepers play fantastically against us, just generally speaking. Do I try apple snack? You hate to see it. Spurs away. Oh yeah, I have seen this one before. I don't hate it. It looks a bit too much like a training top, I think, the Spurs one. Actually, just anything. Like, the game has access to this information. Let me see it. You know? Literally, who's your housekeeper? Who do you keep in your house? What are you hiding under there, FM? Show me the numbers, baby. Right, who did well? Other than Nozadze, who is the king, apparently. 2 more goals for him off of 0.37. He's just got big Georgian energy. Big fan. I think he must surely by now be our top scoring player along with Montparnasse. No, he's just our top scorer. 9 goals from central midfield. No assist. He's having a Polizia season. Now, admittedly, he is overperforming his XG to an absolutely absurd level, and there's no way that he's sustainably going to do that. But that's okay. He's kind of done his part. This is all I wanted out of him for this season. He's still only 2-star CA as well. Peterborough's new badge. Oh, a new badge. I just feel like every one of these club badges where they're going to these really minimalistic ones, just, I know why they're doing it, but I just don't think it looks very good most of the time. They all just look a bit, I've never seen one of those like the minimized or minimalist club badges that have been redone that I actually liked. I think they're actually potentially even worse than Circle Badge. I think I'd actually rather see more Circle Badgery. Like, I know they want it so that they can see it. There's all sorts of reasons why, but just like, do something cool. Fantasy points. I thought I just did that. Oh, maybe I didn't actually press the thing. There we go. Sorry, I forgot to do the apply points button. Did all the other parts, but not that one. Oh, it's a three-way tie for the lead as well. I won though. I mean, sure, but I mean, I feel like there is a difference between like air generated and absolute shite. There is like design ability in between there, right? Those are not the only two options. It just seems odd that every sort of firm, clearly is the ones that are marketing, they just want to do these stupid. I hope Fulham never do it. And our badge is not particularly maximalist to begin with. I'd much rather us go back to our old one, to be honest, even though it would be terrible to read on things. But I'm fine with that. Ranking of the Polish League, we are in 5th, but technically 4th on the year currently. If things were to end right now, we'd go back into 4th place, if you mean the coefficient league, at least. Oh. That looks like a logo for a league itself rather than a badge. More than anything else. I'm trying to think what else it looks like. Yeah, it's just kind of a bit meh. I think it's like, oh, they want it to be recognisable. It's like, ain't nobody going to be recognising that. I liked when, was it Slough rebranded to being Cambridge United. That was quite fun. Like, their badge rebrand was so similar to Cambridge's one, it's outrageous. Final legal sites around the football. Yes! You mean the place where I fly to frequently? That's the airline what I fly with, and that wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Oh, yeah, it does look very delivery company. Yeah. Or a pizza place. Basically anything except what it actually is, now that I think about it. Budget supermarket, off license for sure. Derby's away. I don't know. Whoa, good lord, Derby. But why would I want to skip surfing notebook? What in the... God, do you need a bigger ad on this page? Christ on a bike. Why would I want to skip the surfing notebook for a start? We all want that. Ooh. Sam Kerr's not going to last much longer with that job, is she? Western Supermare. I drove past Western Supermare the other day and got stuck in heavy amounts of traffic on the M5 because there just always is, isn't there, really? Although I think there was actually a massive accident. That said, on my way back from Devon on Monday, Waze saved me an absolute godsend amount of time. There was an accident on the A14. Someone had really binned it, like properly in the central reservation. And they closed the road on the other side, on the other carriageway. But because of that, the police had to close the road on the other side to funnel all the cars off of the A14 because it was the only exit they could take. And it picked it up and rerouted me right before I got to the last turn off I could take. And so I took down the little side road, was going against all the grain, basically seeing all the cars that they'd rerouted from the other side of the carriageway now coming on to go through, and it was probably about 4 miles of it. I reckon I might have been sat there if I'd have gone past it from 2 hours or more. It was, oh, I couldn't bear the thought of having to sit there for that long. So shout out to Waze. Been close to rebuild, really. Yeah, this was like specifically the M5, but I think this was actually an accident, but it's always quite bad on that bit of the M5 I find around Bristol, Western Supermare, that whole area. Valencia, that's kind of nice. I like that it's all colour matched. Everything, in fact, is colour matched. That's sick. Puma actually doing a few okay kits. I mean, apart from the sponsor on the sleeve, as always. What are your favourite kits for this season? I know not every club's had their full kits released yet, but I'm curious now. Loaded as the main sponsor. Yeah, I was going to say, when you say Loaded, I would have immediately thought of that as well. I've got a dirty mind, apparently. Or I would have thought of that really cool restaurant that was in King's Lynn, that is no longer in King's Lynn, sadly. Because they shut down, which is a shame. Because now I've got no reasons to go to King's Lynn. Other than maybe like not bumper cars. They do a lot of like banger racing up there and stuff. I always wonder how you race a sausage. There is I just think his technicals is what lets him down. Anyone new in here? Oh, hello. Who are you? Gerardo Teve. Ooh, okay. How old's Gerardo? 17. All right. To Santa Baby with you, my friend. Can't hurt to have a little gander at him. Some of these guys I think I've already signed. Oh, is that the Thai dude? The fact that he's this good at... He's still only 15 years old. That is wild. For Lelujo. Did Kev move? Everyone, look at some of the badges on National, North and South. Hemel have a new badge. Hemel was actually the team that played against Slough in the game that was after the charity match last year. Coventry's away kit. Let's have a look. I'm trying to think what colour they could have possibly gone for. Oh, yes! Sorry, is there a kit in here or is it just toenails? Oh, that's it there. They didn't put any more pictures further down. That is fucking great. That... Yeah, no, I really like that kit. That's a lovely sort of colour combination. The sort of orange, blue, and then like the off-white. Yeah, I've not seen that kit before. I really like that. What Barca? I've seen Barca have got some... I don't hate that, actually. I thought I might have done, but that's kind of nice. Put it on the kit, though. It's... Shout out to that kit. That's kind of sick. Oh, not Forest are doing a... Not quite as much as the Stoke City one. That Stoke one is very camouflaged. Except for the back part. That was very strange. Whoa, 6-0 victory for them as well. Nice to see. Was it cream? I guess off-white is a very popular colour. I do like an off-white in general. He says wearing a giant white t-shirt. I like it because it's got nice fabric. It's a very heavyweight t-shirt, this. Hang on, they won 6-2 in extra time. Good God. Oh, God, they were losing as well. This game was 2-2. Went to extra time and they conceded 4 goals in it. Jesus Lord, lads. Get with it. Any good progress for the B teams? Not seeing a lot, unfortunately. What about our guys? Gornick go out. Corona's B team go out. Lex B team go out. Wukesh Wodge's B team go out. Anyone at all? Oh, literally none. Who knows what's playing? Wait, is this what? Is this lorries? Oh, Tractors at Night. I thought it was the lorries one. That took me a minute. I thought it was the lorries one. The lorries one, that needs to get on there too. United's away. I do like a blue United kit, especially with the Retro Adidas badge. I've liked a lot of their blue kits in the past. That's a thumbs up from me. In the second tier, not well the last time we checked in on them. Maybe they were third, which is about as not well as they can realistically do because they're a relegated side. But, oh, they've pulled it back a little bit. In fact, they pulled it back quite a lot. Yeah, so Lech Poznan have been starting to shit the bed a little bit, and Cracovia, unfortunately, are starting to gain a bit of ground, sadly, and we don't really want that. A city kit. Well, they always go with the darker blue, right? Quarter today's Cream. Yes! I didn't get a chance to listen to Cream today. I was, it's the sort of thing I would normally listen to on my run, but I had a bit of a backlog this morning because I had a new episode of The Downbeat, which was really interesting with the drummers from Lorna Shore and Seven Dust. A Blue United kit, is that what they're called? Are City just the Blue United? I feel like I could run with this. I can get a lot of joy there. They're just a Blue United. Bootman sacked yet? I don't know. He wasn't earlier after they'd... I think they've only played like 3 more games in fairness, so if he hasn't been sacked yet, which he really should have been... No, he hasn't! Somehow, man is still in the job. He's like a barnacle. You can't get rid of him. Oh, dear. The Bolton away kit was the other one mentioned in the VOD comment. Ooh! I think the problem with this kit is the black underarm. If it was just the sort of burgundy and gold... that I think would be better overall. Or if the black was less, like more trim based than just the pure. It feels like it's weird that it's just the underarm bit. Dr. McCo's up. Nice. We've got a doctor in this save. One specific doctor. I think he's the only one in the entire save. And his name has escaped me now, which is a shame. I feel like he's deserved more than that. What was Bro's name? Dr. Bro. Maybe. Oh, I've literally written Dr. Bro. Ignore me. Dr. Sekakane, that's the guy, not Dr. Bro. Specifically not Dr. Bro. No kit here. It's weird to put a picture of 2 naked men on their page, isn't it, really? But hey, Stoke, you do what you do. How has that been rated? I think if it just had the back of this kit is awful, but I think that might be because of the EFL rules, not specifically because of the design, right? Victoria Plumbing involves System Rocks. Speaking of System Rocks, I randomly yesterday got into a rabbit hole of my own Instagram story archive. And I found a load of the ones from when we moved into this house, and I was doing like house tours and stuff and talking about the toilet rocks. And I was just reminded about the fact that upon moving in, we had rocks in our toilet. Sorry, toilets, plural. And it was just a nice little memory for a bit, until I remembered that, of course, yeah, the floor. Also, our oven's packing up at the moment, which is fun too. The light keeps going out, and I thought, oh, that's fine, because it's just the light. And then now it turns out when the light does go out, it also stops cooking. So that's good. Real good. Thank God I have air fryers. But still really fucking annoying right now. Military, I know. Toilets. It's one of the things we like about this house is having a second toilet. Pog's scared of it, but it does exist, and it's enjoyable to have. Indoor and everything. Do you know they are? Well, I mean, technically everyone's got a third toilet outside because it's, you know.
Hell yeah.
Gaming with Toyman. Thank you very much for the 5 months, my friend. How are you on this fine day? Ooh, double-barreled now here. Air fryers. So basically, we bought an air fryer years ago, a Kasori one, just a single drawer one, and then we really wanted to get a new one at some point because unfortunately with that you can't do a lot with it outside of just what you put in it. So we wanted to get a double one, and Kasori had a really good deal on one. So we bought that. So essentially, we have a double air fryer and also a single air fryer too. So we can technically have 3 different things going on at once, which is quite useful occasionally. It does take up a lot of counter space when they're out and about, but obviously we have drawers for that. Not drawers, sorry, like cupboards and whatnot. Do to scare her? I don't know, Sharik. Legitimately, I do not know what scares her. I don't think she's in chat right now, but because she's out with her parents. But it's because I don't know if any of my mates that have actually been in my house are in chat right now. But our downstairs loo it's weird because normally a downstairs loo is literally you walk in and it's just there because it's a very small thing. Ours, you open it and it's got this almost like a corridor that you have to take. I'm talking 5 or 6 steps from the doorway to get down to the toilet. I'm not talking like baby steps. I'm talking like actual normal walking steps. It's a weird sort of corridor, sort of in the middle of the house with no windows in it or anything. And I think Pog just finds it a bit creepy. I think it's great, especially when it's hot outside because it stays cool. The West Wing toilet, indeed, yes. We've got Shaquille Vanderpool Nurse, which is an incredible name. Adam Nurse. Another Vanderpool Nurse, which means it must be in the Barbadian name pool. Dave Nurse. Nikolai Nurse. Omari Vanderpool Nurse. Oh. So yeah, it's actually quite a few different name pools. No Darnell Nurse, though, surprisingly. I guess we wouldn't be able to afford him anyway, but he is technically would have been there. Oh no, Mr. Air Fryer. Air Fryers are great. It's so much quicker. Dr. Muffolk. Hang on, wait, is this? Lorries! Love it. I thought I recognised that name. Could be something else. Oh yeah, no, bear in mind, this only happened yesterday with the cooker. If the landlord, once he's notified of these things, bro genuinely is, as landlords, he's so good. Like, the second we have any kind of issue with anything, there's usually a guy around the next day to fix it. When we had that issue where the shed was a little bit dodgy, and the estate agent had gone, oh, there's a bit of a loose panel. He sent his own guy around who came in and went, no, that is not loose panel. That's rotten from the core. We'll buy you a new shed. So they just dismantled the whole thing, built a brand new one, did the entire garden up while they were doing it. Yeah. He's great. He fixes shit immediately. It's sort of what's supposed to be the benefits of renting, but obviously a lot of us, when we're renting, don't get those benefits because people just are absent or useless. We're actually getting the benefits of it for once, which is nice. Creep out from big download. So it has like an extraction fan in it that goes straight out into the carport, I believe. Anyway, Turkish or Argentinian 70. Ooh. Just going to enjoy some lorries here. Oh, that's. Wow, that's so Argentina looking. I was kind of hoping it might have been A-Up Spore. God, yeah, I hate to see it. But yeah, so the cooker should get sorted nice and quickly as well, which would be fine. But it's still frustrating, of course. Thankfully, because it messed up yesterday's dinner, basically, because I had a lot of stuff in the oven, and then I had everything tied up perfectly, went to take it out, and I realised I could just take the tray out of the oven with my hand, and I'm like, right, well, that's clearly not cooked then, is it? And then it had messed everything up because of things like heating temperatures changed. I was like, fuck this. Thankfully, I had bought a giant pack of sausage rolls at Tesco's on Tuesday after stream, so I was able to have that. I had boy dinner last night as a result of that, which was fun, I guess. And a pack of Celebration cupcakes that I got on the Tesco's reduced clear aisle. Reduced from £5 to £1. I wasn't going to say no to some Celebration cupcakes. I always make a beeline straight for the reduced to clear bakery section specifically. There is some great deals you can get in there. I've not gone quite as far as buying a birthday cake yet, but I'm not opposed to it at the same time as well. Okay, this is right before. What a win indeed. Yeah. I got this Thornton's cake thing in there once. It was knocked down from £6.50 to like 90p. Your boy's not going to not buy that, am I? Come on. Far too reliable. Or something. Grimsby curtains. Ooh. Show me Grimsby's curtains. I kind of like that. That's sick. The sponsorship placement, even though it's kind of normal, just because where this line is, does look a little bit strange. It sort of elongates the chest somewhat. But I do like that. That I'm a fan of. What have Borough got for us? I think the sponsor kind of lets it down. If the sponsor was colour matched to the yellow, it might work. But also central badge and central car store as well. Not sure about that one. Polish League right now is actually kind of cooking as far as Europe goes. Although that reminds me, we once again didn't check and see what happened in the Europa League. Hopefully good things. Piast win again. Lechia win again, or win a game for a start. And that means there's only been one defeat for any Polish side in Europe so far this season. That's pretty good. This is actually going quite well. So it's a 3-2 wait, they played again. Lechia have already played an extra game. That's annoying, and they've lost to Como, admittedly. So at least we know that in advance, I suppose. Who else played? Lechia put 3 past Sheriff, which is fine. You expect that. Piast put 2 past Genk. Nice. And Jagiellonia drew away at Stuttgart. Get in, lads. Oh, let's get in, though, where they conceded 95th minute. That's fine, though. It happens. That's good. More good points for Poland. Annoying for Lechia, but that's tough. Karstor, I mean, I think they might have improved a little bit, but, I mean, those teams that were having the badges fall off and stuff. Radomiak get a win on the opening day. Lovely. Who did they beat in that game? I mean, I expect them to go very far, so they should be winning. Oh, 4-0 against Shamrock Rovers. Ezzy Pezzy. We should have quite a good collection of points at this stage, I would have thought. Certainly compared to France, right? Let me just check. 3.6. I mean, France have actually had a good start as well, but 3.6 on the year. We're not going to be quite into this territory yet, because obviously these teams have had qualifying games to play, but this is the kind of season that we need to start closing the gap to Germany again. Hell yes. Big fan of that. Funniest sponsor. Huddersfield. I don't hate that. Admittedly, again with the central badge and central, it's everything being central. What is the sponsor? Like, I know it says Hey Dude, but what is that? Are they a company or a Beatles tribute act? It's actually, it sounds like one of those products that's like a normal product that's just marketed towards men for no reason. Like when wet wipes, but dude wipes, for example. Vancouver White Cup. Oh, they sometimes have some banging kits, to be fair. It's interesting. I'm sure there's a reason why that is the way it is. There was a really nice kit that I think Charlotte FC had a couple of years ago. Is it shoes? Oh, really? I've never heard of them. I don't buy a lot of shoes, in fairness, and that which I do buy are usually just shoes off of Vinted. And there's just various different colours of Adidas Gazelles. I'm a very simple man. Anyone back fit again yet? I'm easy to please. Let's see. Tablecloth saloon bar. Yeah, it is a bit, isn't it? Moisturiser. I mean, as a man who moisturizes, to be fair, I do use literally the definition of your moisturizer, but okay, it's Bulldog. But the main reason for that is because they do a really good high SPF moisturizer cream that I find really good because I've got quite fair skin. And the Bulldog stuff is actually quite good. Not a sponsor. Bulldog, sponsor me. Hair care companies, sponsor me. Get in touch. What's that one? OGX. I think that's the one. Or that other one that does my leave-in conditioner, which I haven't been using lately because I can't be asked to use a hairdryer. I think this is something... Oh my god. Now, this is one of those kits that's brought out for a very specific thing, so it kind of has a right to be more goppy than the rest of them. So I'll let them off with that. Both Grimsby's kits are actually kind of good, to be fair. Oh, is it in Australia now? One thing I do find quite annoying is when I'm looking for stuff on Vinted, and I'm like, oh, that's amazing. Click on it. It's like Texas. I'm like, brilliant. And then you go through the actually buy it. It's like, you're going to be hit with all these import fees. It's like, maybe put that in the actual price. Like, it's annoying. I found a really cool Ross Chastain t-shirt the other day, and I was like, oh, amazing. About to buy it, and then I realized it was going to cost me like more than double the price of the actual product just to get the damn thing bought into the country. So I thought, might just give that one a miss, which is unfortunate because I really liked that t-shirt. Let's see. But we live and learn. Shanky's still not back again. I just don't want the other goalies on. Oh, I can put Lopez in there. Why not? Medals on this guy at 17. Ooh. And a good name. A nice little 2-letter surname. It's like having a really short number plate, you know? He's got You know he's got bags. We have to choose a goalkeeper, don't we? Because Hansen did not do well in that last game, which means we get another go for somebody else. I might start Volkanov for this one, actually. Just for the Maymays. And because I do want to give him some football. I can't nepotize him too much. Well, I can, and I intend to. Here's his chance. Okay, sick. That in mind, let me go grab the wheel. I like how much more use we're getting out of this than I initially intended. I mean, admittedly, it was going to get plenty of use. You just weren't going to see it until the middle of next month, most likely. Although, that depends. It'll probably be somewhere in the middle of next month, maybe towards the end of the month, depending on how story arcs go and whatnot. Right. So, the only person that it would be an issue if it landed on was obviously Rim, because he can't, because he's injured. Let's go. Hopefully someone different this time. I'm getting better at spinning it. It's got to be said. That is really unstable. I need to screw that in a bit tighter, I think. Get that. Make sure that's done while I'm here. Oh. It's going to land on the spin again, isn't it? Is this weighted so it just lands on that every single time? Turn the wheel around and there's just like fishing weights all over the back to make sure it lands on the exact right number. We could be stuck in an infinite loop here if it just keeps landing on it. I swear to God. Oh. 7. I feel like 7 is a new one. Maybe. That doesn't feel like a normal one. 777. 7 is the Viking goalkeeper who is also injured. I'm 97. Yeah, I'm pretty certain that 7 is the Viking keeper who is not. Okay. We go again. Goodness me, that was his chance. He broke his finger, didn't he? We're spinning again. Augustin, HAFC as well. Thank you very much for the follow. I missed that 4 minutes ago. I hope you're still here, but I think about it. I do appreciate it. 8. All right, we've not had 8 before. That's definitely a new one. 8 is Jose Coleman, a Paraguayan keeper. Oh, he's got some quite good physical ability. Jose, your first attempt. Let's go. Hands up front. Oh, yeah. Who do I put him ahead of? Probably Sharpek, right? Why am I doing it like that? As if the game's going to recommend the goalkeeper to me to put him up front. Where is Hansen? Oh, of course, I took him out of goal, didn't I? Hansen will go in instead of Sharpie. Even though he's probably been our best striker this season, to be honest. The Gooseman! One of my favourite people. Thank you very much for the 9 months. How are you, my friend? I do appreciate that. You would just caught us in the chance to see another goalkeeper in action, potentially. Sharpie does need to go on the bench, though, Matt. Probably. Would help, wouldn't it? Right. First opportunity for Jose Coleman to show what he's got. His mum, Olivia, will be very proud of him should it go bad or not. Watch the assistant swap them over or something if we get an injury. I wonder if they would do that. Probably not, but we'll see. Okay, let's go. It's going to be another hat-trick for Nozadze anyway. I would like to see Hansen actually score a goal. It does seem strange that he hasn't got any up until this point. Do you know what? She's really proud of him, Andrew. Very proud of him. Chris, their brother, as well. Oh, God. Do you know what? I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that it didn't go well. In fact, not only that, that's a title race loss, because now we're only 3 points clear. Jenna and Olivia and Chris will be very upset, particularly as it's Pablo Clerc, that one player who I was never actually able to play in our first team because I accidentally gave him a terrible contract, and now we've lost to Corona. Right. He did get a 6.8, to be fair, but he still let in 2 goals. And I don't think that's enough. Like, he's got to be... We want a goalkeeper that can do above and beyond in situations like this, and he has very much not been able to do it there. What was his actual stats for the game? Because at least he saved... Saves held 2, tipped 1 parried, faced 7. And Hansen went off after 55 minutes and was replaced by Sharpek, of course. But not much we can do to control that, unfortunately. Well, he had his go. He'll probably get another go. I don't think he did badly, but I don't think he did enough to stay in the role. He needs to be saving one of these or something. No, I think the fans would get involved. They'd all be taking bets on... In my head, it's like a massive deal before each game. They bring the wheel out into the middle of the pitch, and then they spin it in front of all the fans up on the big screen or something, and then they get to see who's going to start that day. You turn it into content, see? That's how you do it. We did. I actually forgot that he even existed, to be honest, but that's not the best day there from Coleman. But he did okay. No sub on the bench. He would put someone on there anyway. They just seem to take them out no matter what you do. Right, that was no man of the match, no clean sheet, no nothing really. Yeah, it's a segment, exactly. Right, frustrating, but we move. I think we've still got... Is it Galatasaray? No, we do have a game next, don't we, in the champion? Yeah, Karabakh. Right, now so we rest players. Ready for the next game, which will require another spin because the Olakovsky show wasn't amazing. We'll do a little bit of a recap as well at the end of the stream to see what the actual stat... Because the thing about that, he did face a good amount of shots in that game. If nothing else, he's actually got some data. Because some of the other games where... Like, he would have had worse players in the squad with him too. So he has kind of suffered a little bit there. But ultimately, putting up the numbers is going to be crucial to seeing who does well. But he's at least got an appearance on here now. But yeah, his XG prevented was technically above that. That seems to be taking into account, unless they were on target. What about his expected save percentage versus his actual? Yeah, 71 versus 83 is not ideal, but it's a small sample size currently. He'll get more chances, and obviously, you, and you will all still have to come in as well at some point. And obviously ignoring Manuel Hansen's numbers. Yeah, he's very much what... So basically, that's a sign that he should have been doing better. It seems like when he actually did have to save chances, he wasn't capable of doing it. At the moment, Okimoto is looking good, and so is Olikovsky. That's, like... I'm impressed with the young Pole, is what I can say. He's keeping up, at least, with Daiki Okimoto. But I think if Okimoto gets another run in the team, which he probably will statistically in Europe, he's done okay. I mean, he should do, considering he's a very good player. Whoa. Harry Kane's Arca just smashed 5 past Legia. Jesus Christ. Daddy, chill. They may very well back in Europe again, but at least it's like Brookbet, Lechia, Jagiellonia, Radomiak. They're all in that sort of zone. It looks like Korona Kielce are going to be the surprise package this season. There's always one. I'm happy with the coefficient so far, though. The fact that after all those matches already, we've only had 2 defeats, and one was from that extra game as well. That's a good record. It's the sort of thing that allows us to have loads of points. No. Oh, shit it. I'm not being funny, chat. There is a real chance that Manuel Hansen is starting against Karabakh. God's sake. Because Al Shankiti's still injured, and Sharpie's just done his leg in there. He's not out for long, but he will miss the next game. Hansen's in. I mean, I think he is registered, right? Just because he's been here long enough that he doesn't need to be. I think he's too young to need to be registered anyway, so I think he's available. I hope he's available. I'll have to sign myself. Get rid of you two. Do you know what? For the time being, you all get a reprieve, lads. Round we go again. Maybe this is where he finally scores his first goal. Now, to be fair, Karabakh, if there's any team that I don't mind putting him in against... Djurgården. The animal... Wait, what? Hang on. Very disappointed with club vision progress. Failed to achieve one of the objectives laid out in the club vision. What the hell objective could that be? What? Hang on. The board are very disappointed. Firstly, this is another FM26 thing. Why does it not tell you what the objective you failed is? What possible reason would there be for it to not tell you what the objective is that you failed? I don't understand what they're saying I failed. Because with pleased, passed, reserving judgment, not judging, and satisfied. Is it the youth system one, the one I have no control over? In addition, I'm so confused. Actional objectives tag. Oh yeah, good point. Delighted on course. Hang on, so what could I have possibly failed? Is it a supporter one? No? Not judging. Strive to make progress. What does that even mean? I genuinely do not know what we've done. And also why the game refuses to tell you. I thought it might have been something like the youth system one, but apparently we're doing okay there. It must be, but the thing is, like, it says, maintain the best youth academy system in the world, and we're delighted. A future one? Not judging. What does this one actually say? We're optimistic about the progress you're making towards improving the club's youth system. I genuinely have no idea. It must be the academy one or something, but that is one of the dumbest ones imaginable because it's like, I don't control the quality of the player that comes from my academy. We have the best facilities and the best youth recruitment in Poland. There is no way I'm able to change that, and yet they somehow get pissed at you as if you can control that. I don't know, it's just such a weird one for you to be failed on, even if they're not even failing me on it. That's so strange. Maybe they don't like Glove Island, which frankly is more about them than it is about me. Anyone else in for today? No, it looks like we're all going to play on the same day for once. Lose a derby? No. The only derby we would have had would have been Vichista, which we won 1-0, and obviously Cracovia are not even in the top flight anymore. That is such a bizarre one. Usually in those situations, I assume that there's something I'm missing, but having a look through that, I don't think there is. I think it probably is the academy thing, and it's jumped the gun on it or something, where once that is announced, then it will show up on there as failed in some manner, but I hate the fact that you can fail an objective that you don't have any actionable control over. Also, why would we fail it when we've actually produced like Steinbergen and Kowalski? But I guess that was what have you done lately type beat, isn't it? Yeah, like we can't improve our system any more than that. We have maxed out youth facilities, maxed out youth recruitment, maxed out junior coaching, maxed out everything really. Such a weird one. But you're right, I think we will probably see that email very soon about the Ballon d'Or email comes along soon as well. I don't think that Sharpek is... Sorry, not Sharpek. I don't think that El Shankiti is going to be winning it this year, to be honest. Player personality changes. All right, I never really look at this screen, but I was looking at it yesterday on my other save, and positive impact on Mr. Hansen it is. Ah, nice. How could Naeem possibly still be benefiting? He's 30 years old. I mean, he's still goated, isn't he? Let's be honest. Not enough goalkeepers signed. Molsky is actually out on loan. In the end, once the window had shut, essentially, or nearly shut, and Champions League registration had happened, we realised that Molsky, with the influx of players we were bringing in, or the youngsters I wanted to bring through, was going to have less game time than ever before. And I felt that once I knew that we'd be able to meet our homegrown requirement for Europe, I decided to set him free. So he's gone out on loan to Jagiellonia, which is great because it means he's still playing in the Champions League. He's just playing for them instead of us, although he's not actually in their squad because they couldn't register him in time. But hopefully they can register him after Christmas. He's already played in some league games for them, every game as well. So he started every match for them thus far. This is great. Moving to Cracovia. I don't know who I'd even move to at this point. Would it be Pushtinia Puomica maybe? Or I'd find the most difficult to pronounce club in the whole of Poland and I'd join them. Hang on. You guys lost 8-3 to Brukbet in this league, but you can beat Galatasaray, who have a notoriously great youth academy. Sure. Who are they playing? Man City. Good luck, lads. Real Madrid are playing Radets. Okay, that's not bad. Do you know, if anyone could do this, maybe Brukbet can pull it out. I don't think so, but you never know. Right, Karabag time. Who's available for this game? This is going to be a problem, isn't it? Sharpek is not eligible for this match. I mean, he technically could start, but he's not actually fit for the game, is he? Let's be honest. So out you come, out you come. That'll do that. I'll switch him out in a moment. Which means... Oh, Mum Helps. Yeah, of course he's in goal, isn't he? Up he comes. The goalie will sort out in a minute, because obviously we need to put a goalkeeper in goal. I will just get rid of you for the time being. Everybody else, though, I think we should be okay. Obviously, the bench is going to need some spots on it, which is fine. Which we'll want to employ with the likes of Santelli and Zions. And that's about it. Nice. The Youth League thing is genuinely quite fun, but I think mostly the qualification for it is that you're in the Champions League, right? Because I don't know why else we'd be playing against Brukbet in there. We've never played another Polish side in it before, but maybe there are different rules. I thought it was just all the youth teams of the teams that were in the Champions League. But I'm probably wrong about that. Wallets, thank you very much for the follow, my friend. Welcome aboard. Hope you're well today. Who do you support? Let us know. Oh, Christ. I've literally just got a thing in my stream notes here that just says over hard eggs. And that's because I was thinking about the other day about how most people have their eggs a certain way, and I'm one of those weirdos that likes their eggs over hard.
Happy 5 months.
I wondered if I could find my people, potentially, is all I'm saying. Almaz, thank you very much for the 5 months. I appreciate that, friend. Hope you're well today. Call for this game? No, because the reserve team... And ultimately, Hansen is the man. Like, other players that would be called up, literally, Kazuki and Kukonda, and nobody else is available, basically. That is it, realistically. And that's fine. Not like ace. Yeah, that'd be a bad start, wouldn't it? The winner of the under... Oh, so you get a few extra teams in there. That's cool to see, at least. Right. So we do actually have one more substitute spot, which I guess I could stick. I'll put Jeremy on the bench there as an extra option. Obviously, Patrick's in there too, which is great. Jude has been mostly a substitute. He's mostly here for vibes. He doesn't really have the legs to be running around as much as our tactic really requires. And ultimately, if I have a choice between Jude or one of our younger players to bring in, I'm always going to choose the younger lad. And it's one of our parts of our team that we probably have the most depth in. Okay, so 6-1. That's it. It's literally a choice between Orlikovsky and Okimoto anyway, because of course Rimkum Song is injured. So it's basically 6 and 1, half a dozen of the other, quite literally. So we don't have to keep spinning the wheel repeatedly. I might make it so that since it's 11, do you know what? No. He'll get there eventually. Santelli's in goal. Oh, you're right. We'll figure out in a minute.
Nice way to finish a stream.
Wolford Wizard, thank you very much for the 5 months at tier 3. That is unbelievably nice of you, my friend. Hopefully. Well, chat are choosing. Chat are choosing anyway. So chat, this is a relatively simple one. It's an A or a B type beat. It's either Okimoto or Patrick for this game. I'll just sort out the thing with Santelli in goal for the time being because he's not actually there. We'll move him out of the way. Get Jeremy there. So who do you want? You either want Orlikovsky or Daiki. Those are your choices. Patrick the Nepo baby or Okimoto the actually potentially quite good goalkeeper. This is an opportunity for Okimoto to potentially bump his numbers up or potentially ruin his chances. Right, in comes Okimoto then. He's going to get another go at this. My guy is in. He might be tough to dislodge if he does well here. But at the same time, it could also completely rob him of... Like, if he messes this up for us, this could be a bad time for him. Right. Which footedness is Hansen, actually, now that I think about it? Right foot. Perfect. 20 jumping reach. Fast as hell. Come on. Manuel, this is your moment. I still don't believe he's ever actually scored a goal for us. You think statistically by now he would have done, given the amount of times we played him as a striker, and in fact he actually has good attributes in the match engine. Because I've played goalkeepers as strikers before in FM that aren't actually strikers, and they've scored goals. See, for example, Roy Galvin. Although, no, he wasn't a goalie, was he? Was that Dara? I think it was Dara Galvin I was thinking of. This would be a sucky one. It's our Joe Gomez. Yeah. He's a sort of a ceremonial striker. They've got Pepe in their team, and a guy called Spencer. And then all the AFs. Let's go. Did he really have number 90? Christ. Triggums! Thank you for the 10 months, my friend. I hope you're well this afternoon. And hopefully slightly cooler than I am right now. I'll have to put on some shades, then I'll be a bit more cool, won't I? That was terrible. Moving the wheel. I need to put the wheel on like a remote control trolley so I can just push a button and it just rolls into the back of shot. It is crazy that Gomez hasn't scored a goal at some point. Just even accidentally. Right? It is very strange. Hopefully it doesn't go his entire career. You think that they'll like get like a penalty or something in a meaningless game towards the end of his career or something. Evan Crones, thank you very much for the raid as well. How was stream? Welcome in everybody. A bit warm in it. Oh, house move. Good God. Hopefully it's cooler next week. Thankfully I moved house in November, which means that it was dreary as all hell, but thankfully cool as all hell as well, which was very pleasant. But also, I guess, kind of bad at the first, because then you move into an empty house at first like that, and it's just, everything's just cold, because it's been sat for so long. Nice early goal, settle the nerves, let Hansen score. Oh, it's a beauty from Gomez. It's deflected off about 9 different people, but that's okay. We got 22 minutes into this game without a goal. Jesus. But is he as injury prone as Mohamed El Shankiti, who could genuinely be on to play even less games this season than he did last year, which is impressive for a man that had a broken ankle. Oh, I'm looking forward to a bit of rain. I hate it when the heat is too high. A teaspoon of lemonade at Piccolo. Do you know why? Do they sell it by the teaspoon these days?
A teaspoon of lemonade at Piccolo.
That's very kind of you. Oh, Pog and I do need to go down there for like a little date night on a Tuesday or something when she's back from her parents. It's been weird. Being here by myself for such a long period of time. I realise just how little I talk to other human beings. I pretty much haven't spoken to another human being properly since Monday morning when I left Pog's parents' house, which is weird. And there you go, Gomez has scored, just the wrong kind. It's a strange one. I'm actually quite looking forward to doing the podcast tonight because other human beings are involved. League form was shocking. Any particular reason why that's happened, or is it just one of those things with FM, right? Gomez has got 2 now. It's a good start for us, and Hansen has still not scored a goal. Rip. Right, other Polish sides. Right, you're losing, and presumably you're drawing. Of course they are. Vichester 0, Manchester City 0. Are they just going to 0-0 their way all the way to the knockouts? Because I'm here for it. But 2-0 up. Montparnasse has been his usual kind of self. I think in the second period, I'm obviously going to do the usual switcheroo on here, just in case. Wait, never. No, not never. Always. Yes. But then I might... Oh, of course you have to confirm changes, then go back in here again. Another weird thing in 26. I might take Montparnasse off at half-time and just give João Carlos a little run. Or, what about McLaughlin? Not McLaughlin. O'Loughlin. Let's take him. Oh, it absolutely does, yeah. It's not really about that. It was just more about human beings in general. It can be quite isolating at times, you know? Maybe he takes every shot like it's a goal kick, so they're always going over the bar. He's hesitant, bless him. House in the winter records minus 42. Good Christ. I just can't fathom it being that cold. Like, I've been in cold-ish, for me at least, but I just can't imagine feeling colder than that, but then knowing that there's an awful long way to still be cold, you know? We're Bury. No one in 7. I mean, to be fair, first time in the Premier League is always going to be a tough ask, particularly with Bury, right? Hello, Metal Moomin. Preheat the oven, that turn the temperature up. Maybe you've just got my oven. In fairness, if it's as hot as it is... Oh, no, it's not as hot where you are, because you're in the winter. But still, I could probably preheat my oven now without turning the temperature up, just because it's so damn fucking hot in this house. Okay, let's go. We'll get Eon on. I would like to see him do something. I feel like I'm maybe giving him too many chances now. And I think that Da Costa... Sorry, I've got to start calling him João Carlos again. Maybe his numbers towards the very end of last season gave me a false representation of what he's actually like as a player. Right, let me just get that in the right place. We can see both of them at least. I've not tempted to... I mean, sometimes you need late night snacks, right? Get it ready for lunch. Oh, no. No, actually, that is bad. No, Zadze's got a knock. That's probably a Cabezas type beat in it. Kowalski's quite tired too, actually. Might just behoove us to make a few early changes here instead. Santelli, come on. It's because I put him in goal before the game. He's still angry at me. Only winning 2-0 against Karabakh here would be a little disappointing, but I think we'd have to put some of the blame on the fact that we do have Manuel Hansen in the starting 11. Here he is, dropping deep. Don't know if his passing is that great. This is easy to just... Yeah, I totally get that. I think that's why it's important. Community can be so important, even in little ways like this, right? Because it's... I know we're not talking like face-to-face or whatever, but it's still communication, and I think that's crucial and important for maintaining mental health, right? I think if I wasn't doing streaming, and say I was just doing YouTube or whatever this whole week, I wouldn't be in a great place, I don't think. It'd just be... At least, you know, Pog comes home from work, and I get to talk to Pog or whatever, but without it, it's been weird. A lot of self-talk, must admit. I mean, I do that anyway, in fairness. I'm quite a big yapper, even to myself. Oh, actually, is the keeper going to have to do anything in this game? I mean, I guess you can't do anything wrong if you don't do anything. Passing is... He does have okay passing, if I recall. It's one of the few attributes we can actually see. And I suppose we could improve that of him. Ooh. Oh, no, we got a touch on it. That's technically a save. Effective the average rater in the goalkeeper view. It will. But that's fine because we're not considering him as a goalkeeper anyway. So yeah, it absolutely will. But we're just kind of ignoring him when he shows up on there. By the way, Wisła Kraków are beating Manchester City. I'd like to just highlight that. I may have highlighted it too early because now I suspect they'll lose 3-2 in stoppage time because somehow Erling Haaland will come back from the dead. Doing it live, you don't. Well, yeah, but that's what I meant. When I said YouTube, I meant like VOD content, like, you know, video content rather than streaming stuff. I stream on Twitch because I don't really see the benefit yet of... I will look into that maybe for 27, but I'm not currently seeing a benefit to it that I think would make it worthwhile yet. At least, but it's on the list of things, I guess. Oh, go on. Oh, there you go. Good goal kick. Orderly process. Oh, yeah, I don't do it outside. I have quite a yappy inner monologue as well. So when I'm in the house, it's just like... I think it's because I process things audibly like that because it helps me remember what I'm doing. Because I can just, like, get constant aphasia. Exactly, and I just... Because if I was to do it on the main channel, then I feel like we kind of just messes things up a little bit. If I did it on the second channel, it's like, I don't really know what the advantage to doing that would be. Particularly, it's a goal from Cabeza, so I thought that was Hansen. Gah! Essentially narrate your day. Yeah, I think that's... I kind of do that naturally anyway, I suppose. Maybe I have to do it a bit more, perhaps. 3-0 is a little disappointing, actually. But is that going to be another assist? No, it's going to be for... it's an assist for Eon, if nothing else. It's deflected again. God, we score quite a lot of deflected goals lately. I'm here for it. It's nice to see them going in for us for once. But can Vichista get the biggest result of their entire club's history over the line? Well, Brookbet didn't. Which is frustrating, because that was a good chance for a point for them. And Daiki, I mean... he's staying in after a performance like that, where he's barely had to do anything, admittedly. But 7.3, you can't ask for more than that. He's done the thing, so to speak. I asked him to save shots, and I think he did definitely save. We saw him save a shot in the game. Let me just check how many saves he actually made. 2. And he did it. He's run 5k, which is quite a lot, actually, for a goalkeeper. I find that in my other save, but admittedly, because I'm trying to keep their running down, they tend to average about 4.1 per game. Because you've got to have that guy in there. Clean sheet as well, which is nice. Player of the match, of course, for Mr. Gomez. Do you recall hearing Matt saying some team would be destroyed in the UCL? Team was beating City? I know. They have been truly impressive. I mean, admittedly, that's their first win in the Champions League. So it would have been great if they brought that energy to the games that would come somewhat more winnable. But still, like they lost to Galatasaray, for example, but they can beat Manchester City. So fair play to them for that. It takes points off England. Can't be pissed at them, I guess. But it is a little like what could have been. But it's points for us, crucially. And it does give them an outside chance at maybe sneaking through, but probably not. Never know. You never know. I was kind of hoping, though, that Brookbet might be able to nab a draw there, though, because they need to get to that 9 points. Though they won their first 2 games, but I could easily see them losing their final 6, which would kind of suck. But we're 3 for 3 now. Now, admittedly, next stream we have to play both Manchester City and Brighton, who are actually slap bang together in the league table right now with Wisła Kraków. What was the actual stats for this game like? I'm kind of curious to see how much they mugged them off. Do you know what? Not an absurd amount. I mean, they definitely deserve to win the game, but City only scored a penalty, which is... their non-penalty XG is not exactly impressive in this game. It would have been about 0.8, maybe? Not even that. Probably 0.7. So they're definitely the better team, but not enough to the point where I'm like, wow, they definitely deserve loads here. That's good for them. Thoughts on Halley in Newcastle? I mean, I don't really know what thought you can have other than it's a thing that's happened, really. They've obviously got good planning in place. It sucks that we don't really know what's going on, really, do we? More money? Hamstring strain. Oh, that sucks. That does suck, actually. I was kind of hoping we get... he needs more games. Let me just put the thing in again. It's always tough to give... sometimes, like, obviously, I'm asked for thoughts on a lot of things quite a lot, and it's always tough to form... I find it tough to form opinions on a lot of things without a lot of information. And I know I've read some stuff about the Howe thing, but I guess it's like... it's tough to have a thought on it, I guess, beyond the fact that it's happened, right? I don't know what I could think on it. Because I'm not a fan of... I'm not a Newcastle fan, so it'll be interesting to see what the new guys like. They clearly have been thinking about this for a while, or had plans in place. Highest finish this 6? Really? City have been mid-range. They're not like goated City in this save. They're sort of not winning the Champions League, not winning the Premier League recently. Now that I say that, they probably have, haven't they? I mean, obviously Brighton are the reigning champions of the Premier League, which is great. Yeah, have City won the Champions League? Yeah, they haven't won it for quite a while now, actually. It's 5 years since City... they had 4 straight titles, but now they've not won it in 5. They have come second, though, in 3 of the last 4 years. So they're not bad by any means. Brighton's title defence possibly on the ropes a little bit this time. But the Premier League is split into 2. Look at the league table from last season. 10th and 11th, there was 14 points between them. It was literally a top 10 and then a bottom 10, and nothing in between. You were either good or bad in the Prem last year. That is wild. Like, Wolves here, who got relegated, were nearly as close to 11th place Coventry as Coventry are to 10th place Tottenham. Brighton won it in a canter in the end, in fairness. It's a fair play to them. I usually Wrexham and Roxenborg. I just don't really take pre-season games that seriously, honestly. Mostly because Fulham have been bad. Fulham are back, only to get relegated again, probably. Hello, Stewie. Sandbach Services. Staying in Slough. There you go. Stay there for long enough and you could rock up to the charity game, which is on the 29th of August. Tickets are available now. I do need to grab myself a ticket link so that we can make a command for it for the future. I think Coventry our best place to do so. I really like what Lampard does managerial-wise, like the pragmatic style of play that he does, which adapts more. I think they'll be interesting to watch this season for sure. Yeah, Oxford. Ooh, look at that. Bit just stuttery there. The fact that Oxford have established themselves is genuinely surprising, and I'm kind of... Ooh, tackles the debt. Dire financial situation. Wait, how much debt are they in? £7 million. I mean, it's not a small amount of debt, but it's also not like, you know, crazy. Unrated in both games against Chelsea and Brentford home and away this season. What? I don't understand. I'm playing them underrated. Which, when did that happen? Or what? Forgive me, I'm not entirely sure what you mean by that. I don't know. I'm trying to form a thought, but that one's a tough one for me because I feel like I'm missing context. Oh, Europa League. Let's see if we finish off with not perfect, because it can't be perfect because we've already had losses. But I want to see some teams towards the top. Piasevic win again. Lechia do actually win again, despite the fact they fed an extra game. Jagiellonia have finally won a game at least. It's a wind-up. Oh, well no, because I'm not sure what the wind-up... What? I feel like sometimes you say things and I'm just like, how could I possibly interpret that in any other way than a... I don't know. Yeah, I don't... I feel like there wasn't any I don't know. Like, it's tough to... Smiley faces mean all sorts of things. Like, without context, nothing is contextual. I don't know. I was just trying to find... My brain was like, crashed. Have I forgotten something? Have I forgotten something I said like 2 minutes ago? Because I do that quite a lot. International fans. It will be streamed live, Jesse. As far as I know, it will be streamed live. Sometimes I question things too. Mostly me. Right, what do they do then? Oh, Essa, fix that bloody screen, man. Let's see. So they beat Dundee United away from home. And Jagielllonia beat Hajduk Split. And Lechia beat Hammarby. I feel like they're all playing the same teams. This is looking very good for the Europa League. Like, I think that Piasevic and Lechia could go deep as far as top 8. Jagiellonia have started a bit slow, but they can pick it up as well. They are unbeaten technically still. In fact, so only one defeat between the three of them over what is now 10 matches is very, very good. What about the Europa League, Europa Conference League? Of course, they've won back-to-back. It's what they do. It's in their culture. Who did they beat this time? Okay, they're not difficult games, I suppose. They're kind of cooking. They're doing what I hoped they would do, which is rare for this. This must be another absolute monster haul of points for Polish teams in Europe, right? 5.3 already. This is a season we are having right now. This could be the season. Like, we're actually closing in on Germany a little bit, massively gapping France now. Now, I know we've been in these sort of positions before, but if we carry on at this kind of rate, Poland could be in for an absolute monster year. View on something... Not easy to catch out, though. Sure. I guess, yeah, I don't know. Austria are having an interesting time of it, for once. They are slightly coming back up. They're up to 24th these days. Remember, Austria went down as far as 31st. They're on the up. This is a good season for them. England having a couple of bad years, which is good. The more of these sort of 24-point seasons, the better. This is where we start to catch them. And also if Spain start to catch them too. This is fantastic. Wait, North Macedonia? It's because they've got 2 of their 4 teams left. They've obviously gone from the really deep qualifiers, picked up a good amount of points there and qualified for the knockouts. Sorry, knockouts, you know what I mean? Wise words. Oh, God, what is this? Is this what I said a minute ago? Context. Nothing is... Without context, nothing is contextual. Tell me I'm wrong. That's all I'm saying. Oh. Without context, nothing is contextual, chat. These are just the words. Scotland were... They're doing okay. I mean, they're having a bit of a poor start to this year, but these things take a little while to sort of bubble through. What is happening with North Macedonia, though? Shout out to Liechtenstein, but their points are a little bit squiffy because obviously, yeah. It's... Either way, the fact that we're even in the conversation at this stage for this is crazy, considering how much of a bad start you get. Isn't easy for a band. No, Austria is really easy for a building nation. I would argue it's probably one of the easiest ones you could do, actually. It's one of the reasons I actually recommend it quite a lot to people. Portugal having a good time as well. And with Germany being missing a team, I mean, I think it would take an absolute monster effort for us to outscore Germany by another 6 points this year. But it's not entirely impossible. If they have a really bad year, that we could overtake them. Maybe. But we would still need to get another 6 points on them this season. Actually, more than 6 points. That ain't happening, is it? Because say we got 22 points, Germany would have to get fucking no chance, basically. Oh, do they have weird loan rules? Oh, maybe they do. What makes it easy? Because they start up much higher, generally speaking. They've got higher reputation clubs, really good youth rating. I think they've got quite relaxed rules on foreign players as well. But if they do have a weird loan rule, then maybe that was a new thing or that I wasn't aware of before, because that could potentially throw a massive spanner in the works there. But the reg rules are extremely kind of chill. You can kind of do what you like pretty much with it for the most part. So, that's put us into a nice spot, actually, I would say. Coefficient-wise, is absolutely popping off. Yeah, the B team thing is kind of annoying. You'd probably have to do it with an extended database if you were going to do it. Maybe start even with a third tier side, perhaps. But you've got some good teams in there that could do stuff. Ignoring what they've done in this save, where they've emphatically failed to do stuff. 3 teams in Europe. That's true. If we were to get up there, it would be like a legitimate one. I feel like it's more sustainable for us as well, because we're actually doing it with the 7 teams this time, rather than, you know, with the extra sort of, not cheaty points, but you know how it goes. So, let's try. Why does it always filter it the weirdest way? So strange. There we go. Oh, Ben's back streaming FM again. I thought he was doing Farming Simulator. Or was he just doing a bit of both? Let's raid... Actually, Kempy was in chat earlier. Let's raid Kempy. I love the images he put on Instagram about the Farming Simulator. I think that was great. So, we'll be back on... Sunday. I am here on Sunday this weekend. I would say sans Pog, but Pog will be back possibly sometime during stream, in fact. From her sojourns. Enjoy the rest of your week. Sunday's stream will basically be us memeing our way through some more of these games, and in addition we will get Youth and Take preview. I pray to God that we actually finally get a good one, because the last few years, probably the last 5 years in fact, have been absolute nonsense. It'll be August the next time we speak, which is fucking wild. But there you go. So yes, thank you very much for joining me today, friends. It's been a good laugh as always, and I will see you lovely folks on Sunday for more shenanigans. So yes, enjoy the rest of your day. And breathe. I'm going to go sit outside in a pool of my own